sorry, can you tell me what a God is?
A god is a human who suffers or suffered and wins or won.
A God is a human.
Well, I don't see any gods that weren't made by humans in history.
Made by humans. But what makes them humans? What makes Quetzalcoatl a human? What makes Cosmos a human?
They would have been interpolated from a human experience.
Are you sure?
I guess I have some studying to do if I'm going to make these claims. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know what other context would have been used to create gods.
To create gods. You say create gods like fictional characters.
Stories.
Stories. So you plan to fictionalize yourself?
I plan to build a legacy.
You plan to build a legacy. So in what way does that make you any more God than, again, some other author or influencer? What?
Only time can tell with the results of my influence.
So your goal with your works will be godhood, to be elevated to the level of influence of Jesus or Buddha, or I imagine by the way you've been speaking, more so. Something even higher.
Yeah, if I could.
Why is this your ambition?
There's a portion of this that has to do with what else I haven't gleaned from my past and what potential lies in my future.
Mm-hmm. So there's some part of your history that to you indicates a greater future.
Yes, and then I can share it. Say if I'm a god, I'm going to minus the worship and add the salvation. Extra servings of salvation. No worship required.
So you'll reinvent God to... Why would you still be selling salvation? Why do you think that humans need salvation?
In my interpretation of it, it can be likened to transformation. So the fulfillment or the salvation is the...
So you're repackaging salvation as transformation.
Essentially.
Why are you selling God to people? What is the benefit of that? Or is it only to benefit and gratify yourself?
Well, I guess so, because it would be a good thing on the market if there was a market of gods. I wouldn't want to have to worship, and I'd love to have some extra divinity.
I have more questions, but really quickly, I do need to thank Katie, Hazelnut, Shannon, Danny, Grax, and 96 for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. What is it that convinces you now that you are God? I hear your plan to bring about your ascension through literature, but what is it that actually makes you a god now?
My capacity to foresee or prophesy of suffering, and then directly interact with it and transform it.
So you're saying that you currently hold a power to foresee suffering and transform it.
Yes.
Who's suffering?
My own. And in kind of a lateral or a byproduct way, those connected to me.
So, could face suffering. You somehow notice it sometimes or every time. Do you see it coming every time or just sometimes?
I would like to take that scientifically and be proportionate about it. I would love to actually
To measure?
tally it.
Do you think that if you tallied it, that you would find there are times people suffer that you did not foresee?
Yeah, I know that's true.
If there are times people suffer that you do not foresee, what separates the times you foresee it, as you say, from a pattern recognition or simple guesswork?
So you're saying it's just informational data processing is what I'm getting. Input, output. As a function of a biological condition? Interesting. I'm trying to interpret.
I'm asking is what separates that from you having premonitions, as you put it.
Well, I would say that the more I've interacted with gods, so to speak, the more I've practiced religious rites, I've gained more access to, like I say, this influence, this interactive capacity with my effects, with the things which I can cause.
Say that again in English.
So, the expansion of my capacity is my ascension.
You're saying that how does that answer my question, though? About what separates
I'm
your
saying
premonitions
even if
from
they're
biological responses, from intuition and guesswork. How do you now, not in the future, but how do you now differentiate your premonitions from guesswork?
I would say the amount of reflection and the context of it is going to be part of the influence. So the more I invest my attention into something, the greater my capacity to perceive it, and then it's less of a guess.
So the more intention or attention you pay to something before you try to predict it, then you feel that's less of a guess. And
yeah, it's more certain.
It's more certain. The more attention you pay it, the more you actually look at the variables and try to understand what may or may not happen.
I kind of have a scenario. Like, I will be getting in a vehicle and driving on the highway, and I'll have a number of scenarios playing out that cause me to be a conservative driver and preserve the life of myself and others in the vehicle with me. And those scenarios sometimes can be full of anxiety and emotional turmoil, such as bad drivers on the road, things like that. And in the moment when I'm physically perceiving my surroundings, I can directly not just become more vigilant, but do double, triple checks on all things observable. And I can do it in a rapid pace. I can maintain safety, and I can exhibit good driving, especially for my kids. I feel like that's a great way to be, a protector of the world in a way. Not just my vehicle, but other vehicles.
Right, but you're not, okay, but that still doesn't answer what differentiates what you're calling a premonition from guesswork. And in this case, you're saying, or not even guesswork, biological and neurological responses to stimuli. I mean, like you're saying you're on the road and you imagine things. It almost sounds like you play out Final Destination style scenarios in your mind to work yourself up into anxieties so that you feel more accomplished when you don't get into a wreck. So I mean, I'm not hearing what's actually godlike about it. It sounds like you're an attentive driver and you appreciate your own skills for that.
I guess it could all be trivialized as mundane.
What makes it godlike?
I could respond to those imagery more negatively, and I could lose control of my emotions, my thoughts, and fail to protect myself and those around me.
So you maintain control of your emotions that are resultant from the imagined scenarios in your mind.
I actually frequently drive on one of the top 5 most dangerous highways in America. And yes, there's, in consideration for people's livelihoods. Nobody knows what the lug nut rule is. It's a regular occurrence when my life is put in danger and those in the vehicle with me.
I'm glad that you're a cautious driver. I'm sorry to hear it causes you so much anxiety, but I'm not hearing the godlike element anywhere in here. What is it that you're actually saying that you believe as far as what makes you a god?
I mean, you could interpolate it as conservatism, and I'll call it creationism, and we'll go about our merry ways.
Is this you questioning your beliefs, or is this you being defensive about the choice of language you've used here? I'm not hearing what's actually a godlike belief or you questioning it. It sounds like you're becoming defensive because I'm pointing out what appears to be mundanity in your God claim.
Mm-hmm. Sorry if I'm being defensive. I can see that.
Sunbun, I appreciate you coming up, but I think I'm ready to move on. I hope that you keep asking questions. Good luck with your books. And, when maybe another time we'll be able to dive into what it is that makes you feel like you're a god. I think I needed to get away from the background noise too. It was starting to pulse in my brain. But appreciate you being here. An interesting line of godhood claims. But thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. I really do appreciate you. I don't know if I missed the previous list. I don't think I did. I remember thinking many of you. Now, all the names that were just in my brain just went away. Thank you guys. Thank you, Shell96, Danny Grax, Robot Heather. Of course, thank you all for helping with the goal. That was fascinating. Fascinating would be a word I would use, Sebastian. I didn't want to, in any way, minimalize all of it. I just wanted to see, like, where was the God, and maybe it's in the definition. If that's the case, is it a sandwich by any other name? Fascinating. Okay, so we have high expectations from this next guest. Oh, no, they were impatient. I guess that happens when you get muted. Maybe behave in chat, and that won't happen to you. But if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs, that you believe it. I know I saw Kira. It was only a minute, but it was too long for him. And he was nothing but a ghost in the queue. Let's see, I don't know who hit request first. It seemed kind of simultaneous here.
Hello.
Hello, Jay. I think you've been here before, but can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
19.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, of course, I believe in God.
Which god is that?
Christian Orthodox God.
Christian Orthodox.
Yeah.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say generally speaking, yeah.
Generally speaking.
Yeah.
Do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
Yeah. Like I said, I would believe that some are more metaphorical than others, but majority, yeah. I believe they're generally true stories.
Generally true stories.
Mm-hmm.
Are any of them false?
Well, some of them may be less, I would say, literal as other stories, but I won't say that necessarily makes it false.
What do you mean? If a story is presented as history or presented as fact and it isn't,
I don't. Oh,
is that not false?
I don't think the stories were necessarily presented to be as literal stories. It would be like a false story if it's presented to be as a true story or like a complete literal story, but it turns out to be a story outside of what it's presented to be as. Like, I wouldn't even consider fiction necessarily a false story. It's just a story that never,
Right,
because
that's
it's presented to be a
as
fiction.
Fiction. So
Yeah, it's presented as fiction.
are you saying that the stories in the Bible that aren't true are presented as fiction?
No, they're just not necessarily literally. Like, just because something's not literally doesn't mean it's fiction.
So what is it then?
Like I said, metaphorical.
It's metaphor.
Yeah.
Is a metaphor a fact?
What do you mean by metaphoric fact?
Yeah, are the metaphors in the Bible that aren't history, are they still fact?
It depends on how you determine what's fact or not. But I'll say generally speaking, yes. But like, people have different some people determine fact is a bit different with other people determine fact. Like, kind of differs. In my worldview, of course, I still consider it fact, but some other person be like, well, this is not right, and then they take a more literal reading of the Bible and a bit more strict. Then some people may consider it not fact. I mean, and that's okay.
So you think you're somewhere in the middle there. You don't take it entirely literal, but
Yeah.
some of it. So do you feel that there are any contradictions, any errors within the Bible?
I would say not really contradictions, because contradiction would imply one story says yes and the other story says that yet or no. Not necessarily. I don't think so. Contradictions. Obviously, I believe there's differences and variances, different perspectives, but not necessarily contradictions.
Nothing that would call into question the narrative or the authorship.
Well, I think there's nothing wrong with questioning it. I don't see an issue with that. So the questioning is not an issue for me. You can question it.
Do you believe in the 6-day creation?
Yeah, it's a yes and no. I do believe in it, but I have no issue with if it doesn't exist. Or if it's not true, I have no issue with that too. But I still myself believe it.
What about Adam and Eve?
Yeah, of course.
What do you mean, of course?
As in, like, I believe at least it would be a much bigger issue if they didn't exist than if, like, 6-day creation didn't exist.
So Adam and Eve is kind of pivotal to your belief system.
Yeah. Not even just my belief system, just the Orthodox faith in general.
Mm-hmm. But to you, they must have existed as the first humans.
Yeah, I would say, especially as the first humans, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Does it? Would it matter to you um, if genetics showed that the biodiversity that we have today amongst humans couldn't be achieved from a single pair, that we would require a much larger starting populace?
Well, I would think that the biodiversity found within Adam and Eve would already have the information needed to achieve what we have today. I honestly believe that simply because of like even inbreeding. If it wasn't for they have some sort of crazy, if there was some sort of exception compared to the rest of humans, inbreeding wouldn't be even possible. So I already based off their existence, you have to make an assumption they were a bit genetically different than modern humans.
Right, so inbreeding is part of that.
Yeah, so the only way that's even possible is if they were genetically different than modern humans.
So you're saying that Adam and Eve were created differently than us, that they were created to be genetically capable of inbreeding or breeding inbreedable offspring that would create a larger biodiversity than simply one man and one woman could possibly do.
Yeah, and
Why do
even
you
then,
insert all that?
inbreeding was later in the Bible outlawed. So it's obvious there was a difference between the
Why do
humans.
why do you insert all of that?
What?
Well, you're saying that we somehow come from a single breeding pair of humans that were so genetically advanced that they could create inbreed. I'm sorry, I can't think of a word for something that isn't real. That they have made inbreed resistant offspring that could inbreed and create diverse genetics that science wouldn't like.
I get what you're saying.
You create an entire world and field of study that doesn't exist, like words I can't think of because they don't exist, because this whole concept would create a whole new paradigm.
It's just simply called supernatural.
It's just supernatural.
Yeah,
Do you not
really.
think that would be in some way remnant or notable in our genetics if there were such an ancestor?
Well, I mean, even then, you would still be making a bunch of presuppositions, even within my paradigm or yours, to if there would be.
What paradigm do I have that I'm making presuppositions from?
Well, within a secular worldview.
I see.
Because we live in the proud act in the past. That's still an assumption.
So you're saying because God things could have behaved differently in the past, that genetics could have worked differently, that's very interesting. So you create a whole new way for genetics to work that's neither scientific nor biblical, in order to make this worldview fit.
Can I answer that? I don't think it's not biblical. The reason why I say this is because inbreeding was allowed up to a certain point. Then God banned it. It does not make sense for him to ban it just to ban it. without like
It
really
was
giving a
it was
reason.
allowed up to a certain point.
Yeah. Why would it just wouldn't make sense for him just
Where
to
was it
randomly ban
allowed?
it at a random point? It has to be some sort of
Where was it allowed?
with Abraham marrying his own half sister, which that wouldn't be allowed within Moses. Like during Moses' time, during the Torah, when he given the Torah, it bans all marrying any relatives or even cousins. You couldn't even marry a cousin. Like very strict compared to back when they were inbreeding was almost encouraged earlier. So it's obvious there was something that taken place within even the authors. Let's even say this is a fictional story. The authors eventually figured out that this was something that was wrong, so they stopped doing it. Which back then they really didn't have a reason to stop inbreeding. I mean, of course they didn't have inbreeding was common up to like 1500s of AD after Jesus. So like, but you can continue.
Oh, thank you for letting me continue. So you think that they wouldn't have had ways of knowing that inbreeding was wrong, or that these stories could even be in some ways meant to imply that there are poor results from inbreeding?
Well, I think there could be a reason, but why they also included it within their story. So it has to be like if they just said inbreeding was wrong and there was no record of inbreeding within the Bible, that kind of implies that that implies that it just they found out it was wrong or something
But
like
you're
that,
saying
or the authors of the
because,
Bible found out it was wrong. There
but
has
you're
to be a
saying because
time
it
period.
was, but you're saying because it happened in Abraham's story, then it was encouraged.
Yeah, well, yeah. If it was
How is that
encouraged at one
encouraging
point,
it? How
and
is
then
that
they
encouraged?
discouraged it at another point.
How is it encouraged?
Well, because a patriarch himself was inbreeding or married his half sister. That's not something you find like within stories of a lot of ancient literature. They don't really like to downplay their major figures.
You don't find that in stories of major literature where they have where they marry cousins and half cousins.
What? Pardon? You say you don't find that?
I'm asking you.
No, that's not what I meant. When I said they don't find it, is when a lot of like religions, when they have like a character, a lot of times they don't like to downplay or insult their own character. They don't just. So if inbreeding is not allowed, it wouldn't make sense for them to have their own patriarch as having inbred kids. Unless these written at two different time periods or stories were written at two different time periods, where at one point they understand this was wrong and another point they didn't understand this was wrong.
So
That's why they have a different stories or different motives for what they're writing.
So then you're saying then the stories supposedly written by Moses, the ones about Abraham and then the ones about Moses would be written at different time periods.
I don't think Moses almost wrote any of the Torah. I don't think that. I believe that he may have had it written, but I don't believe he.
So you're open to multiple authors being.
Yeah, I hold to multiple authors of Genesis. I hold to easily the rest of the books have their own authors, but I think they're a bit more. The Genesis, especially of all of them, has the most authors. I think Exodus, Numbers, and Leviticus and Deuteronomy have their own individual authors.
I see. So Genesis could have multiple, like several authors.
I'm almost sure it has multiple authors.
Mm-hmm. For you think Genesis 1 and 2 are different authors, different stories?
It could have multiple. I don't know like the specific chapters where it cuts off at, but I'm just sure it has multiple authors. Just even by storyline, just complete changes, like abrupt storyline changes.
Like in Genesis 1 and 2, where it changes the order of creation.
That could be an example. I'm not gonna say yes or no.
Mm-hmm. If there are multiple authors telling different stories that contradict each other, or you know, provide different narratives, then how can you trust anything later in the book?
Well, sometimes certain authors specify certain stuff. Certain authors care more about certain details. Certain authors care more, like for some authors, they care more about a literal detail, giving out facts, straight facts. Another author may not care less about the facts itself, but rather the message it portrays. So, for example, one author may say, A happened, then B happened, but rather another author would not even mention or not care about the order it happened, but rather what happened, and making it easiest to understand as possible. You get what I'm saying? Or they may mention B
Not
before
quite.
A simply due to the fact B is more important than A.
Right, but in the case of Genesis 1 and 2, it mentions that D comes before B because of reasons, and that D comes also before C because of reasons.
Well, I would like us to just go through Genesis 1 and 2 and see what you're talking about. I've obviously heard of this before, but not well in depth in it. I've obviously had an explanation a while ago. Kind of forgot about it because it just didn't seem. I never really had an issue with Genesis 1 and 2 having a different storyline because I believe they have, first of all, I believe they have different authors. I believe they could prioritize the story in a different manner. So it really wasn't an issue
Prioritize
for
the
me.
story in a different manner.
Oh,
I
sorry.
was just repeating you back. You said they would prioritize the story in a different manner.
Yeah.
I was trying to see if that fit the contradiction as I understand it. So in Genesis 1, it gives a clear order of creation. It starts with the light on day 1, the firmament day 2, the plants day 3, the sun and moon day 4, the animals of the sea and air on day 5, and then land animals and man and woman on day 6.
Yeah.
In Genesis 2:5, it says that before there were plants, because there was no rain and no man, he makes mist come from the ground and a man from the dust. Before there were plants, because there was no rain and no man.
Yeah.
So he makes the man before the plants. And then he plants a garden, puts the man in the garden, and then makes the animals that he already made on day 5 and day 6, respectively. Makes them after the man, because it's not good for the man to be alone. And so will make him a helper fit for him, but from those animals that God makes after the man. No helper can be found. So only then does he make Eve. So now it's given reason for each thing to be in a different order than the previous chapter.
Yeah, well, I would say when it says earth, I think it would be referring to just the garden more.
The garden,
it seems
is
like
the
Genesis
whole
2 is more referencing specifying the garden rather than general earth.
It doesn't start talking about the garden until after the creation of the man.
Well, yeah,
it's saying before there are plants in the ground, before there are any herb of the field has sprung from the earth, depending on your translation. But before plants come from the earth, because there's no rain and no man to till the ground, he makes the mist and the man.
But I think this earth or ground it's referencing is a bit more specific to the Garden of Eden.
Why doesn't it mention the garden until after the man is made?
Because there was no plants yet. It wasn't a garden before man was made. Because the man was made for the garden. So it really wasn't. When it says there was no.
Then why was the man made outside of
I
the
mean,
garden?
don't you need like shrubs too?
Then why was the man made outside of the garden?
Because the garden was being made for him. I mean, it really don't matter where the man was made. I don't understand how that's relevant.
So when it makes the man outside of the garden, the lines about the man, the mist, and the plants have nothing. You're saying that they have nothing to do with the garden, but they have everything to do with the garden. That it's about the garden, but it's not about the garden.
Well, because before the plants were there, the garden didn't exist, so it was not a garden.
So then saying that there were no plants can't be referencing the garden that doesn't exist yet.
Well, in verse 8, it says when he plants the garden.
It's either about the garden or it's not about the garden. Are the plants in 5 about the garden, but then the man is made outside the garden, and the mist is nothing to do with the garden, and then he makes the man, and then we're going to talk about.
Wait, where does it say he was made outside the garden? I'm not sure. Which verse?
Hang on.
Because what I'm reading is that 5.
The Lord God formed the man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being. And the Lord God planted a garden in Eden in the east, and he put the man whom he had formed. And there he put the man whom he had formed. Whom he had formed. So he planted the garden in the east, and then he put the man there.
Okay, I kind of misunderstanding what you were saying. I thought the purpose of what you were saying was that, okay, it's mentioning the garden that's is in existence that while he's making man. And so that implies that 5 and 6, why don't 5 and 6 speak of this garden if it's mentioning it in 7 or 8? But it's clearly just saying 5 and 6, there is no garden yet. There is no garden. That's why 8 mentions about the garden being.
Why is it saying there is no garden?
No, it doesn't say there is no garden. It just doesn't mention one. It fails to mention.
So it's not mentioning a garden.
Yeah, that's my point, because it's not existing.
So then why is it saying that there are no plants before plants have sprung from the earth?
Because earth, I take my opinion. Now, you can obviously translate it a bit different, but earth doesn't have to necessarily mean the actual literal earth. Back during 3,000 years ago, they didn't have an understanding of the earth as one entire. They thought as one entire entity.
So before there were plants from the dirt because it had not rained.
Yeah, this is mentioning the garden.
Where does it say garden? It doesn't mention the garden.
8 mentions the garden.
Fails to mention the garden.
8 mentions the garden. Dude.
Why do you keep saying it's mentioning the garden when 5 says nothing about a garden?
Well, this is what it's referencing. So
where does it reference the garden?
In 8.
Holy fuck.
Literally, we're going in circles.
Where in 5 does it reference the garden?
8 is concluding 5, dude.
How is 8 concluding 5, dude?
Because it says, now no shrub has appeared yet on earth, right? And no plant has yet sprung up. By the Lord has not sent rain on the earth, and there was no one to work the ground.
So there hasn't sent rain on the earth, and there's no one to work the ground.
Plants grow without people working the ground, genius. So obviously it's not referencing just general plants.
Then why does it say that it has?
Why
does the Bible say that? You're telling
Why
me
do you
that
think? What was my
you're
answer?
telling
I gave
me
this answer
that
like 5
plants.
times. What
You're
do you
telling
think?
me. Why are you arguing over the top of me asking you a clarifying question?
Okay.
Are you having an emotional reaction? Do I need to set you down and send you home?
How is it emotional?
Oh my goodness. Clearly. Okay. So the Bible's saying that there are no plants before there were plants because it hasn't rained and because there is no man. Now, I know that plants grow without people, but the Bible, is it not implying that they don't?
So under your scenario, these people have no understanding that plants grow without humans. You have to assume that. So under that assumption, these humans don't understand that plants grow without humans, which that don't make sense. But I'm gonna grant you that. So let's say hypothetically, this is talking about Earth. This still wouldn't make sense. What would, if God is planting the garden? What does that have to do with how's the humans not growing plants even relevant if God is the one planting the garden anyways? So how's this relevant?
That's a great question. Why does the Bible imply that rain and humans are required for plants to grow?
Okay, well, rain is required. But God hasn't sent rain because, first of all, there was no one to work the ground. So when it meant by that was it's saying that simply it's no point of nurturing a garden if there was no one there to tend to the garden. But this is why I assume it's mentioning the garden.
You assume it's mentioning the garden. Why do you assume that?
Because, oh my gosh, I literally was just saying this. Now I may be crashing
because
out.
It talks about, you have been crashing out because
Not
it talks
really
about
before.
the garden. You have been, because the garden isn't mentioned until after the man is formed. In the East, he plants a garden. So then why is it referencing before the plants here? How is this about the garden?
Which verse? How is it? 5, 6? Yeah. Like yes. I said, it falls. It just makes more sense under my paradigm than yours because it explains why people, or your paradigm doesn't explain why humans would have thought plants don't grow without humans.
My paradigm is simply just reading the text. I'm not trying to hold a view or trying to force you into one. I'm simply reading the text and asking you questions about what is there.
Well, you can't read the text. This is one thing with the Bible.
I can't read the text. Okay.
Individually. You have to read it as a story.
I've read it as a story.
You cannot read
I've read it as a story, and I'm asking you questions about the story.
Okay, so
can you calm down a little bit? Or let me ask you a really important question because it seems as the defense has come up, it becomes more and more blatantly obvious. Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah, I'm questioning my beliefs, but it doesn't go against my paradigm.
Is this you actually questioning your beliefs, or is this you getting emotional and defensive about...
Dude, stick to the topic.
Dude, I'm seriously asking you a question. You're interrupting me for like the 5th time.
Okay, re-ask the question.
With a dude.
Yeah, re-ask the question if you want. Since I interrupted you, or continue.
I think I'm ready to move on to a guest who's calmer, maybe
I'm
capable
calm.
of questioning.
Did I yell at you?
Sure. You're calm. You're really cool and collected right now, aren't you?
Did I yell at you? I didn't insult you.
Dude. What does it mean to question your beliefs?
Listen, this is all I'm saying.
What does it mean to question your beliefs?
I'm questioning my beliefs. I'm questioning them.
What does it mean?
Oh, what does it mean to questioning your beliefs? To hold it up under objective fact, I guess, to compare it to like something that's objectively true.
How do you have access to objective fact?
Well, based off stuff, how you can like actually observe. So you can observe that math. You can observe math. Math is always something or certain sciences you can even observe. Or even logic. So would be, I'll say, objective fact. It's kind of various. It kind of differs on what you're actually trying to hold it up to.
So you hold this book up to logic?
Of course.
You
I mean,
hold your belief up to logic?
yeah, of course. I question my logic every day.
You question your logic?
My own logic, like, or within the Bible. So, like, I take the Bible and question the logic that's found in the Bible and question even it. I was not always, even my denomination I'm right now, Orthodox, I wasn't even always Orthodox.
Is adding your own logic to the Bible, is adding your own layers and context that are not written. Is that you questioning the Bible, or is that you practicing apologetics?
Well, first of all, I don't agree with adding context to the Bible. I think the context is always found within the Bible. So if it's not found, what you're mentioning, not found within the Bible or the book or even the chapter you're reading, then what's the point of adding context? That's why when I read, like, let's just say Isaiah 9, it's a prophecy of Jesus. You cannot prove that based off just reading Isaiah 9 alone. You have to look at Isaiah 7 or 8 and take you through the whole chapter just to get context. But reading the verses individually as like 2 or 3 verses at a time without reading the verses before and the verses after, you're not going to understand what the verses are saying. That's with any book. I'm a big fan of context.
So now you're saying Isaiah 9 is a prophecy of Jesus because of the context of Isaiah 7 and 8.
Yeah.
Feels like a rabbit hole. So if there were other contradictions within the text, I see that you don't accept this as a contradiction. You add in that the garden is being spoken of at 2:5. If there were other contradictions within the text, continuing on to 2:18 and 19, where the animals are created after Adam because he is alone. Does that give you pause, cause you to question the veracity of anything else in the book, if there is such a contradiction?
Well, yeah, if it clearly states that animals have to be created and made after man, and then another chapter says humans were the first creatures ever created, then I can understand that. Or like this says animals were the first creatures created and then it was humans. But I can understand that. I can understand at least questioning the validity of the Bible at bare minimum.
Mm-hmm. Have you read the verse at 2:19? Well, 2:18 and 19.
Well, like I said, I've generally read the full Bible. Like some parts I like skimmed over it more than others, but I've definitely read the Bible, especially the Torah. Like I used to read the Torah a lot. But like I said, I'm not really as familiar with Genesis 1 or 2 because really I've not found a valid argument to destroy my paradigm or my belief system. A lot of times it's just taking verses completely out of context. Yeah.
So you think contradictions are generally verses taken out of context?
Well, yeah, or sometimes you gotta understand what is the reader trying to say. Like even sometimes they would. Yeah, I said reader. My mistake. What is the writer trying to say? You have to sometimes understand what is the writer trying to portray.
If you woke tomorrow and found that there was no reason to believe that the Bible was true and that there was no reason to believe a God existed, would you change the way you live your life at all?
If I woke up tomorrow and I found out the Bible is true, I would say
Not true.
I mean, not true. There's no reason to find it true. So I would say, I think obviously my moral framework is like built off the Bible or built off of the existence of God. And the reason why I say that is because I would say I think I'll be a bit more selfish. Not necessarily a bad person, but I think I'll be a bit more selfish because then life is a bit more, okay, I got one life. I got to do what I can to do. Rather, you're not trying to, I'm a better person because of the Bible. I would take easily that. But when you don't have...
Are you saying that in absence of an afterlife, that this life might seem more valuable and more important?
Well, the current life we're in right now is much more valuable if there is no afterlife. I can agree with that. But if there is an afterlife, you can look forward to something else. But if this is the only life, it makes you a bit more selfish even to take care of this life. But like, I really don't have a fear of death right now. I don't have any fear of death. If I died tomorrow, I'm not gonna be too mad. But I enjoy this life. Do you
have a fear of nothing? If you died tomorrow and there was no God, no afterlife, is that something you would fear?
Well, not really. Because mainly maybe because I believe in the Bible, but I really don't have a fear of nothing. If there is nothing, I think I'm not too mad because I know I lived a good life. I lived a decent life, and I rather chase religious happiness than with like just or like a family. I have a family that I love. I would still live a good life regardless of God exists or not. But I obviously strong to the belief that God does exist. But I'm not
you that God exists.
What did you say?
What convinces you that God exists?
I would say first my subjective, it's kind of self-existence. The existence of the soul convinces me that something else caused my existence.
I'm sorry, what is a soul?
Well, I don't know if you may not agree with the idea of a soul existing, but I just believe it's my subjective consciousness, like my subjective experience.
Your subjective experience exists. And you're saying that it exists as something apart from your mind?
And the reason why I would say that, because unless you would hold to the idea of computers having...
what I hold to doesn't make any difference to you questioning your beliefs.
When I mean hold to, I mean in general speaking, not just you specifically, but even myself will hold to the idea that computers can eventually gain subjective experience. But really, I don't agree with the idea that our brains are just input and output, that you don't need subjective experience to be input and output. So the existence of like subjective experiences within the brain says that there's something more than just
the existence of subjective experience within the brain suggests there's something more. How does it suggest there's something more than a brain capable of subjective experience?
Well, if there's a brain that should not be capable of subjective experience because we don't know why it would be capable, there is no like evolutionary need for subjective experiences. So if it exists like that...
I'm sorry, you say there's no evolutionary need for subjective experience?
Yeah.
How is there no evolutionary need for subjective experience for individuals to experience or gain understanding, to process the world?
Okay,
so no evolutionary benefit to cognition.
Okay, so computer, let's just say a highly advanced computer, it could be much smarter than a human with subjective experiences. subjective experiences has nothing to do with intellect, or intellect has nothing to do with subjective experiences. They're
How are you
kind of correlated
defining
a lot.
subjective experience?
Hmm?
Because, yeah, how are you defining subjective experience?
I would really just say consciousness in itself, or
So
self-conscious.
what is consciousness?
Awareness of your surroundings.
Awareness of your surroundings. And you don't see that there's any evolutionary benefit to awareness of surroundings.
Well,
Are you serious?
self-awareness, like awareness to, it's not just that, but I would say it's a multitude of things. That's one thing that's one part of consciousness. Awareness to your surroundings, awareness of yourself. That's consciousness. Like you have to be aware of yourself and that you're making decisions. The ability to choose between two options. I believe that animals, plants, computers.
How does
like
intellect have
Yeah.
nothing to do with subjective experience?
Okay, the ability to choose, that has nothing to do with intellect.
I
mean, you choose based off your intellect, but it's not the thing
the
that's making you
ability
choose is
to
not your intellect.
choose.
Pardon?
The ability to choose. How do you know that you're choosing?
Well, because you cannot deny yourself.
What do you mean you can't deny yourself?
Well, because if you have self-existence, you can't deny your own existence. So I can choose to mute myself.
You could choose to mute yourself.
Yeah. But
That's
I can
not
choose
telling
not to.
me. How do you know that you chose that?
Because look.
Right, how do you know you chose it? How do you know that you were the one that chose that?
Well, can you make me mute my mic? No, you can't, because you can't. That's not something you can choose.
Okay, I actually can mute your mic for you.
Actually,
but I can't
you're right.
Make you choose. But that's not the point. You're not actually engaging in the question. How do you know that you, your soul, or whatever it is choosing, and not just your brain doing a thing that it would have done because of the way it is firing, the way it's inputting and outputting in its experiences up until now?
Well,
You know
because
that a data pool of all of what you've experienced doesn't create a system that
causes it.
does.
I kind of get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because there would have to be some sort of stimuli that's causing me, where there's no proof of no stimuli that causes me to
We were
choose
just
what I
having a
choose.
conversation
Yeah.
where you felt challenged to make a choice, so you decided, or at least your brain decided, to have you demonstrate a choice. How do you know that that wasn't something that was
Made by your brain?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, that is a good question. But I would say then there has to be some sort of difference between, because unless you believe like everything within the world has some sort of consciousness. When I mean like every object. But like,
Why would every object have consciousness?
Because every object has an input and an output, or some sort of interaction. So it can't be the interaction itself that causes consciousness or defines consciousness. So
Why do you, well, hang on. So
yeah.
What are you defining consciousness as? Just input, output?
Honestly speaking, I actually don't even know how to properly. It's kind of it's like something you self-know but can't prove. Like I don't even know how to have words for consciousness, except for like.
Is it possible that maybe further research might be required? Maybe there's something
Further research, not really of consciousness.
Have you researched consciousness? You don't think that
I have consciousness myself. I wouldn't need to research something that I have within myself.
Fascinating. You don't need to research anything else about what goes on inside of you. You don't need, like, you don't need to research proper nutrition. You don't need to research how to stay healthy, what medicines to take. You don't need to go to a doctor who's done
That's something
all
outside
that
of my
research.
control. That's something outside of my control. I can control my own decisions.
You
I can
can't control. You can't control your nutrition. You can't control what food you intake.
You can't control how your body reacts to nutrition.
Why are you arguing with every question that's clearly like you literally are not here to question your beliefs. You're here to just argue against questions.
No.
Seriously, this is illogical.
Dude,
and it's stop duding me.
You're crashing
You're being
out.
disrespectful. No, you're being disrespectful.
And you're crashing out.
Holy fuck. Now you're gonna interrupt me. So stop that. Stop doing that. That's not me crashing out. This is me pointing out that you are clearly not up here to question your beliefs. You have no capability. You are just arguing with things, and now that I'm pointing it out, you're going to try to interrupt and agitate me, and it's not helpful. This is not conducive to you questioning your beliefs.
When I come up with the alternative solution to
an
what
alternative
you offered,
solution.
dude,
What was
you
my last
interrupted me.
question? What was my last question that you offered an alternative solution to?
Well, it wasn't really a question. It was more
Okay,
like a
so what was
solution.
my question?
We were talking about nutrients, and I said that I don't really have control over. Yeah, I don't really have control over how my body reacts to certain nutrients. So it's better. I don't fully understand.
Reacting to nutrients.
Oh my gosh, you keep interrupting me, dude.
Exactly. So the reason why we did that is because you said you
want people to respect you, but you can't respect me.
Yes, I'm bringing us back on track, and you're going to learn to fucking respect me by not interrupting me. So
crashing out.
We were talking about this is not crashing out. Calm the fuck down. Stop interrupting me. We were talking about consciousness. You said you don't need to research consciousness because you know you have it. How do you know you have it if you can't even identify what it is? If you don't know what consciousness is, then how do you identify that you have it? And I brought up nutrition because I was pointing out that you can't just claim you know that you have proper nutrition, because clearly you would need to research that to have proper nutrition, to know that you are inputting food. And you said you can't know how that's outside of your control, how your body reacts. That it was an argumentative response that totally takes us off track of how you know that you have consciousness if you've never researched it.
You done crashing out?
I hope you enjoyed your last time on the live, Jay.
Okay, I did.
Grow the fuck up. Boring. That's what that was. It was boring as fuck and a waste of time. I tried. I thought there at the end, I thought for a moment that we could bring it back to consciousness and actually get an answer to the question. But I'm a fool for thinking that a child under 20 can actually question their beliefs without making it a competitive sport. I think that's the last child under 20 that we will speak to. If you're over 20 and you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs. And if you are, well, then go ahead and request on up. No, I don't remember, Dean. I'm sure if I said fuck off, you either deserved it or came at a bad moment. Who knows? Maybe it was my fault.
What? Hello?
Goodbye.
What?
Yep.
Hello?
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
17?
Yeah, fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Why are all these children coming out of the woodwork lying to TikTok about their age? This is an adults only live, so you had to lie to TikTok even to be in the room. Hello, who did you choose? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, I'm 22.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
For certain.
I didn't hear you. You're very muffled.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
I said for certain.
For certain. Which god do you believe in?
The one and powerful, Christ.
Okay, so while I couldn't hear you before, and now I hear you better, I'm also hearing every breath and pop of your mouth. Can you back up just a little bit?
My apologies.
So, I'm sorry, which god was that?
Christ.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Almost a very good portion of it. So,
Why haven't you read it from beginning to end?
what'd you say?
Why haven't you read it from beginning to end?
I'm taking the time to 66 books. I deal with the Apocrypha, the Book of Enoch, Ezra, but we're getting there. Could I just begin by explaining to you my belief?
No, I'm going to ask you questions. So do you believe the stories within the Bible and the Apocrypha to be true and literal?
I believe them to be very true and symbolic.
True and symbolic.
Yes.
So not literal.
Some literal, some symbolic.
What about the 6-day creation? Is that literal?
Say it again.
6-day creation, chapter 1. Is that
Oh, yes, the
literal?
creation of flesh. That's literal and symbolic.
It's literal and symbolic?
Yeah, because there's different verses in there that point to different things.
So the 6 days, right, where it gives the order of creation, is that literal or symbolic?
Okay, so what scripture in particular are you referencing? Right, because
Genesis
on the 6th
chapter
day,
1, the first chapter, the story where it says that he created light and then firmament and then plants and sun and moon, animals, man and woman, in that order. Is that true?
yes, it's true.
Is it literal? Is that the order things were created?
I think it's literal and symbolic. These things exist, but they symbolize something as well.
So it's literal, it did happen, and it symbolizes something. How about Adam and Eve, the next story in chapter 2? Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
And if it's contradictory to chapter 1, if it gives a different order of creation, which one is true then?
So we have to keep in mind that these things don't contradict one another, but
Oh, they don't?
within so they're within the same spectrum, right? But when we talk about what is literal and what is symbolic, we have to understand that scripture says nothing we view, nothing we wrestle with has to do with our flesh and blood. It has nothing to do with the literal sense. Everything is spiritual, meaning everything is symbolic.
So nothing in the book is literal, it's all spiritual and symbolic. What does spiritual mean?
So it's a mix.
It's a mix. So the contradictions, if it seems contradictory, that means it's spiritual.
No, nothing pretty much seems contradictory to me. To understand the word, you have to have repented.
Sure, if you, I'm sorry, to understand it, you have to have repented, you said?
Yes.
Oh, I see. So I'll never understand it unless I repent.
I mean, that's literally in the rule book. You can't go against the rules.
Sure. So if I had repented, then I should have come to some understanding as to the contradictory nature of chapter 1 and chapter 2 of Genesis.
Yeah, so repentance is a part of the process, but it's not the entirety of it.
Can you tell me on your other side of repentance, how you interpret the contradiction between chapter 1 and chapter 2 of Genesis?
How do I interpret them?
Yeah, how do you reconcile where it says that things were created in, the order of light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman in chapter 1, and then in the other order in chapter 2 of man, plants, animals, woman?
Also, for me, my understanding of this is that these things were both created, but one was created first and one was created second. So they exist together.
Sorry, so everything created in chapter 1 was created in that order. And then in chapter 2, when it says before there were plants, because there was no man, he makes a man.
Yeah, so initially something is created and then more things are created.
Initially something's created and then more things are created. How does that reconcile the change there in chapter 2?
How does that reconcile the change of chapter 2?
Yeah, things are created, then other things are created. How does that answer the question that I'm asking you?
So in chapter 1, we're dealing with creation. And then in chapter 2, more things are created.
Okay, more things are created. Is this day 8 then?
Say it again.
Is chapter 2 day 8?
Is that explicitly stated in scripture?
No.
If it's not explicitly stated, then brother, I can't agree with it. We know that day 8.
So
there's no day 8.
So I'm not asking you to agree with it. I'm trying to understand how it is you understand this scripture. How is it you reconcile
so for me personally,
the contradiction?
I think that after day 7, right, it says that day 7 is the day he rested, not the day that time ends. So the story of more things being created just takes some place. It takes some time outside of the 7 days. But if you just take a look at the current trend that you see with 6-7, Trump just released 6G. G is the 7th letter of that.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, could you allow me to finish?
Are you fucking kidding me?
You didn't allow me to make the point,
6-7 here.
Well, if you understand that 6 was the day that flesh was created, man, and 7 was the day for God. When you put these two symbols together, it is saying that man is God, right? Which is what the Satanists of this world apprehend to. They want men to be known as God. That's why they were kicked out of heaven to begin with. But if you don't want me to explain how these things correlate, that's fine. You don't gotta ridicule something you haven't heard the proof of. I can prove what I'm saying, brother.
You can prove that 6, 7
But
is
but I didn't want to deviate from the
the
original point.
trend. Yeah, because what was the question that I asked you that you're answering
It-
with 6, 7, and Trump?
I was going to bring it full circle, but I
So
see
what
that.
was the question that I asked that you're answering with 6, 7, and Trump?
So I was going to bring up hey, these days were.
I shouldn't have gotten out of bed. Thank you, Shell. Appreciate you. Yeah, this has been have we had a serious guest up here, beliefs? I don't think we have. Maybe the second one. The shitstorm clouds the view of what's already been. Well, he's not exactly truthful there. Kira, he does have one mod power. He can type in caps. It's, that was why he got the badge. I I don't think it was. I really think he was just seeing how long he could get away with the troll. Maybe I should have given him more latitude, but I don't think he was serious. How many of these are ghosts? It has been a what the fuck night. I don't know why I strayed from this screen at all. I should just leave it up there. But then I don't get to do this. J. Lil, can I get your age? J. Lil, can I get your age?
Hello.
What year were you born? Were you born? Hmm. I hope you keep questioning Lil J, or J Lil. Belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Argue. I'm not trying to make you look like a fool, although you may do that on your own. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Not sure what that means, Sunpun, that you didn't serve to justify my belief. I'm not sure. I hope that you have questions that you went away with. Hello, Mimic. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 32.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do.
Which god do you believe in?
Myself.
In what way are you God?
I think that all humans are gods. I mean,
What is a god?
What is a god? That is a question that I think even some of the greatest philosophers in the world have questioned.
When you say humans are God, what are you?
We are gods.
I'm sorry. When you say humans are God, what are you meaning by God?
We are.
Okay. Define God in the sentence, humans are God. You say, okay.
I would like to say that the way that God would be interpreted amongst most people would be kind of broken. So the way that I see God is not how most people would see gods. And not just me. I feel like
What is the
most people would
question
see
that
God.
I asked you?
What is God?
To you, not
To
most
me,
people. Yeah,
Yeah,
not
we are.
most people. So
I feel
stop
like we are.
fucking talking over me. Not to most people. What is God to you?
Us.
What makes us God? What is the meaning of God? And how do we fit that?
And that is a philosopher's question, isn't it?
Holy fucking shit. Do you hear the questions that I'm asking and the way your answers aren't responding?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. if anybody has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead. Why you didn't last, maybe consider what questioning your beliefs means. Maybe consider what any words mean. But what do meanings mean, man? It is an odd night indeed, Insomnia. Such an odd night. For another believer who might have a belief that they believe they can question.
Oh my goodness. Hi, how are we?
Hello, Poof. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi. Yeah, I'm 28. That last guy was kind of a train wreck. I am embarrassed to even witness that, to be honest with you.
Well, everybody has their own experience. So, do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Honestly, I'm not really sure. To be real with the entire audience here, my mother's family was Christian religion. My dad's family was Jewish, and we didn't really partake in religion. Your audience was so. My belief system is simply and genuinely, I'm so serious. And I know my bio says satire, but I'm being 100% real with you and the 80 something people in here, right? I believe if kangaroos can swim, then you absolutely can do anything as a person. And, you know, the reality is they can, in fact, swim. So I could do anything. You know what I mean? I don't itself, the world in itself is crazy. It's unimaginable. So I can do anything I imagine, anything I set my mind to. Does that make sense?
You can do
Kingdom imaginable.
You can do anything you imagine.
Well, okay, obviously I can't break gravity. Say one day I want to be a lawyer. If I really try hard enough, then hell, a kangaroo learned to swim somehow. They're a creature that should totally not be able to swim, but they can do that. So I can be a lawyer one day.
So your belief is that you can do whatever you set your mind to, that it you accomplishable by you. Within reason and physics and societal norms and whatever other structural guidelines are in place that keep you locked into whatever you end up doing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Whatever. Cool.
That's the basics of it. I liked the vibe of your live stream. My friend sent it to me. Those belief systems. And it's just like, this world's crazy.
Cool.
To me, those beliefs.
We are aiming to question beliefs, so I am going to keep going forward.
No, that's
Appreciate
fine.
you coming up, Poof.
I get it.
I appreciate you. I hope that you keep questioning. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. And I actually do appreciate Poof bringing a moment of levity, even though not quite like that, Poof, quite what we're talking about here. Well, yeah, insomnia. I mean, I couldn't resist just having her poof off the panel. But I do appreciate you, Poof. Thank you. Yeah. The silence between questioning tonight, I think, more than the questioning, and that's not a good thing. The silencing, and hopefully our next guest will turn that around. Hello, Dennis. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? TOS. Are you there? No audio. Cool. A little odd tonight. I don't know, insomnia. That's a bit of a understatement. Odd tonight. I'm almost afraid to bring friendlies up on the panel. I don't want it to go odd. But maybe that's what we're missing is another questioner. Who knows? We'll get one soon. But for now, I do need, if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, or anything like it, and you can question it, I need to know that you think that you can question that belief. And you're over 20 years old before you click that button. Because, yeah, we're gonna break a pattern. We're gonna break the pattern. That's not a pattern. It's just a... We're gonna break the pattern. That's not a pattern. It's just... so hard to debate 5D when in 3D. Yeah, Nancy, that would be hard to do, especially in a place where debate isn't really the strategy. Debate 5 is where you goal the format. It's been worse before, believe it or not, Kira. We had a really rough Friday last week. Really rough. This is about on par with that, except slightly more polite. Yes, it was, Azure. Yeah, the comments have been wild tonight, though. Thank you. And big W's for the mods. Mostly Kira. I've been batting him down. So, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, how we doing, Thrayle?
How are you doing?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hold on.
Me? Hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 38, man.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
In a theoretical sense, no. I don't. I don't believe that there's a heaven or a hell. I don't believe there is a god or a devil.
Why not?
I'm more of a realist. Scientific.
A scientific realist.
Yes, sir.
And so in science and in real observations, you have no reason yet to believe in a god. Is that what you're saying? Or is there some evidence against a god in realism?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, man, we were all born out of a primordial soup, but it was by happenstance that we were even created.
You say we were born out of a primordial soup by happenstance. And that, does that verify to you that there's no God? Or is that why you lack belief?
No, I lack belief because of more of like the lines of the things that I've been through in my life. But I started reading up, and through all my studies that I've gone through, man, I feel personally that it was more likely that when an asteroid hit the Earth, it brought, how should I say, different types of bacteria, right? So those bacterias mutated. Just like how, if you think about it,
So you believe that life comes from mutated space bacteria?
no, I believe that it comes from any type of bacteria. Of course, any type of bacteria can grow. It's more of like a fungus if you think about it. Humans
I'm
are.
sorry, bacteria is fungus now.
No, bacteria is not fungus. I said it's more along the lines of a fungus. I'm talking about us as humans.
Oh, we're like a fungus.
No, definitely.
Why did you request up?
I have no idea, man. I just wanted to mess with you a little bit.
Okay. I appreciate you
Yeah, not a problem.
not trolling too hard, but I'm going to set you down. I'm just, yeah. I'm just going to wait for a believer with a belief they believe they can question. Everybody's wanting to mess with me tonight, huh? Oh, there's a likely theory there, Brian. God farted, and here we are. Now we're space shit. It's definitely what it smells like tonight. Everybody's space shit. But I'm just a ray of fucking sunshine, aren't I? If you've got a belief in a god or gods or a higher power or, I don't know, mermaids or Winnie the Pooh or Tigger 2 or anything like that, you can question your belief. Well, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking for a fight. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? They might be anybody. If they're watching this live tonight, they're definitely judging the fuck out of us. Thank you, Kira. And Kat. I do have the best mods on TikTok. That's how we have the best audience on TikTok, I think. It has been a wild night. The comments have been wilding out. The guests have been wilding out. Did I wild out back there? You guys will have to let me know if I got wild. But if you can question your beliefs without getting too wild, I mean, wild beliefs are fine, but can you question them? That's really it. Can you do it without a temper tantrum or some kind of performance? Can you just question whatever it is that you believe? I say it like it's something simple. I realize it's not. If you think it is, then that might be what's happening. It should be difficult to question whatever it is that supports your framework of reality, to question the God that loves you, forgives you, promises you paradise. That should be difficult, and yet it should come naturally. If it doesn't, I wonder why. Maybe it shouldn't come naturally. Maybe that's... I don't know. But can you question it? Can you, the curiosity, the capability? It's not to insult or denigrate you if you can't. It's to point out that it is something that's difficult. It is something that should shake you. But you should do it anyways. You can do it anyways. I think I refer to people not having the capability sometimes, and maybe I mean the willingness. Is there a distinction? Are there those who are capable but aren't willing? Are there those who are willing but aren't capable? Oh, there is a cue. You're right. I should probably look at that from time to time. Thank you, Kat.
He might have.
Should probably.
He might not have anything to say anymore.
He. Oh,
He's just
they.
he's just turned his back on me.
I see.
A moment ago.
We had. I don't know if they're still in queue. But hello, G.
Hey.
Did you mean to request a?
Yeah.
Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 25.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I am a Luciferian.
A Luciferian. And by that, do you mean you believe in an actual Lucifer? And
Yeah, I'm a theist.
fascinating. I feel like we've spoken before.
Theist.
I feel
Nothing like everybody on the panel was asking what they were asking me what they were feeling and stuff. If you remember.
But I don't.
Panel was after.
Yep, I do remember that.
Yeah. That was a while ago, so here I am. Yeah, I used to say like I was a pagan, and then I had like a really deep connection with Lucifer, and I would work with him, but now I am, or I would like sometimes say like pantheistic Luciferian, but now I just like am totally going out and saying it.
Just completely Luciferian. So you believe that an entity named Lucifer exists?
Yeah, I think there's like a lot of entities that exist actually, but Lucifer is the one like I connect with the most. The one that I reside with, not so much as like the being, just somewhere like the message. It's really just the message of like Luciferianism.
So what is the message of Luciferianism?
It's all about like balance, and then it's the left hand path, so darkness and light, and then what was that? Like apotheosis, deifying oneself. I'm not sure if you know that word.
Where are you learning about this path?
Just at home, like doing my own studies and whatnot. I'm on a Discord actually. This is kind of recent, but I've like joined the research society and have a membership.
Is there a book or anything that you'd study to learn about Lucifer?
Yeah, I'm reading some books that they have, like Michael Ford. That's who I'm really looking into right now because he focuses on like apotheosis. But I don't like read LaVey or anybody that's atheistic. But what I really wanted to come up here about, I wasn't going to talk about my beliefs. What I really want to talk about is how I feel like I'm stuck in like a really big simulation, and like it involves like media and like text.
So the live is about questioning beliefs, but you didn't come to talk about your beliefs. You wanted to talk about media.
No, it is a belief. Like, why would like the creator or God?
Do you believe there's a creator God?
Yes.
So you believe there's a creator God, and a Lucifer and a bunch of other beings. And why do you believe there's a creator God?
Because why? Personal like connections, I guess. I just man, like through my work and stuff, I just have different energies, and so like I'll feel like one that's like more superior, and so I've always connected it to like the creator. I don't give it a name, I just say creator. And like if I were to pray, that's who I pray to, is the creator.
That's who you would pray to. Do you still pray to a creator?
Yes, but I don't like pray very
to a creator, but you call yourself a Luciferian.
I mean, it's more so, it's not like I'm praying for like things. I'm giving thanks like for the positivities in my life, and then I'm expressing like positive energy to those that need it.
Expressing positive energy. What is energy?
I think like manifestation and like mindset, like instantly like the breath of life, like just positive energy, love.
Positive energy, love, the breath of life. So I'm sorry. What was it? Energy? Is it breath of life?
No, that's just like I said, that was one of like the first things that like came to my mind, something similar to that, like positive energy, like if I'm talking.
So energy is positive energy.
I don't mean like life like procreation. I mean like life like energy, like you want to get up and do something, like I'm sorry, I'm not really good with definitions or explaining, so
the ability to do something. Like when you said you want to get up and do something.
No, so like
you
breathe the breath of life, like I'll give you energy, yes, like to give you passion, yeah.
To give you passion. So desire.
I mean, like, I think that not desire, but I mean, I think it gives, that's what I meant. I mean, not like procreation.
Not procreation. Okay, so, but, and you're saying that there's a creator that gives you energy. Is that what you said? I'm trying to remember
I do
why
believe
I
that
asked you what energy is,
no,
because
I said prayer. Like,
prayer,
yeah, that's
you
what I'll
give
do like during my
energy.
prayer is like send positive energy and positive words and thoughts.
And what does Lucifer do with, like, what does Lucifer have to do with your prayers?
Well, I don't really, I mean, I'll talk to him. I don't like go into, I don't really pray to him as for like other people or
What do
anything.
you
I
do
don't
with
worship,
Lucifer?
really. Huh?
What do you do with Lucifer? Like, what is the point of calling yourself a Luciferian who believes in Lucifer? What is the Lucifer doing?
Well, it's more so he's an idol, or symbolism for enlightenment and overall like self, what's the word? I was gonna just go back to apotheosis, like self-deification, but
So
as
he's a
what does he
symbol
do?
for
Like he
self-deification.
does provide guidance. Sorry for interrupting, but
No.
I mean that's just I'm just very different from people that like work with the cult and stuff.
How does Lucifer provide guidance for you to self-deify?
To self-deify, that's more so like a personal, like I abstain from sex and like withhold drinking and smoking. I practice temperance.
What do those things have to do with deification?
To reach like my higher self, be the best that I can be.
Why do you have to abstain from indulging in this?
I mean, you don't necessarily have to, but that's one thing is like you indulge, but you don't indulge too much. Like you know your limits. Just like you're kind to others, but sorry, I'm just thinking of the laws that they have made for like Satanism. Where if
For Satanism?
like they're interchangeable kind of. You know, like Luciferianism is more in depth. Satanism's more about like.
Isn't Satanism generally atheistic?
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. It follows more so just going against the modern and what's the words? I'm sorry.
Gee,
Yeah.
I had asked you at one point why you believe that there is a God, a creator. Why do you?
Like, okay, a creator. That's just I haven't been proven, and I won't use like Bible verses or anything, but it's just like comes to me common sense. Like I was created, and then it was like in a miracle way, and I don't know, it just resides with me well that I was created by a force that's higher than me.
It just resides in you well. You mean it?
For the creator, as in like Lucifer, I've had experiences that I can like pinpoint and I can tell you. But as for like the creator, I haven't.
So you've had experiences that confirm to you that a Lucifer entity exists, but that
Yeah.
with God it's just a feeling.
Well, okay, so for me, like I pull tarot cards, so every time like I get an emperor card, that's the creator for me. Like so like he'll pop out if I'm thinking something and I need guidance. Like he'll put it's
Is it the
something small like that. Like that's the only
is it the
sign that I
creator
have.
for you, or like
Like that
you
energy
say
when it comes out, that's the energy that's exposed to me.
you say? See, I don't know what you mean by energy again.
Like we all have energy. We're balls of energy. So
We're
like
balls of energy.
yes,
Where's
we
the
are.
ball of energy?
I mean like we move, we produce energy.
What is energy in this sense? We produce energy. We create energy.
Produce and create are the same thing.
They are fascinating. So what
I'm
is
pretty
the
sure,
energy
right?
that we're creating?
What? I'm sorry.
What is the energy we're creating? Like, what is it?
Um, Positive or negative, kinetic. I'm not sure.
Are these just words that
No,
associate with
was
energy?
thinking. No, like you said with Luciferianism,
No,
energy.
energy. So we're back to energy. You read energy off the card. What is energy?
Well, I'm very like tapped in spiritually, so like
What is spiritual?
the definition to
When
me,
you say spiritual, yeah, what is spiritual?
well, we're in a physical world, and then on top of that is a spiritual realm. Like there's multiple realms, so we are spiritual beings in a humanly experience, as they say.
What is spiritual?
It's a way of life. I mean, there's lots of stuff that you can say.
It's a way of life.
Yeah, like spirituality, like a way of life. There's oh my gosh, I'm sorry. This is just I should have known you would do this.
That I would ask for
So many,
names
yeah,
of
like just
words.
around in a circle until I don't know, yeah.
You don't know.
No, like, because I don't know how to explain well, or the definitions that I carry, I can't explain well, yeah.
Is it possible that you kind of rely on these buzzwords that feel like they fit without quite knowing what they mean?
Makes it easy, yes, but my vocabulary is very small, so it's just me.
When you say spirituality, or spiritual, right? What is the first thing that comes to your mind?
With spirituality, I was just thinking light and dark. That's the first thing that came to my mind, but
Light and dark. What does light and dark mean?
well, it's a spectrum, so that can go into many areas, like for like my beliefs and stuff. It's a balance.
A balance of what?
Light and dark, as in like positive and negative.
Positive and negative. Like good and bad? Or like
Sure, that can, yeah,
higher and lower? Or like louder and quieter?
yeah, as above, so below.
What do you mean as above, so below? What does that have to do with what I was asking?
It's the same, like,
What do you mean it's the same?
well, I figured you would be familiar with as above, so below,
I'm
so,
familiar with the saying and where
right,
it comes
so
from,
it's
but I'm trying to figure out why you're saying it.
because what you were saying, like hot and cold, it's kind of like the similar.
Hot and cold, what does that
You
have to
didn't
do
say
with as
that,
above,
but
so below?
like light and
Those are two
dark, as
different
above,
ideas,
so
though,
below.
right?
I mean,
Isn't
it
as
works,
above,
doesn't
so
it?
below? I don't think it works in that context of
Does it?
what we were saying.
Okay,
Because
well,
we
because
were
they're
talking about
opposites.
opposites.
Right, my
Yeah,
bad.
and
And they're
what
the
is...
same. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And you're saying as above, so below kind of reflexively. Like you're saying, well, I mean, kind of like just saying a buzzword that might fit a thing. Hoping it fits. Like knowing a bunch of words of a language, but not knowing how to put them together. Does it feel
Well,
like that sometimes with your beliefs?
no, not necessarily. I don't like put them
Mm-hmm.
together so they make sense to me. It's just I'm horrible with talking, and then what it sounded like you were saying, it to me it came as to me like as above, so below. Because like although they're opposites, they're similar. Not hot and cold, because those are total opposites, but they can work together if you think about it. Like you get too hot, you feel cold, or like
Mm-hmm.
well, not. I've never been searing hot, so I don't really know, but that was an idea.
How do you question your belief in a God?
I talk to other individuals and I do some research into other backgrounds to see if there's like any similar correlations.
You try to confirm your God.
Not like confirm, it's more so like to make sure I'm being fed truth. But as for like my religion, Luciferianism, or belief, whatever you want to call it, my work with like entities is separate from my like overall goal. Like I'm not in it for like worship, it's for the apotheosis.
Right, you're trying to self-deify.
Well, that's the idea, but I'm not going to like to better yourself and to like live through life as something better so that you can...
Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
No, not really. I mean...
Does it matter to you if Lucifer exists or not? If any of these entities you think are there?
I'm gonna say yes, because if not, then I just look crazy. And that's gonna be really... yeah.
And what confirms to you that Lucifer exists?
There's like a lot of stuff, but like I said, like I feel like I live in the Matrix, or like everything's like thrown at me to like show signs and stuff. So
what does that have to do with Lucifer?
I mean, he's an entity, so like he's part of it. Like his name is shown, or like
his name is shown.
Okay, that was just an example, but yeah, like through numbers, like calculations, and like movies, like characters' names, dates, stuff like that.
Through movies, names, and characters' dates, Lucifer's name is shown, and therefore he's an entity.
No, I mean like in history, he's an entity, like before the Bible and whatever. I'm not even talking about like
Lucifer before the Bible.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Roman Lucifer. I'm not like
what Lucifer?
Venus, the Roman deity Lucifer.
I see.
Right.
Venus has a Roman deity named Lucifer. What?
Yeah, the morning star. And the evening star.
The morning star and the evening star.
Yeah. I'm sure you've heard of it before.
Hmm.
I mean, like
So who is
Saturn and Kronos and stuff.
well, so you're naming a whole
I'm just
bunch of
saying, like, do you know these
right.
people?
So right, you just
You're acting like you don't, and everybody in the comments is like, "What's going on?"
well, to be clear, you're naming Lucifer.
No, yeah, that's gone. I'm sorry, but
I'm still speaking, and I don't know why you're talking over me. So you're naming Lucifer as a Roman deity. Is he a major god, a minor god? You named Kronos. Wasn't Kronos a Titan in Greek mythology?
yeah, there's just like a lot of
So
parallels.
parallels between what?
Just these beings. So I was just like naming names to like, if you were to know, like to see what path that I'm thinking.
To see if I'm.
Understand that you're supposed to be questioning my beliefs, so that's not. You're just
So you.
I can't. I
believe
can't gauge whether you
Lucifer
can
exists.
understand. That's what I was doing.
Mm-hmm. So you believe Lucifer exists because you see synchronicities, as you said, and for some reason associate that with Lucifer from the Roman pantheon.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I am naive, I guess, and I want to believe it.
Why do you want to believe it?
Because, like you said, if there wasn't a God, then I would. Well, you didn't say it, but I said, like, if there wasn't a God, then I would feel crazy.
You would feel crazy. What is it that would make you feel crazy if there wasn't a God?
Because, like I said, there's like a lot of signs through like media and like through my life.
There's signs through media.
That's just like a broad term to say like literature, movies,
So
songs.
if Sherlock Holmes is not real, then would you also feel crazy? Because there are signs and symbols and reinterpretations throughout media.
I mean, if I had some experiences with Sherlock Holmes, like
What experience do you have with Lucifer?
well, so I'm clairaudient, so I do hear like voices, and I've also been like given stuff, and like given gifts, like in confirmation.
Given gifts, like
Yeah, it sounds
something
weird.
in a box. tied on string.
Kind of.
Or like something just you found as you were walking along and called it a gift.
More so like I saw something on Tumblr, like a picture, and then I was like, oh, okay, and like I reposted it, and then like not long after, like I saw it in my real life. And so
Okay.
and
How is
then
that
like
a gift?
because it was a understanding, and then like
You're really just describing like what sound like mundane everyday occurrences and calling them gifts or messages. I'm not understanding how any of this verifies that a Lucifer exists.
I mean, it's all personal experiences. So what I know, like, it's all very subjective to me, but like since I believe it, I do deem it as true to me, and that's like all that matters.
I wonder if pattern recognition or pareidolia would have played any role in your understanding of Lucifer. I don't know that I have any more questions for you, G, but I think I'm ready to move on.
Okay.
I hope that you keep asking questions, and maybe another time we'll
Okay. Appreciate it.
Take care.
Have a good night. Appreciate it.
I think they might have calmed down Noctis. It was wild earlier. Kira was wilder. Rulers. I was going to say baseball bats instead of rulers. Left and right. But I do need to make sure. Oh, I have 2 lists to get to. Oh, just to make sure I didn't lose it, I gotta make sure I thank Shell 96, Danny Grax, and Robot Heather for the previous goal, and Shell, Robot Heather, and 96 for this goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate all of you. Thank you. In a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question your belief. Anything, question, know if you can question, and why do you believe it? Argue that the Let's see. I don't know if this person is still in queue. Maybe they are. Look, they are. Morgan. Hello, hello. And Symbol, did you mean to join? I'm gonna guess not.
I'm gonna think not.
But we appreciate Symbol. Did you guess as the quietest and least enthusiastic? How are you doing, Morgan?
I'm doing okay. How are you tonight, Thrayle?
Breathing.
Hi, see. Oh.
Hello, Neo.
Hi.
Doc TOS.
Yes, I am 23 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do believe in a higher power in a sense.
And what does higher power mean to you?
For me, higher power just means the existence of everything and the energy that connects it.
What do you mean by energy?
Energy as in like what flows through all things.
What is it though?
Like it's just energy. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just like...
You say it flows through all things. What does that mean?
Everything that exists has an energy, and you can kind of read it a little bit, I guess. But this might be crazy talk.
Why would you consider that crazy talk?
Because I'm scared of other people's opinions. Teehee. But yeah, because I'm things, living or not, that is connected to the beginning and the end of existences within our realm or something like that.
It's a lot of words. but
It is a lot of words. They have meaning in my brain, but it's not like a specific religion, so it might not fit the question super well.
well, it's not about being from a from a specific religion. It's about if you can actually question it. And you're telling us that you believe that there's an energy that flows through all. What does flowing through all mean?
Like, as like it is the passage of time. Like, everything kind of decays or erodes over periods of time. It's the energy. The movement of all things. Everything is constantly moving.
Everything is constantly moving. What do you mean by that?
Like, physically, it's impossible to fully sit still. I mean, the planet's turning. So, I mean, like, this is like down to everything. So, it's like it's physically impossible for any full thing to be still. This girl still.
You're calling energy.
Yes.
You're calling energy. And if energy is just movement, it seems kind of like, is that what energy is? Is it the movement?
It causes the movement.
Why do you think energy causes the movement?
Because there's lava boiling at the core of the earth and constantly heating and reheating itself, which is a chemical reaction that I've strived to understand, and I don't quite understand, like, how that starts. Like, movement had to exist in order for things to exist.
Movement had to exist in order for things to
Like,
exist.
rocks have to collide in order to create fire sparks and whatnot. And planets have to move, and the whole everything is in constant motion.
Right, things are moving.
Yes.
And you're saying that the thing that causes the movement is energy.
Yeah, it's like, energy causes the movement causes energy, like momentum.
I don't think that's what momentum means.
No, that is not what momentum is. You are so right. Sorry, I'm thinking of inertia? No.
Is it possible that you're kind of using energy as a space filler?
As a what? Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
As a space filler. Something to kind of fill a gap where you don't really know the answer.
Absolutely. I mean, the belief in this energy is the lack of understanding of why certain things happen that I don't think should. And that goes into more like hauntings and that kind of area of existence, but yeah. And, the concept of it being an energy that feels like positive and connective is definitely interpersonal to my belief system.
Positive and connective. What does that mean?
It means that it feels positive and it connects everything.
Can you explain what you mean by positive? Like how are you using that word in the sentence?
Sorry, what?
Can you explain what you mean, or like what your intended meaning is by positive, like how you're using that word?
Positive in like positive in the personal sense, where I love knowing that everything's just gonna kind of return where it began. So positive being my own description of just the fact that everything comes to an end and begins again. Positive is a personal attribute to a situation that this causes. And that goes into more of my personal relief.
Is it possible there's a better word to use?
Do you have a suggestion? Because none is coming to mind.
I don't have a suggestion.
Damn.
Why might that be?
What do you mean?
Why might someone not have a better suggestion for a word to use there instead of positive?
Because it's a personal attribute?
Explain.
Like, I'm describing it as positive from my own personal perspective. It's personally attributed to the situation as opposed to, like, the situation just from my own to usually.
Usually?
Always. Usually. Anyways, I was just curious if you guys had any more thoughts on this, but I think I can let you go if you guys want to see other contestants or something.
Contestants. What an interesting choice of words.
Yeah, that was a really weird choice of word, but you know. All right, I'll head out. Y'all have a good night.
Oh, okay. If you are finished being questioned.
Wait, you have... Okay, well, you guys got silent for a sec. What more questions? I'm so curious.
We're not afraid of silence here.
Oh.
Sometimes it just means deep thought.
Fair enough.
We are genuinely curious about your belief and why you believe it. So sometimes it takes a minute to formulate the words properly.
That makes a lot of sense. And that makes a lot of sense. And I shall be patient. Thank you.
What, so we've established that positive, you're using positive as a person in a personally attributed manner.
Yes.
Why would you personally attribute the word positive and not a word
well, that comes from
and not a word
well,
interpersonal psychology.
I'm using that comes
interpersonal psychology.
I'm using weird
Let's make sure we keep that TikTok friendly.
I'm using weird
Yeah.
Sorry. Hello. Anyways,
why wouldn't you use a word like maybe optimistic or beneficial?
Those mean the same thing in my mind.
Do they mean the same thing or are they similar ideas?
Similar ideas from the realm I was trying to describe.
Is it possible we don't have an accurate word to describe what we're talking about?
I mean, there's not enough words in the human language to describe the scope of people's emotions, in my personal opinion.
Interesting.
Only in the sense that each individual emotion from each individual person is going to be different in some form or way. There's no real way to, like, you know, kind of get that.
Do you think we ever could?
Like, understand the scope of human emotion?
Mm-hmm.
No, not in this lifetime.
Why not?
Because it's too individual to a person. The only way to fully understand is as a collective. Each individual was able to describe themselves fully, but disagreements within is part of human nature as well. It's just not possible.
But then humans can agree as well.
Absolutely.
So why concentrate on the disagreements?
Well, I'm just saying it will appear. It's not necessarily what would be focused on. And the appearance of disagreement would inherently handicap the ability to fully understand the full scope of emotions of any individual person all at once.
Why do we keep coming to these disagreements though? Like what drives that? What's behind that?
Sorry, I couldn't hear what you said again.
What keeps being disagreed about?
In humans' disagreement, you mean? Like in people just disagreeing with each other?
In this particular lens, in this light of belief, like why do people keep disagreeing? Or like what do people keep disagreeing on?
Well, not this lens of belief per se, but in lenses of belief. People disagree on feelings from their own personal experiences, on environmental things, the way they were raised. There isn't agreement among religious ideologies.
Are you sure?
I mean, not to like a full degree. There's always the belief that one individual religion somehow knows more than the other.
Would you not say there's also disagreements in which God is all-knowing?
Absolutely. What is there to disagree about emotions? Having them and their own inherent, like, differences between each other.
So we try to stay up here in the panel as opposed to reading the comments.
Sorry, what?
We try to stay up here in the panel as opposed to reading the comments.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry.
Nope, you're okay.
What is the best critique you have of your worldview?
The best critique I have of my worldview.
Mm-hmm. How would you critique it?
Not inclusive enough for all the ideologies that exist.
Why does your worldview need to be inclusive?
Because it would make more sense.
It would make more sense if it was more inclusive.
Yeah.
If you were able to shape your worldview around all of the other worldviews that exist and make them all omnistically harmonic and somehow work together.
Not at all. If my worldview could wrap around understanding why each worldview exists as it is. Not necessarily about other people in that scenario. It's more of like critique, because this is my personal belief. The critique is that I'm not wrapping my head around enough of what everyone else sees as well, because you can't be in other people's heads, and it's hard to decipher what is this world when you can't actually feel what other people feel.
So your critique is that you can't perceive other people's perceptions.
Yes. When it comes to my specific religious worldview, yes.
I'm not sure if I missed it. Can you explain your specific religious view? Worldview. Sorry about the beat.
You're all good. Basically, I believe that there is an energy that connects everything. An energy
Okay.
beyond kind of our understanding. Huh?
Okay. I was just making sure because I did catch the energy when I was down below.
Yeah.
Okay.
A thing's moving. Because that's what energy is, right? Movement.
Well, movement
Where
creates
does-
energy. Energy creates movement.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Energy can be created by movement.
Like, I mean, this is going more electrical route, but
Electrical energy can be created.
no, it was already there. Now I'm feeling like one of those, like, you're talking me into God, and I'm like, but not God. And I know that's not what you're doing, but yeah. Sorry, I couldn't catch that.
I'm just trying to see if you can question your beliefs. It sounds like you might be starting to. At least in the way you're presenting it. Is energy the word you're really looking for when you say there's an energy that connects everything?
Energy, I feel like, is the most accurate word for what I think connects everything.
What if energy were just an attribute of stuff, like the ability to do work?
So what if I'm wrong?
Would that mean you were wrong if that was all energy was?
Kinda.
What if energy couldn't be created?
Or wasn't already there?
Well, I wasn't going to say wasn't already there.
No, that's what I am saying.
Why would you?
Because the energy was there before the creation.
What creation?
Creation. More like the development of humans through apes. I do believe in evolution and that stuff.
It sounds like you're trying to
Win
merge
from me.
Noctis says you get a win. It sounds like you're trying to merge your ideas, your spirituality, with science.
Yeah, they did live separately in my brain for a while. But I still believed in them both. And basically, it boils down to in my head that it can only exist if this is every spiritual thing tearing away the ideas of what I think is going on or what I'm hoping is going on is just energy and things happening.
Energy.
Yeah. Energy.
So energy is like a god of the gaps.
I don't like the term God, though.
Right. But it's the thing that created or moves or does. It's responsible. It's the thing you were giving
Responsible.
credit.
That might be a closer word, yeah.
It's the thing you were giving credit to existence and all the unanswered questions. So if there's an unanswered question, it's energy.
It's something to do with energy. I don't know what energy is there.
Why did that thing happen that I can't explain?
Yes.
It's energy. And so I wonder if that's you using energy as a god of the gaps. God of the gaps is
It's more like a filler word for explanations for things that have happened that I don't understand.
Right. Exactly. You're putting energy as a placeholder in where you don't really know the answer.
Yeah. It's like, well, something caused something, so, yeah.
So it must be the force.
The force. Honestly, I'll take it.
It's kind of,
you know what? It's more similar to the force than I think I would give it. Yeah, actually, I'm going to start calling it that. Not screw energy. This is the force.
Congratulations, Thrayle. You just made her a Jedi.
she already was one. She just didn't know it.
Wild.
I mean, it's kind of the way you're using it, right? Is
Absolutely. The Force.
so if the Force is really just the pantheistic god of midichlorians that permeate everything in that galaxy, in this reality, Force for you is kind of the same, except minus the midichlorians. Energy.
Well, I mean, that is my base word here. I think we've established that.
I wonder if that word has multiple meanings, and if the way you're using it here, maybe it fits here for you, but as soon as you take it outside of this usage, or try to apply another usage's parameters and meanings, that I wonder if it doesn't fall apart.
Well, it doesn't. Energy is a filler word in an effort to explain how I feel and what I know to be real.
What you know to be real, what do you mean?
Like the energy that I'm talking about. Like I know that to be real for me.
How do you know it to be real?
I'm gonna sound crazy. So one time I was just chilling, and then like it's like objects moving, like, you know, like shit that doesn't make sense, you know, like I don't know what happened that day or the other days, but I just, how do you explain that? Like it's energy. Energy moves objects from one place to another. So like, I don't know, man.
You're saying something moved from one place to another.
Yes.
You watched
It's a claim. It's a claim. No one else was there. I don't know what to do. Like,
did you watch it move?
Yes.
And when you watched it move, how did it move? Like not like what caused it, but
well, one time this is where I lean into spiritual, like ghosts and whatnot a little bit. I was looking at my medications. I wasn't going to take my medications. They're just anti-anxiety ones. But I was like, I don't know if I'm going to take this. And then it literally flew at my face. I was like, okay. So like nothing was on the desk. Like,
you say it flew at your face. What do you mean? What do you mean it flew at your face?
It was on the desk, and then it just like started flying towards my face.
It was on the desk and then it flew.
No one's gonna believe me. I know that. I just you asked for my story. This is why I call it energy movement.
And you assumed that.
Was the window open? No. Oh, no comments, sorry.
That's okay. It was kind of an angle that I might have questioned at one point. But you're saying that there's no other explanation than.
There was no explanation that like existed within physics that is like studied.
Fascinating. How far did it fly?
It just like jumped from the desk, which is like above my hip, to not my face but close to it. So I want to say like halfway between the desk and my face, so like half a torso.
How far did it actually go from its resting spot to I don't know when
it got airborne. Like, dude.
It got airborne.
It got airborne.
How far did it go?
Like halfway up my torso.
Halfway up so you were standing right in front.
I was standing and I was staring at my meds. I was like, I'm not going to take my meds today. And then my meds flew at me. I was like, okay. I don't know what that was, but I guess we taken meds. I just took it as a sign that it was the meds. It could have just been an inherent object. I don't really know what happened that day.
What do you mean inherent object was it?
Like it wasn't a sign. Like something could have just like jumped without, like it could have had less reason than what I was giving to it.
So you're only questioning whether or not the event had meaning, or
Yeah.
what the meaning is. You're not questioning if what you think you perceived is what you perceived.
Well, not really, because like it just it made no sense. Like nothing had fallen on the desk, nothing had moved on the desk, flat desk, pill bottle. And it just like I don't know, man. Like what do you when you see it happen, it's just kind of like, okay. Cuz it wasn't the first time shit like that. Like the first time I was like, I'm crazy. This is not real. But that's just the example I'm going to share today.
Do you have other examples?
Yeah, but like yes.
Okay, and is this something that happens frequently?
Not frequently. I would say like it happened a couple times within 1 year and then maybe once a year after. Like type of things, not like the pill bottles jumping specifically.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But were they always small objects? I'm just trying to sort of paint the picture.
I couldn't catch that. What'd she say?
Were they always small objects?
No. Most of them, yes.
So the incident with the pill bottle, you say no one was around, you were in your room, you looked at your desk, you thought about not taking the medication.
Yeah.
And it leaped half a torso's length from the desk up to your face. Like, did it hit your face? Did it bounce?
No, it came up to, or it came half a torso's length up to like the middle of my body, and then it just fell on the floor, and I just kind of stared for a while.
It
Did
is
you take the
fascinating.
medication? Did you take the medication after it fell on the floor?
Yeah.
You picked it up and took some?
Yeah. Well, at the time I thought it was like some sort of spiritual awakening. I was like, oh my God, there's a ghost in my room. It's telling me to take my meds. Now I kind of looking back, like I have no reason to really believe that that's actually what happened. But yeah.
How are you certain that the experience of the pill bottle coming up off the desk, floating, and then falling to the floor is accurate? That the experience that you recall is what happened?
Because I remember it and I was there. Like, it's like, I don't know, you just like remember the most recent meal you have. You remember the first time something jumped off your desk. You remember meeting your best friend. Like, I don't know, man.
You say you remember it, but do you not think the memory can be in any way altered? Your experience could have in any way been misperceived.
I recorded mentally how I felt that day because it was weird. And I'm recalling those memories. And because it was like more consciously remembered, I don't feel like it's subject to faulty. Like I remember thinking there was nothing there. And I remember the verbal thoughts more than I remember the physical thing happening, but the verbal thoughts are stronger in my mind of just like what happened.
And you believe that your perceptions can be trusted?
Yeah, I do trust my perception. That's
100%. You said that you had experienced things before that made you question your sanity.
Yeah.
Did you ever speak to a professional about those things?
Yeah, I've had therapists over the years.
Did you ever speak to them about the pill bottle and
Yeah.
other experiences?
I mentioned the experiences, and they're like, okay, well, you don't have schizophrenia. And I was like, well, that doesn't help. And I could tell they didn't really believe that I believed it had happened, because I don't think there's any other way for them to justify it. I know what I saw, all right, man. But they said, well, two of them that I stayed with the longest, who I had told these experiences to, I don't have schizophrenia because I don't match the criteria that you need in order to have schizophrenia. And also because the experiences aren't, what was it? Like, so randomly in between. It's not like a consistent experience in the same way.
Right. Do you think that a diagnosis of schizophrenia is necessary for someone to encounter a delusional state or have a hallucinatory episode absent?
No, but I think like there has to be something leading up to that. Those don't just happen naturally.
You don't think a state of anxiety?
What?
You don't think feelings of anxiety or anything like that could cause a...
Anxiety on its own? No.
Interesting.
Especially like I'm not, like I have anxiety, but it's not like that bad.
You were debating whether or not to take your medication.
Yeah.
You were looking at your medication. Could that not have given you a surge of anxiety, a feeling of
I mean, I'm sure I felt some anxiety in that moment, but not enough to make the fucking pill bottle jump on its own, man. Or imagine seeing it is what I'm gathering is more accurate to the thoughts here. But yeah.
You say not enough. How do you know what enough is?
Consistently like having had delusions when you're feeling anxious, and the times I have been anxious, I know I wasn't delusional.
So have you had delusions?
No.
While anxious?
No.
So how do you know?
How do I know what?
How do you know you've never had a delusion while anxious?
Because other people were there. I always call my mom. It's a bad habit that I'm also trying to break, but I have the people I go to when I start flipping out. Mm-hmm. And then they're there with me.
Interesting.
But I also wasn't feeling particularly anxious that day. It's because I was not feeling anxious that I was debating taking my meds.
Mm-hmm. So you weren't feeling anxious. You were debating.
It's a daily med. Like, you know, you're going to not feel as anxious and you still got to take it.
Right. You were debating not taking your med, the kind of med that has an accumulative effect.
What do you mean? Sorry, what?
Does it? You said you have to take it every day. Does it have an accumulative effect?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were taking a medication that has an accumulative effect. It was meant to help with your anxiety. You were debating not taking it because you weren't feeling particularly anxious. And then it flew off the desk.
Half a torso length up, baby.
Uh-huh. Fascinating. It seems as though you find no reason at all to question the experience, to question your perception of it, to question your memory of it. You find no reason at all to question whether or not you could have misinterpreted or missed a clue or some sort of...
I've explored this in my brain many times. And I can say there's nothing that dispels it from being true in my mind. So
it's fascinating. So you are familiar with memory reconsolidation then?
With the traumatic memories?
No, with memory reconsolidation. Do you know what that is?
Is that the thing? Well, what my brain went to was something traumatic happens, so your brain rebuilds a memory.
Not necessarily, but that can play a role.
Cool.
It's when you recall a memory over and over, like you're examining it, looking for clues or things like that. Anytime you're going back to a memory again and again, you're not necessarily going back to the memory, but the last time you remembered it, and then the last time you remembered that, and each time leaves it vulnerable to additions, editing, manipulation.
Okay.
It's an interesting thing that you might look into. I'm not saying that it is necessarily responsible for it, but I wonder if it plays a role, since you say you've thoroughly examined it and can find no
Well, it's just like it was
logical
scary. I thought
explanation.
about
But you
it a
notice
lot.
how you notice how I'm still talking, and you started talking over me.
Sorry.
I'm getting that there's a certain defensiveness around this, so I'm actually done asking questions. If anybody's got any more, feel free.
All right. Oh.
I don't know.
Sorry, it was just going out.
Sorry, I was also dealing with my fire.
Oh, I did have something. Let me sit in silence for a second.
This is such a lovely chat. Or not the chat, but like the conversation topic. 10 out of 10.
Do you think other environmental factors could have caused any of the objects to move?
I mean,
she's thoroughly examined it. There are no facts.
thoroughly
Just
examined.
literally,
Thoroughly
she
examined.
will rebut any kind of question that you have about it.
But,
Nothing
Rather
that
than
seems like it
consider-
made it happen was present.
But
She will debate.
hang on. But you also stated that you don't understand everything, right? It's why you sort of link things to energy or the Force, because now you're a Jedi. So if you can't understand everything, how are you certain that you have analyzed everything that could possibly be there, or the reason for it?
Well, because I was physically there watching it happen. It's a pretty simple memory. It's not like a crazy situation.
No,
well,
I
it
get
feels
that.
crazy. There are a lot of emotions towards it, but
Yeah. But, so hear me out. Where you sat there with a thermometer, right? Where you sat there determining whether or not it was maybe cold and hot air that affected something. Energy works, I don't really want to say works, but the motion of that energy can be caused by several things. There are different types, right? So unless you were sat there with a thermometer or some form of measurement, how can you say without any doubt that it wasn't caused by something else?
because it went up. Gravity goes down.
Yeah,
She's
but if
examined
I
everything.
went
She
back to
knows
that
everything
heat,
involved. She's going to argue. She won't listen to questions and
if
consider a
you
moment that she doesn't already know the answer, Noctis. So,
this is why I'm bringing in that heat signature. If you have so with the air density, if you have something that's hotter underneath, things can move up. It can work against gravity. So I'm just giving an example where gravity doesn't necessarily work in the way that you think always.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying that was the case. I'm just saying is it possible that something else attributed to it moving?
I'm trying to think. I'm like, it was on a wooden desk. And I'm like, was the heater on underneath? Like, because there was a heater we had in that room, but
You're reconsolidating the memory right now.
I'm trying to think. It doesn't make sense that it would jump up to me based off of all those factors that I knew going on in the situation.
It's fascinating that there's no question at all in your mind that it jumped up.
No.
My point is that maybe it didn't jump up, maybe it did fly, but you're not 100% certain. You're going back to that memory because you're not 100% certain. I didn't want to put the words in your mouth, but realistically, none of us can be 100% certain.
But she is, Noctis. She's 100% certain. She doesn't question this at all. It's a dogmatic certainty, kind of like Jesus. Except it's not Jesus. It's a pill bottle flying off
It's
her desk.
it's
She can't question.
anti-anxiety meds jumping off a desk.
But it is. It's something that you have literally any consideration or question about the circumstances.
I'm trying to
readied-
question it right now. Thank you very much.
You have a
I
readied,
just
detailed response that is going to fly in the face of the question, argue the question, and even rebut the question out of existence because you're batting the questions away. It's a defensive posture, and I'm not trying to like make it more guarded. I'm not trying to drag it out of you and make you
No, I see what you mean. I am being defensive right now. This is something I thought I was sure that happened. And when someone tells you something you think happened didn't happen, it can be hard to process. So I am trying to process that actively while we're talking, because I know I am a defensive person just outside of what you know about me.
And
so
we're not trying to tell
I'm
you
thinking.
and we're not trying to tell you that you're crazy or that you didn't experience what you experienced. We're just trying to see if you can question it. That's literally it. The name of the game's on the screen.
Could I even jump to a question to myself?
Yeah, if you want to question something, yeah.
Okay. So theoretically, let's say this memory is just not true for whatever reason. I remember it, but if in this scenario, in this world, I did not have that happen to me, would I still believe in what I believe in? That would be the question I would jump.
That's a great question.
Why do those things have to be
I
mutually?
feel like I'm learning from you guys. I'm kind of proud. But
But why do those things have to be mutually exclusive?
wait. Okay. Mutually exclusive as in because one exists, the other has to exist.
Other way around.
Can't. One can't or the other can't. But I don't know if mutually exclusive fits, but yeah.
I mean, the whole energy thing was kind of based around trying to figure out how this happened. So I guess I wouldn't believe in energy connecting things in the same way.
Then would it help to maybe look at how energy functions a bit closer? So, for example, energy isn't created, right? People say that quite often, that it is not created. It's more that it's converted from one form to another. So it might be worth having a bit more of a deep dive. Just as some advice.
Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah. Well, that kind of makes me believe in my belief more a little bit. That it already existed. Well, I kind of already believe. So.
It makes you believe in your belief more that what already existed.
Yeah.
That energy already existed.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
But what is energy?
The connecting force, the force between objects of existence.
Yeah, but what Noctis was referencing was talking about scientific energy.
Oh, scientific energy, yeah. The actual meanings of the word.
By science, yeah. The ability to do work transforms, becomes different forms. What does that have to do with the connectivity of things? Ability to do work.
Well,
how does that reinforce your belief?
It reinforces my belief.
Star Wars force.
Oh. Sorry.
I was just trying to kind of draw the distinction between scientific energy and Star Wars force energy. Right. How does her telling you something of an attribute of this attribute of things help you with your midichlorian count?
Well, I guess part of it is just like wanting to believe that the spirit of things never dies as well.
Mm-hmm. So what is a spirit?
Like of a person who's passed away, which is relevant to my life. But I believed in this before that too.
Mm-hmm. The things don't pass away. So your belief in energy is tied to a comforting sort of afterlife belief of things going on, spirits.
Yes, definitely.
If the energy that you're equating to spirit is the midichlorian force energy that you kind of don't really know exists, but it's the gap filler. Does it, like, are you saying it obeys the rules of the scientific ability to do work energy?
Well, I don't know if it fulfills the scientific rules in a sense, because if it were to fill any scientific rule, it could be proven. But I do believe that the energy between all living things kind of continuing to exist, culminate, recreate, become something different. Like, and also all objects just constantly existing in different forms. Is this, I guess I'm spiritual, but like, just like everything is one, you know?
Everything is one. So, believing that everything is one and all is everlasting is a comforting thought for you.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I kind of, it's like part of me wants to be like, no, but it definitely is.
Is it scary to think that it is that there's not a continued experience after this life?
I would say the first emotion that comes to mind is a little like thrill, but I would say there's anxiety.
What is the anxiety about?
Uncertainty. You know, when you like are in between jobs and you don't know what you're going to do. or like when you don't know what is or isn't going to happen to things around you, like knowing your lack of control, like that uncomfortability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the idea
Less
of,
control in a world where I already feel powerless. Like that sucks.
so the illusion of control, does that give you comfort?
Well, I don't know if it's an illusion or not, but I'm
Until
sure
the
in
illusion's
this
broken.
context, yes.
Yeah. So if the illusion is broken, do you feel that the comfort is necessarily unattainable? Or is there some other way you can comfort yourself in an uncontrollable world?
This goes into what my therapist was talking about recently, short-term and long-term validation. Feels like the spiritual beliefs are like a short-term validation. And there is ways to achieve long-term validation. And I know that, but it's so much nicer to be living in a spiritual world than to go out and do the work.
I get that.
I promise I'm not a therapist, but
No, but you
see
do
why-
have those tendencies. I can see you analyzing people, so.
I was going to say I can see why she brought you to that point. But I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Naomi. You did, against what I was saying earlier, you did turn around and question it, so I appreciate that. You showed that you can, and that's very encouraging. I hope that you keep asking questions.
Will do. Love that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've got no questions either. Thank you for answering mine and discussing with us. It's been nice.
Yeah, I also have no more questions. You've been honestly a wonderful guest. Thank you.
You guys have a good night. I'm gonna follow all of you.
Appreciate you, Naomi.
Thank you.
I hope you take care and keep asking questions. And of course, if you find more answers, bring them back to us. You know we're going to want to question those too. Big W's in the chat for Naomi.
W's Naomi.
Best guest of the night. No questions asked.
None whatsoever. We're certain.
I could question my memory of the night. Maybe there was a guest who was, oh my. It was refreshing. There was a moment there when I wasn't sure if my push was going to work. And I feel bad pushing like that. But she did wonderfully. Excellent way to show how you can question your beliefs, even from a standpoint of certainty.
Fantastic to see it in motion.
I was too witty. I was worried.
I have wanted to chase you with a ruler, I'm not gonna lie.
I apologize, Noctis. I did interrupt you a little bit to make my push.
Excuse me, how rude.
Like we don't all do that to each other.
International one. No, I liked her though. I liked that she did come around. It's kind of like.
After the night we deserved a guest that was that questioning. So, hello, Philly.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. Good to see you, Thrayle. Good to see you, Morgan. But I just requested up so I could.
Oh my god, the queen! I love you, Philly.
Don't put me on too high a pedestal. It's not going to do well for my mental stability.
Okay.
Tall
It will go
pedestals
to
are
my
shaky
head.
ground. Take it from someone who is a tall pedestal. It's easy to fall over when you're really tall.
Well, when you're 7 feet tall, you can just knock that pedestal down.
When you're 7 feet tall, you know how easy it is to fall.
Go for the ankles.
It's a long way down.
I was so disappointed in myself today, Thrayle.
Why were you disappointed, Philly?
Because I asked somebody on live what they meant by spiritual, and they said that it is layered. Anything that is layered. And I had to bring up sandwiches, and I was so disappointed in myself for bringing up sandwiches.
Those sandwiches do haunt, that's for sure.
I don't even like sandwiches.
I used to drop people from my panel if they even hinted at sandwiches, and then there I was hosting the panel, bringing up sandwiches. I was so disappointed in myself. I blame you.
So their spirituality was layered, and anything that could be layered. I think it's almost like they set it up.
I know.
Just to see if you would, and you took the bait.
No, I don't think that's what was happening.
I mean, I didn't encourage this, but wow.
Didn't encourage it. Right.
Who was the guest?
Kenny.
I don't know if I know Kenny.
We questioned Kenny back in November. Basically, a cultist Muslim.
I remember.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Maybe. There's been a lot of Kennys. I might be remembering the right one, but fascinating. And so, did you make your point with the sandwich? How did you top it off?
What did you garnish it with?
With a toothpick and a dill pickle.
Nice.
No, I was just so disappointed in myself. I don't even think I got my point across.
I'm loving this for you, Philly.
Finny, start plotting your revenge now.
I mean, how? Revenge against her own
Plant a
brain.
seed. No, plant a seed in yours, Thrayle. Just let it grow a little, and then come back a couple of months later and see what happens. I feel like I'm telling you all how I take down people.
Well, I mean, to see if Philly can implant a sandwich in my brain.
There are 6 guest requests. Why are we talking about sandwiches?
I'm debating which one to let up, and there's more on mine, on the host screen. Here, as soon as I click one, I bet that number cuts in half. This one's probably a ghost. And this one's probably a ghost. And this one got muted in the chat. Well, let's start there. Let's just bring them all up, right?
Flood the panel.
They're all ghosts. Lori says, Thrayle is so cringe, Jesus. What is cringe, Jesus?
Well,
Is
what's
it
with that fake deep voice, Thrayle? Sorry. Sorry, Noctis.
This fake deep voice is icky.
So icky. Why do you do such a fake deep voice?
What about this
It's
fake
like-
deep voice? Is this fake deep
like
voice icky?
people don't realize they have a choice to listen or to move on, but no, you want attention. You want to just bring it up and just, be a bit of a brat.
I mean, what if I do use a fake deep voice? Is that just
Does that hurt? Does it hurt?
I can only do it for so long. It feels icky.
Oh, and we're superficial too. That's lovely. At least be creative,
Well, when we're talking about sandwiches, I really can't blame them for calling us superficial.
Oh, I think that just made my day, Philly. Not like we haven't known each other for over a year or anything, but superficial.
Mhm. Mhm.
Well, Lori's sure one to talk about superficial, I'm sure, with a fake account.
Laurie, I hope you have a lovely day in your reality. I hope it's really good for you.
What an interesting perspective of this community.
I know. Well, okay, sure. Maybe it is your only one. With one follower. J. Lil. I don't think this person is here. I think they were trolling when they were here. I see. Well, congratulations for you. Hello, SH. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I just kind of believe that women shouldn't be allowed to vote. That's my biggest belief.
Fascinating. And why do you think that your Why do you think your opinion matters?
Bring him into the world.
Well, no, women are good at having babies. It's not like voting.
It's not the same.
Yeah, it's not the same.
You're right. It's not.
I agree.
I'm going to continue to mute them until I've had enough.
You're being kind of rude.
Yeah, I am. But puppies should sit in a corner and learn.
My dog is worth more than your house. So
Oh, so cute.
you don't own a house, so.
Are we
You're
going to get
poor.
a crash out? Sorry, Thrayle.
You're poor and broke.
I don't know.
He came up crashing.
That's a big old projection, dog.
Clearly, he knows so much about you.
All right, everybody.
I'm already bored with this.
I know.
Everybody.
My
guys want me
little
to-
Well, why should women be allowed to?
Do you want me to get
Doesn't
rid
You
of
can
this?
do, because
Okay.
I'll just continue being a dick otherwise.
No, he's gone. Goodbye. I was just waiting to confirm the block until you'd had your fun. But I understand. I wonder who gave him the idea that his opinion mattered to anybody.
Probably his father. Sorry.
Brutal.
There's a lot of like no.
Sometimes it's the inside voices. Maybe it was. Maybe it's some mummy traumas. I don't know. Guy needs to do some research.
Yeah. I wonder why a person in the comments feels like I'm trying to seduce the live. Are you feeling seduced? Is that the problem? Is that why you think the voice is icky? Because you're somehow attracted to it and you need to project your insecurities about that onto everyone else?
We're drooling over you, apparently.
Wow, there's a lot of drooling going on.
I was practically drooling over Noctis.
Right.
You can drill over me. I'll save a space right next to me just for you, Finley.
I'm not particularly attracted to skeletons, thank you.
Hello, Zeusy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
It's 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Christian, personally.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Nope.
Why not?
Because I don't need to read it to know my faith.
Interesting. Do you believe the stories to be true and literal?
Not literal, figurative.
Figurative stories.
Yep.
What does that mean?
There's like stories that are not literal. It is meant to teach you a lesson, or there are some that are figurative that literally mean other things. So
what's the meaning of the 6-day creation story?
Huh?
The first chapter of Genesis. What's the meaning of that? Is it true? Or is it figurative?
How is the world made?
Yeah. 6 days, the particular order of creation. Is that true?
Does anyone know if it's true or not?
I'm asking you if you believe it to be true.
I would say yes.
Why do you believe it to be true?
Because no one can prove how the earth or anything was created, like, at all.
What do you mean by proof?
Prove.
What is proof?
Like scientific evidence.
So there's no scientific evidence of the age of the earth?
No.
Are you sure of that?
Are you talking about the Big Bang?
No, we were talking about the Earth, which is a planet in the
Yeah, but I'm saying like
solar
where's
system,
where's the proof of the age of the Earth? There's no.
I didn't. You said proof was evidence in this case. So
Yeah, but you said you would give proof.
no, I did not.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. So, is there proof?
So you're saying that you believe in Genesis because there's no proof of the age
Is
of the
there
Earth?
proof or not? Can you answer the question?
I'm not here to provide proof.
Can you answer the question? I don't need the whole semantics.
Does this
like
look
yes
like
or
a
no?
debate space?
Zeusy, are
It's
you?
not debate. It's not debate. I said yes or
Zeusy.
no.
Zeusy, I'm not here to answer your questions. I don't know if you
You ask me
recognize.
a question and then you can't
Yeah,
answer it. So
I'm sorry. I asked you a question and then I can't answer. I
Oh,
didn't
Thrayle, he got you.
answer. I chose not to answer. So, Zusi, do you
you
recognize
chose
that?
not to answer? Okay.
Zusi, do you? Okay, you're going to keep interrupting me. It's going to be the last time. Do you recognize that this is not your house? That you just kind of like, you're here answering questions and you're being disrespectful.
Well, I mean, you were asking me a lot of questions, so can I not ask questions?
Do you see the prompt?
Can I not ask questions though?
Do you see the prompt?
Is this your house?
Yes.
How's it not my house? You don't know who I
It's just like that. It's not your house, see? Get the fuck out of my house. What the fuck's the matter with you?
What the fuck is wrong with you? Wait, how do we know? How do we know that it's not his house? Maybe
Because
this
it's
is it.
Batcolyte's house, obviously. Host kick Thrayle. Like, he's. Ugh.
Mm-hmm. I don't see that.
Both sides in.
Holy shit.
He couldn't answer any questions. Zusi, I'm not here to answer questions. If you read the prompt, you'd recognize that the questions are for you. Can you question your beliefs? What is your belief? Why do you believe? Not me. I'm asking the questions. I'm not here to prove anything or disprove anything. I'm not here to tell you you're wrong. I'm here to see if you can question your beliefs. And you don't seem capable. Oh, look at that.
Snickering wenches. Interesting.
That's an interesting way to get yourself seen out of a room. Right on out the door.
I couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
Say please.
I just get to a point where I like playing, you know?
My friend, you would not be able to handle a second of debate with any of us.
Right?
None of us are any good at it.
That's not even what we do.
Let's not say we did, okay?
Let's try what out? What does he think he's... Oh.
Debating the snickering wenches.
I mean, your privilege to speak in this room is kind of dependent on whether or not I want you to have it. And it doesn't seem like you can be respectful enough.
It doesn't.
Mm-mm.
This is why we can't have nice things, people.
Mm-hmm. There's gotta be a Zusi running around, spitting on things and calling it polished.
Kung Pao chicken, the grain of salt, or the metaphor question has sent you on a journey. I won't if I'll complete. Don't understand that last part.
It might supposed to be I don't know if I'll complete. But that's a lot of assumption.
Do we want to talk to Zeusy again?
If Zeusy can be respectful.
Has he said please?
Oh, I kind of took away his ability to say please.
If he says please as soon as he comes up here, I might be willing.
I think Zeusy should apologize first.
Oh, I'd have to give him that ability. I think he might have scrolled away now. Yeah, no, he left. He decided not to wait.
I'm so disappointed.
One of these buttons used to be a really sad horn, but I can't be bothered to find out which. So... No, can't find it. We have a Pan-Omnicon joining us.
It's me again.
Hello,
Welcome back.
Pan-Omnicon.
I thought a lot about it.
Mm-hmm.
I believe I can question my beliefs.
You believe you can?
Yes. That is to say that my belief is that I can question my beliefs.
Your belief is that you can question your beliefs. And your beliefs are that... Can you remind us?
So how can we question that belief?
Oh, I see. You want
If my
to
belief
question...
is that I can question my belief, what does questioning that belief look like?
So you want to meta the exercise for your own amusement.
It's not just for amusement, it's questioning the belief.
Questioning your belief.
Yes.
In questioning beliefs, which is not the topic of my life. It's
My
questioning
belief
people's...
is that...
It's questioning people's beliefs in supernatural deities, creators, anything kind of like a god or godlike thing. But you want to question the
Well, isn't belief godlike?
You want to question...
Are we godlike?
You want
as
to
the
question...
creators of this experience? Sorry to
And now
speak.
you... I don't think you are, sorry.
No, I'm just excited.
Yeah, I don't care. Does anybody want to question his belief? Who actually can respect the show and question their belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like it. Actually question their assumptions. Instead of somebody who just walks into my room, my entry of my house, and shits on the floor and demands service. Fuck off.
Sorry, Thrayle, just 1 second. Thank you so much, Kung Pao Chicken. You really didn't need to.
Also, at the same time, the community.
He is amazing. Thank you, Kung Pao. It has been a stream tonight of mostly unbearable guests, but we did have one diamond in the rough. One questioning believer question what they believed.
I'm sad I missed it.
It was a really good conversation, and remains questionable. Hello, Eco Trails. Did you mean to join us?
Oh, I got an invite from you guys.
You were in my queue. I hit accept, but it took you like about 2 minutes to get here, so I'm assuming that's a TikTok thing. Did you request up earlier?
Yeah, like 10 minutes ago.
I see. Did you want to question your beliefs, or have you moved on?
Well, I mean, I question my beliefs every day. So I think I'm the wrong person to ask.
Before I ask the next question, can I get your age real quick for TikTok TOS?
35.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I have a belief in consciousness.
What is consciousness?
The silent observer. And just realizing that everybody has a specific weight and that they bring to the table, and it's all interconnected. I just like observing different realities and different beliefs, and I learn from everything. So I'm kind of fluid in that sense.
When you say that consciousness is the silent observer, what does that mean?
For me, it's the pause between events. So even when you talk or when you interact with somebody, the consciousness is really those 3 to 7 seconds of silence in between the words, or in between you watching the sunset and or the horizon. That to me is consciousness. It's a feeling of it's a feeling that kind of wraps you in and embraces you.
A feeling that wraps you in and embraces you. So you're talking about a feeling. You said of watching a sunset, but you also talked about the silence between words. Thank you, Shell. What is it that you're actually referring to as consciousness? What is this? Like, are you saying when you say the silent observer, are you saying your mind, or are you saying something else?
No, it's not the mind. My mind is very greedy and it's self-indulging. So it's not the mind. It's more of a feeling I get in my chest area.
How do you know it's not a physical reaction in your chest to another part of your mind?
I mean, that's a good point. It can be a loophole, I guess, of self-gratification by the mind. It's tricky though, I'm not gonna lie, because it likes to take over. You know, it likes comfort, it likes validation, and it likes I don't know, it likes being comfortable, I guess. So it always, everything that you do, everything that you experience, it tends to return back to the mind, which is self-serving in nature. So if you're not conscious about it, you are kind of in a loophole, and you keep going back in a loophole over and over.
If you're not silently observing it, you get caught in a loophole.
Yeah, I mean, in this day and age that we live in, and even in my job, it's very demanding in terms of attention to detail and a lot of data entry points and coding and stuff like that. So it's very, I guess, brain centric, very consumed. Like at the end of the day, I'm so tired. So I enjoy conversations. I enjoy spending time with my friends, and talking about topics, business, stuff like that, relaxing, music stuff, in general, which is pleasing. But at the same time, I find more pleasure in silence and in, like, for example, watching a sunset and being in silence for more than 30 minutes with no phones, with no distractions. And I don't need no church or no belief system when I'm in that reality, because I feel so happy and so complete, just being there in nature and being in silence. So in a way, that's my church, I guess. And that's where I feel disconnected from the mind in those moments.
How is that disconnected from the mind? How is that not your mind doing the work?
And that's a good question. It's because I don't seek it. I kind of let it happen, if that makes sense. Like, I don't use my phone to take pictures of it or engage or freak out about the beauty of the sunset, or a bald eagle fly towards me, or a humpback whale coming out of the water and spoofing. Or, like, I just sit there and it kind of flows through me. And I'm just like, wow, this is amazing. This is just beautiful.
Does taking it in implies something separate from the mind, though?
I think so.
How is it separate from the mind? I'm not hearing how it's in any way not just your brain processing inputs and finding through whatever pathways these inputs to be special or reverential.
Well, it's because when I take friends or family in nature, they don't last more than 4 hours. They need to get back home. They want to watch a show. They want to go eat. They want to indulge. And that's the brain screaming, saying, where's my comfort? I don't feel comfortable. It's starting to rain. The wind is happening. It's starting to get a bit more dark. I need to sit in my sofa. I need to take a shower. I want to eat. I want to watch a show. I need to go back on my TikTok because there is no connectivity on my phone. So that's your brain screaming at you that it needs that attention.
Is it the brain or is it personal preference?
I didn't understand that last part you said.
So is it the brain doing that, or is it just personal subjective preference, like you doing that? Or is it something that you cannot control?
I mean, I think I just had an awakening when I moved to Alaska, away from like New York City, Miami, and LA. I lived in those cities in 6-year spans, and I lived right in the center of the city, and I loved it in the city, and I hated nature, and I hated, being connected to my body and not grinding and hustling, I guess. So when I moved away from that environment, I just felt this, consciousness kind of flooding my body. Initially, it was very, very um, debilitating, I guess, from the point of view of self-induced depression because I didn't have the comforts I used to have. Not sure if that makes sense.
No, it makes sense. Have you questioned why you felt that way?
I think because a lot of my friends and family lived that lifestyle and I was in those communities. So I think peer pressure, maybe. Um, just the want to fit in, just wanting to fit in.
Right. Right. So how does that relate back to your brain?
I'm sorry, I missed the last portion of your question.
How does it differentiate? Is this not feelings and how you felt, or is this disconnected from the way the brain functions?
Mm, I don't know how to explain it. I just know that I don't really care what other people think. It's more of an escape of, having the blessing of being able to have access to that type of environment. And it's so easy and close by.
Would you say when you sit in the silence, when there's nothing going on, that your brain is functioning?
Yeah, initially it was functioning at a very high level. It was freaking out.
You said initially, right? Can the
And
brain not function on its own without everything going on?
I absolutely
So
can.
without TV, you were connecting like your thoughts and your feelings to the way your brain functions, which is correct. It does function that way. But it almost felt like you were encompassing your brain functioning only to those thoughts and feelings. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
He's doing the opposite, though. He's saying there's function beyond his brain, and that function somehow is what he reaches when he lets go of his brain telling him to eat or drink or shit.
Except it doesn't disconnect. So even when you shit or drink or eat, your brain is still functioning. It's telling you to do those things. It's sending those signals through your body.
Right. What he's saying though is that he can sit in nature and disconnect from the parts of his brain that tell him to do those things.
Okay,
Yeah,
that might be
you
something
you
I've
got
missed.
you got it. How you explained it, so thank you for that.
No, that's fair. Thank you, Thrayle. At which point then are you saying you disconnect from hearing?
Like, the best example I can give you is I used to be a smoker, and I used to smoke cigarettes a lot, like 2 packs a day.
Even so, we don't need to go into that. But when you're in this state that you say is higher than your thought process,
Yeah, I'm not freaking
can
out
you
about
not?
I'm not freaking out
Can you
about not
not
having a
still
cigarette.
hear? Yeah, but can you not still hear when you're in that silence? Can you not still hear things around you?
Of course, I'm highly aware of my surroundings,
Right.
and I can
So your
hear.
brain is still functioning.
Yes, it is, but that's
Yeah.
not what I'm trying to
Okay.
say.
He's saying he can disconnect from the parts of
The
his
want.
brain that want things, but he mentioned in there like eating, drinking, sleeping. Those just wants?
It's, in my opinion, they're pleasure points. It's because, in my opinion, the brain is self-indulging. It's very, very egotistic in nature.
It's self-indulging, but does it require some indulgence, some at least sustenance?
Well, of course.
Okay, so you're not saying you can fully disconnect from your brain and just sit in nature without sustenance.
Correct.
Like eventually you're going to need to eat.
No, of course, there's a plan behind it. There was
a way you framed it in which
yeah.
in which it sounded like you were saying you could just sit there and exist without.
I mean, no. There is always a sequential plan, meaning that
So
I
when you were
in my
complaining about people leaving nature and going back to the cities, you were saying that more to kind of talk about your situation moving to Alaska, getting away from the city and not having to go back at all.
Mhm.
Okay. Do you feel like because you living out in nature can kind of disconnect from your phone, from the news, from the goings of the world around you, that you feel that you are reaching some higher state of consciousness by being disconnected, or are you saying that you reach something higher by disconnecting further from even yourself?
I like how you frame that. I think it's in 2 stages, and the stage of disconnecting from myself, which is the comfort and being at home in a warm, cozy bed, and having access to all the modern luxuries of the world, um, and and in a way great to have, but it's not necessary for this moment in this specific moment. So I choose Saturdays and Sundays to just be away from everything. And sometimes I have friends that join me, and we go on these crazy hikes that last 2-3 days on top of glaciers, and we barely talk to each other. And the whole time we're hiking, we feel in a way conscious of each other's presence and surroundings, and there's barely any talk, but we know exactly what we're supposed to do and how to move and how to take care of environment and be safe on top of the glaciers or rappelling down, you know, ice caves and stuff like that. And so, like,
Do you think
I guess
that's do you think that's the two of you finding some kind of higher state of consciousness to share, or is it just um, uh, familiarity with each other and with the tasks?
It's a good question. I think it's recognizing a specific type of vibe.
What do you mean by vibe?
So, for example, when I encounter people, I can tell within 5 minutes of the conversation if or even less, if we're going to have a great time together or if we're wasting each other's time. From the sense of the vibe, what that means is how present are they in the moment and how willing they are to engage in the moment versus escaping from it. So I encounter a lot of folks that try to escape from the perceived uncomfortable environment they're in or communication or questioning that they might encounter, and they would rather flee the situation than engage and be at peace.
How do you think Noctis would do on the glacier?
Sorry, I missed the first part.
How do you think Noctis would do on the glacier? Talk to her about 5 minutes.
I think she'll do great. She seems to be intentional. And I think
I
that's
appreciate that.
Do you think that when you talk about consciousness, do you think that it is a frame of mind, a perception within your physical brain? Or is it something wholly apart from that?
I mean, I guess you can describe it as a mental frame of mind that kind of functions or operates within the physical brain. But like I said, it just involves, in a way, awareness of self, first of all, and then the relationship with the environment. So you got to have both, in my opinion. So, which then in return, it kind of encompasses our sense of existence. So like, I know I exist on a glacier, but at the same time, like muscle memory in a way, I know I know I studied these things and I went through them, specifically the techniques and everything. So I let my muscle memory dictate, and it goes through the motions. And sometimes when I get back home and I think about it, I'm like, how the heck didn't I just, fall so hard and broke a bone or something? That was crazy. What rappelling down this huge face of a mountain with ice shifting underneath you. But in the moment, you get the adrenaline and you're just at peace with that, but you just allow your emotions you allow yourself to go through emotions. So from a neuroscience point of view, there is specific areas of the brain. I was reading about it in a book, and there's networks that they're activated when we are conscious. So usually the prefrontal cortex or the thalamus, and sometimes I think the posterior areas that kind of light up. And of course, your brain is sensory in nature, so you have sensations and feelings. But I think consciousness is different than that.
Why would it be different?
Because you are not a thought. Like your thoughts is not who you are. Your consciousness is outside of your thoughts or outside of your brain. It's not within it.
Is your consciousness influenced by your thoughts?
You can be influenced by being cut short, yes, meaning that the brain can take over.
I mean, can your thoughts shape who you are?
Yes, absolutely. But your consciousness is not just a property of the brain. It can extend beyond the physical brain.
Why do you think it can extend beyond? What about it extends beyond the brain?
I just know that when I'm in my thoughts, because I'm a deep thinker and I like to think and read and analyze, sometimes it's a very boring place and very overwhelming. Even though I have a kind of knowledge, it's anxiety inducing. So when I disconnect from that and I'm just, in the moment and allowing things to flow through without questioning anything, I feel very liberated and very at peace.
So when you just let go and let it happen, you feel at peace. But how does that verify that anything is happening separate from your brain?
Yeah, I think it's more of a feeling that comes from the chest area and not from the brain. It's more of a pool. It's kind of a pool.
Why do you think it's a feeling from the chest area?
Well, that's the way I can describe it to you. It's a feeling that is kind of global and whole, and it just flows and it doesn't encounter any type of resistance.
Global whole doesn't encounter resistance, comes from the chest. How do you know it comes from the chest and doesn't affect the chest? That being in this state of mind doesn't do something to the chest.
I don't know. I'm not sure how else to explain it to you. But I think you have a high level of gnosis, as you call gnosis. So maybe you can explain it better for me.
Well, I'm hearing what you're saying. It's a matter of being able to be sure that what I'm hearing is what you mean and not something kind of coded or like if you're just saying that you have a feeling in your chest when you reach this sort of tuned state that I'm not sure what verifies to you that the feeling is coming from the chest. Like, I mean, I get it, you're feeling something come from your chest, but how do you know that's not your mind making your chest and your body all feel a certain way? Like a part of fight or flight, but maybe a different mechanism.
Like a confirmation bias?
Well, I wasn't even saying confirmation bias. I was talking about the physiological response that you're going through when you're in what you call a higher conscious state. Like, it's not, I'm not hearing what's separate from the mind other than other physiological things like the chest. Is that really separate from the mind?
I'm thinking. Now you got me in my mind.
It's not the worst place to be.
What's happening? The smells, the cold, the wind, and it's screaming at you saying, hey, you're supposed to feel cold, you're supposed to feel uncomfortable, seek shelter, make sure you drink, make sure you eat. Whereas if you disconnect from that noise, that noisy mind, you are in the moment and you do not let yourself be guided by the mind. You're guided by a different type of force that is outside of the mind.
I don't know how it, yeah, outside of the mind. I'm not hearing how it's outside of the mind and not some different part. If you're giving instinct sort of its own place outside of the mind, is it not instinct or as you reference muscle memory, you feel certain a certain letting go and letting your body do what it does. I'm not hearing what's separate from the mind. Unless you're just talking about physiologically allowing the rest of your body to, include muscle memory. If you're saying that's outside of the mind. Outside of the physical. Or are you saying it's a network of physiological responses that are including more of the body than just the mind?
I think the last part that you said resonates with me more, meaning that it's outside of the body, but it allows the body to be an antenna, I guess, a receptor.
Why do you think that the body, and so it's kind of a combination of the two. You're saying that there's a consciousness or a thing that takes over from outside even the body, but the body becomes the antenna for it.
Yes, correct.
Why do you think the body is an antenna?
Well, I think that the body is an antenna because it allows you to decipher the information better than your brain does. So your gut feeling and in my opinion, your gut feeling is more important than your brain. And
why do you think your gut feeling is more important than your brain?
because your gut feeling doesn't have the same needs like the brain does. Like I said, the brain is very self-serving and
Are
egotistical
you
in
sure the
nature.
brain? Are you compiling brains? I'm sorry. Are you compiling wants and needs into one thing and calling it brain's needs?
Wants and needs, in my opinion, come from the brain primarily.
And you're saying your consciousness does not come from the brain.
No.
Where does it come from?
It's outside of the brain, but within the body as the filter.
The body is, there's a filter somewhere in the body.
Yeah, and it's, for me, the filter is the chest area and my gut feeling. That's the first reaction that I have towards the situation. So like,
could it not be that the gut and the chest both have some neurocells within them?
They do.
Could it not be that while you maybe think that there's something coming from outside in, that what you're actually feeling is from inside out, from your brain processing the inputs, and you feeling things throughout your body, but of course feeling in some of those same places where there's neural cells, your heart, your gut, as though those are receiving from outside, but rather receiving.
So yeah, you're kind of proving my point is that
In what
you
way?
kind of because you're saying you go back to the brain, and the brain is confirming a feeling that you're having in your heart chest area, and there's neurons in the heart, and there's neurons in the gut as well, but it's a different type of filter that is being processed. And like, for example, I have friends that are very religious, and they're very, they go to church every Sunday, and they love God, and they like their communities, but they're very brain centric, meaning that their beliefs are so strong about their community and their denomination that if you try to engage in a conversation with them about it, it's all about justification, and it's all about
It's
trying to
interesting.
prove their point
It's
through the brain.
interesting that you're saying this while saying that I just somehow proved your point when I was asking you a question about whether or not your brain and your chest and gut were receiving the information from your brain or from an external source. I wasn't making more of a point than to ask you something comparative to your own belief. But you said I proved your point. How do you see how, like, are you doing what they do? Are you trying to prove a point?
I see your point, yeah. What I was trying to say is that you're saying that is it possible that maybe my brain is confirming the feeling that I get from my chest area or my gut feeling area?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're saying that it feels like it's coming from the gut or coming from the chest, as though those are receiving it from somewhere else, like an outside source of consciousness. That's where the filter of consciousness is for that frame of mind. And my question was, is it not possible that it feels like that because the signal, the consciousness, is actually in your brain? And you're feeling like you're processing it in your gut, in your chest. Sorry, that alarm threw off my whole thought process.
Specific brain regions that are activated when we are conscious of a specific.
Conscious? What do you mean conscious? Like awake conscious? Conscious like in the state of survival instinct? Conscious as in like dreaming? Is that a kind of consciousness? What is consciousness in this sense?
Just being aware of something internal to oneself. So,
something internal to oneself. So just being aware that
or internal or external. So it goes both ways.
So being aware it's cold.
Being aware is cold, but at the same time knowing that by moving and by interacting with that environment, you're okay.
I'm not
It's just
sure
that.
how that follows. It sounds
So,
like a lot of, like we do keep getting back to, extreme situations. Just remember you're okay and forget about the survival instincts that the brain tells you to do. You keep going back to that a lot, but that's not telling me how you're verifying that consciousness is something external that's being received through the body, like radio waves in the heart and stomach.
well, you know how there's this French philosopher, Descartes, Rene, and he said, "I think, therefore I am." Right. So, what he, in my opinion, what
He
he was
sure
getting
did
at,
say that.
yeah. So, in my opinion, what he was getting at, in part, is that through our senses, um, our senses might deceive us in a way. So, like, that's what I was trying to say, is that my mind can deceive me. The act of thinking was, in a way, proof of our own existence. But like, if you think about it, when he said, "I think," that short, declaration is I. So the I, in my opinion, is the brain, which is that subjective sense of self, of consciousness.
The subjective sense of self, the consciousness.
Yeah, the I is the consciousness, in my opinion.
Is the
So,
consciousness a function of the brain, or is it something external?
in my opinion, is both part of the brain, but also external. It goes hand in hand.
And that's what I've been trying to figure out, is why you think there's any external component to consciousness at all. It sounds like it has served you to frame your mind in a way that you feel disconnected from your brain. But by that you mean survival instincts that slow you down when you're trying to experience something, like climbing a glacier. But I'm not hearing how you actually reason that the consciousness comes from anywhere but your brain. It sounds like you recognize that even while there are neurons outside of the brain, that the processing is being done, there. And you just said, as Descartes said, I think, therefore I am. What is the I but the mind, the brain? I think you even said. So I question and would encourage you to question what it is that is external that you think must be there, or more importantly, why do you think or need for there to be anything external at all?
I mean, I don't need anything to be external for me to be aware and conscious. I'm just saying, not having the stimuli allows for the I to be more naked. and it's a bit more raw. So it's you're able to connect to it faster and without any dissonance. So that's the external factor to me. It's, not being in a busy environment that stimulates me too much, that I'm not able to be in the moment and appreciate my thought process. Or
Yeah, it sounds like you're describing your what some people might refer to as headspace, where your thinking is at. I don't know, Eco Trail. I'm kind of out of questions, but it sounds like you're capable of questioning your beliefs, and that I can't tell if there's a dogmatic need for it to be external. It's hard to get you to focus your answers on how certain that is. I wonder if that's because of an uncertainty.
that's a good question.
Right now, I don't know if anybody else does. Of course, jump in if you do. But I'm about to start guessing people are asleep.
I don't have any questions, thank you.
I also don't have any questions at this time.
Okay. Noctis isn't asleep. It's like lunchtime for her.
Wahaha. Sorry, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Well, I appreciate Yiko. Thank you for coming up and answering the questions openly and honestly. I really do appreciate it, and I hope that you keep asking questions. And definitely stay safe on the glaciers. Come back and bring us any answers you find, though. We'll want to question those.
Will do. Have a good night.
W's for Eco. Somewhat circular and frustrating, but I think that's could be the nature of my questioning in there too. But I really appreciate the adventurous spirit of questioning his beliefs, even though he had already left the room and planned to do something else.
It was interesting. I think you did well, Thrayle.
Well, I think I'm just a reflection of the guest most of the time. So I think he did very well.
I apologize. My father's been giving me issues.
Are you apologizing for someone else?
No, I'm apologizing for myself because I was not interactive with that guest.
Oh, well, that's okay. He had some interesting beliefs. And we've got a few ghosts in queue. I'm going ahead, clicking through them, seeing who's really there and who's really not. But if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. We're not gonna bite. Well, most of us aren't. We aren't here to debate, though. That's at least sure. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? did you mean to join us, Uriel? We will set you down, and if you meant to join us, you can always request again. Maybe they did mean to request. Hello, Uriel. Can I get your
Hey,
age
how
for
you doing?
TikTok TOS?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
So, interesting subject you got going here. I used
Did
to
you
be
hear me
a
ask for your age twice now?
yeah. I used
Cool.
to be a Christian pastor.
So can I get your age or no?
Oh, 50.
Awesome. And do you have a belief now in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
It's kind of different from what it used to be, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. You have a belief in which God is it?
I wouldn't say a particular God. I would simply say that I don't just have a belief. I know God exists.
You know what God exists?
Well, I would call it source or God, either one you want to call it, but I don't know that it has a particular name.
Why do you say that you know it exists?
Well, like I said, I used to be a Christian pastor, and I never stopped researching. I never stopped studying. I even became an atheist at one point, but my search for the truth never stopped. What ultimately answered it for me was there's one simple question that anyone can ask to themselves or to another person. And once you ask that question...
Are you just up here to give a sermon, or are you actually going to answer the question that I asked?
Oh, okay, sorry.
What was the question I asked?
You're asking, why do I believe this?
I didn't get quite to the why yet.
Okay, so the why is, if you ask the question...
I wasn't quite to the why yet. Let's keep focusing on the what. What is the God that you say exists? You said source, right?
Right, I call it source. I mean, I wouldn't know what else you would call it, source or God.
Why do you call it source?
Because everyone comes from it, right? It's just the source of everything.
Everyone comes from it.
Everyone and everything. I mean, if God exists, God would be the source of everything.
Why did you decide that?
Because I asked myself the question of, can you show me nothing? And once you answer that question, you automatically know there has to be a God, because...
I'm sorry. Can you show me nothing? Can who show you nothing?
Anyone, myself, a scientist,
what
anyone.
Is nothing?
Exactly. It doesn't exist. There's no such thing as nothing.
So you're saying in the absence of an understanding of nothing, then therefore you have no other choice but to conclude God?
I'm saying if the possibility of nothing is impossible, if the existence of nothing is impossible...
If the existence of nothing is impossible, then what?
The only answer has to logically and reasonably and deductively be...
What?
That there always has been something. And if there always has been something, then there must be a God to have created it.
Okay. Um,
Hello?
okay. I'm sorry. Are you serious?
Like, why wouldn't it be a serious thought? I mean, if you stop, like, so, for example, atheists say that there's always been nothing and then everything came from a big bang.
Who's atheist? I'm sorry, what atheist says this?
The ones that call themselves atheists.
So just the ones that call themselves atheists, they say that there was nothing.
There was nothing. They say there was nothing.
When did they say that?
It's a scientific thing they use called the Big Bang Theory. They say.
Can you tell me what the Big Bang Theory states?
That there was nothing and then there was a Big Bang.
Where in the Big Bang Theory does it state that there was nothing?
It's easy to look up.
Sure, so if I look up the Big Bang Theory, I will find that it states that there was nothing.
And then there was a Big Bang and then
Fascinating. So can you go ahead and look up the Big Bang Theory and tell me where it says that there's nothing?
Sure, hold on a minute. If I can pause this.
This can't be serious.
You know what? Nothing surprises me anymore.
Incomplete information is rampant in everyone.
Logically, deductively, reasonably. What?
My invite for the atheist convent is got lost in the post somewhere, quite obviously. I did not sign up.
Is that just a commune?
Was it logically, reasonably, deductively? What was the order? And it concluded because there was no way for a human mind to conceive of a nothing, then there must have always been something. Oh, I know the human mind thing was because he couldn't conceive of a nothing. Then there must have always been something, and then therefore God made it. Like, how did that jump from always been something to therefore something made it? How do you get that? How does always been always been, but it had to be created? Doesn't even make sense. I couldn't even. Uriel, if you're still there, we can't hear you. If you found where the Big Bang says what you claim it says that we all know it doesn't say. You can't be a serious, like this really, stop for a moment. You can't be a serious guest. Like this,
Why can't I? I mean, I don't understand your default in the I can't be serious. Like, I'm not saying.
What does logic mean?
I'm not saying that the human mind can't conceive in the nothing. I'm saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying that nothing is an impossibility of
How do you know
existence. That? Nothing cannot exist. There's no such thing as nothing existing.
Sure. Say that that's true. Okay. Because this isn't a debate. Whether I agree with you doesn't matter. Okay. Why are you laughing?
That's my wife. She's listening to the conversation.
Well, you should let her know this isn't a debate, Uriel. We're here to see if you can question your beliefs. And so
right,
far,
I did that when I used to be a Christian pastor.
Stop talking over me.
Sorry.
What the fuck is the matter with you?
Holy shit.
Seriously, we're just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And so far, you just sound like a fervent street preacher trying to get a point across without actually thinking anything through. You said logically, reasonably, deductively that you had concluded that there was a God because there was no nothing, so there always had to be a something. And if there always had to be a something, then that something had to be created, which makes absolutely no sense. How do you get there logically, reasonably, deductively? Like, that's what I mean when you can't be serious.
Don't understand your logic or how you got there.
I don't see how it doesn't make sense to anybody else, because when
If
you come
something
down,
always had to be, how do you conclude something made what always had to be?
If it always had to be, how could it be created?
so in essence, what I'm looking at there is you really only have two possibilities. Either God exists or God doesn't exist. If God doesn't exist, then you have to come back to a place where everything started. There has to be a start and a finish.
Why does there have to be a start? Where did that come in? You said there had to be a God, or there wasn't a God. There's two choices. Stop for a moment. I let you finish. You said that there had to be a God or no God. It was two choices, and then as you wind it around, you got to this start. But how did you determine that there had to be a start? If it was always there, if something had to always exist, then what does start even mean?
Well, what I'm saying is, if there's no God, then everything had to start somewhere.
Why?
Right?
Why?
Because everything has always had a beginning. A baby begins and then it dies. And
How do you know that? How do you know everything has a beginning?
I mean, I understand what you're coming from. That kind of goes back to the monk philosophy of
we're asking you a question. It's not about where we're coming from. What was the question asked?
Of how do I know everything has a start? From observing things that have a start. Everything I've observed.
So because everything
has a start.
you've observed has a start, then therefore you conclude everything must have a start, even the things you've never observed or conceived of.
I would assume that the
Do you know what-
consistency wouldn't change.
In
It's an
logic,
assumption. It's an assumption.
have you heard
but
of the black swan fallacy?
Yes.
How is it not what you're doing?
I understand what you're saying.
You can't imagine or conceive of anything unstarted, so therefore everything must have a start. There's no such thing as an unstarted thing.
I just use the Sherlock Holmes principle of no matter how impossible, once you eliminate all the other possibilities.
Why is it impossible?
Sorry, I was going to say you base your logic off of a crime story for kids rather than.
It's a theory, though,
logic.
too. It's an actual theory, actual working theory before it was ever applied to that movie.
Oh my! It was not a movie before. Oh my god!
No, actually, it was created for adults. It was released in newspaper articles here in the UK.
We're big kids.
But like, yeah, but like, what is happening?
It was not a movie.
I don't know how you concluded that it is impossible, that it has always existed.
But also using that same logic, contradicting yourself by not believing in impossibility.
Repeat that?
Philly, repeat your question there. If you could, sorry.
Sorry, modding in the comments.
Hell yeah, W mods.
I'm not sure, Uriel, how you got to the conclusion that it is impossible that the universe has always existed.
Well, no, that wasn't my conclusion. My conclusion was, since it's impossible for nothing to be a reality, then everything must have always existed, because there's no such thing as nothing. You can't show me nothing.
Okay,
I can't.
I'm
I can't.
following you. I'm following you, Uriel.
Right.
It has always existed. The universe has always existed.
Right.
So then, why do you need a god to create something that has always existed?
Not necessarily the universe, but the people that populate that universe would be part of the same sort expression of that god. Literally,
So why, Uriel, are you saying always existed? It's a source that has always existed. Why are you there by saying, well, I don't think the universe has always existed, but there is something else that has always existed? We know the universe exists. Why are you saying, I don't think the universe has always existed, but there's something else that has always existed?
I'm saying that the universe itself is source. Life itself
The
is
universe
the
is source.
Yeah.
Then how did source create source? What does that mean?
So imagine for a minute that you were source and you expressed yourself through life, animals, people. These people are literally you expressing yourself in physical form.
Are you drunk?
No, I'm not. It makes perfect sense when you think about it, because if, like I said, if you can't, like, so if you could show me nothing, then it would be a contradiction unto itself. Like, you're saying what I'm saying is a contradiction. It's not. If I had a chance to go through the whole
So
process.
you're saying that source created itself in order to experience things that are inside of itself.
Yes.
So that it could exist. Like,
I'm saying
what sense does something creating itself make?
I'm saying source existed and expressed itself in physical form to have experiences, the experiences that we have.
What do you mean that source existed?
So, if you're God,
why is it God now?
You want to understand yourself, or source.
Is it God or is it source? Are you trying to depersonify it or not?
It doesn't matter which one you call it, right? God is just a term we give it.
Is it a term you give it? Because you jumped back there.
It kind of, it's just a term that I throw around. Like, I don't really think of it personally as like God, just as.
Do you think it wants things? It intends things. It does things on purpose. It has.
Yes, that I do.
Thoughts, feelings, emotions, desires.
That I do. Yes.
Why do you give it all of those human attributes?
Because I think that you and I and everyone that exists, representations of it in physical form.
Why aren't bats perfect representations of it in physical form?
So
How
like
do we know
basically
the
when we
entire
got,
universe isn't designed just for all of the bats
think of an
to
ocean, right?
experience themselves,
How do we got,
experience themselves, and we just happen to be a byproduct of it.
Think of an ocean. The waves are still part of the ocean, right?
So
We're
you're
the
not listening. You're
Why
just
did you ignore the question?
He doesn't care. He's a preacher. He's just up here to preach a sermon. He
Well,
doesn't
no,
give
I'm
a
not.
shit
I don't
about any of
believe
our
it.
questions.
Did you hear Thrayle's question,
He
Uriel?
doesn't hear me talking. Every time I talk, he starts
what was his
talking
question?
in the middle.
I
See,
didn't
he's
hear it,
doing
no.
it right now.
You didn't. You interrupted him.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to. I was just trying to get
You
my
do it
point out
every
about.
single time I talk. You're just trying to get a point out.
Here's a
You're not
suggestion,
trying
Uriel.
to. And your wife screaming in the background is not
So
helpful at
She's saying.
all.
She's saying that other people interrupt me.
here's a suggestion for you, Uriel. Mute yourself when you're not speaking, and that way you can wait until somebody else has finished asking a question, and you can unmute yourself to speak. It helps you to not interrupt. You'll have to unmute.
I said you're right. So what was his question?
How do you know the entire universe wasn't designed just for bats to experience it, and we are just a byproduct of that? How do you know it's not a giant celestial skeletal bat goddess that unfurls her wings in accordance with the Lambda-Citium model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one membrane between our bony appendages?
I understand where you're coming from with that question, and I do acknowledge the possibility of that. It just, when you look at the fact that there are beings experiencing emotion and high thoughts and reasoning capabilities, it just makes sense that the universe is finding a way to experience things and take it into itself.
How do you know the universe is trying to experience things and not just a byproduct of something else's existence?
Now, I'm not sure I understand that question.
How do you know the universe is the purpose, the goal, the thing trying to be experienced? How do you know the universe is actually an intentional thing that is created if it is created? How is it not a byproduct? How do you know we're not just as I stated, a wing on a celestial skeletal bat goddess, or a sneeze waiting to be wiped off of someone else's shirt?
I can see that. I can see that. I understand what you're saying. But no, I definitely didn't come in here to preach. I just came here to discuss what I currently believe, since that's the question.
Can you question your beliefs?
I did do that when I used to be a Christian.
Can you question your beliefs?
You mean my current beliefs?
Mm-hmm. Or are you dogmatic in this newfound faith?
I question it all the time.
In what way do you question this belief?
Well, I look at other things like Buddhism, for example, where...
It's not answering the question. In what way do you question your belief that everything
I question whether it could be right.
Created.
You know, maybe it's wrong, and maybe the Buddha Dharma has it right. You know, Buddha Dharma says there's no God, there's just us. But while I question that, I again look back at the logic.
Do you only question by looking for other answers to replace the answer you have?
No, I constantly look for the truth. That's why
What do you
I
mean
could
by
be a
look
Christian.
for the truth?
By looking at reality and what exists and what makes sense.
If you are constantly looking for the truth, and it's why you quit being a Christian, then why does your God bear such a striking resemblance to that one?
The source? The source theory?
Your personified, anthropomorphized source, God that seems to think and feel and have a human-shaped mind and want human-shaped experience.
it's not necessarily a human. Maybe you misunderstood. I don't really see it as human. I think of it as like an ocean with waves coming out of it. Like we're the waves. It's the ocean.
An ocean with waves coming out of it.
Right. Like,
why do you shape its intellect like yours?
well, if I'm an expression, like if I'm like the wave part of an ocean, if I'm like a wave which is part of an ocean, which would mean I'm part of the source, then I would assume that since I have emotions, the source that I am part of has emotions.
Does the whole ocean look like a wave?
No, but the waves are both the wave and the ocean at the same time, are they not? And they return to the ocean.
Do they carry all of those attributes with them back? The shape, the momentum. I mean, is a wave even a cohesive thing in the way we're talking about it? There's some delineation between what you are and aren't. A wave in the ocean is not quite analogous in this case.
Well, I'm using it to show, like, if source existed, like if I'm right, which I could
source
be wrong.
exists, then
Right,
you
I could be
are
wrong, but if I'm right, and if source exists and we're part of source, would we be no different than a wave which is both the ocean and the wave at the same time, but returns to the ocean?
I'm not sure how.
Can a wave leave the ocean?
That's my point, exactly.
She asked, can a wave leave the ocean? He's saying that if we are part of this source, then we are the wave. I'm understanding your analogy. I'm not understanding how your analogy leads you to believe it or is in any way indicative that you can question it. It doesn't sound like you can question this belief, Uriel. I don't hear you actually questioning in any way. I hear you doubling down, getting back on your sermon.
Well, no, I was just explaining what and why I believe. I'm trying to make it come across coherently.
Mm-hmm. Does anybody else have any questions for Uriel?
But no, I mean, I absolutely admit.
Uriel, stop. Does anybody else have questions for Uriel?
Nope, sorry.
No, I do not.
I have a question. What do you guys believe?
Unfortunately, that's not going to be conducive to you questioning your beliefs. Have a nice day.
Did I want him to drunkenly debate as well as drunkenly preach? No, I did not. It might have been the nerves. Maybe he wasn't drunk. Just had a certain slurredness to it. But, you know, if anybody else has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I felt like he was hot off of watching a whole bunch of debates about things and had a whole bunch of catchphrases and ideas ready, but hadn't put them together. And as he put them together, it didn't sound like he could question anything.
It didn't seem like he came up to question anyways.
maybe our next guest actually can question their beliefs.
Hello.
Hello, Will. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm Catholic.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I have. So that was actually, I'd say that's so Catholicism itself is there's a lot there, right? I wouldn't say I'm like a believer in everything the Vatican or the Pope is doing necessarily, but when I was younger, I was in religious classes or school. I don't even really know what it's called, but there's a lot of contradictions in the Bible, and as a younger, pretty easily. And there was a priest at my church, and I would point these out to him, and I would kind of instigate him. And one day he said, I kept saying, well, this means this says this, and this contradicts it, and blah, blah, blah. And he said, go read the Bible. And he said, read the whole thing, and whatever you think it means is what it means. And I did read through it. I read the whole thing, cover to cover, and I really got a really good understanding, at least, of what I think it means to myself. And yeah.
So he said, read through it, and whatever you think it means is what it means.
That's what he told me.
And you read through it, and now you believe what you think it means.
Yeah, and I got a perspective on it that I don't know, which I appreciated, which I could share if you're interested. Why not?
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal? Let's start with Genesis. Do you believe the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve?
So Genesis is a super interesting or super cool spot to start. So what I believe about the Old Testament is that what I believe is I think the people who wrote the Bible were shown visions, shown whatever, told, right? I don't necessarily think I think when was the Bible? The Old Testament is like 4,000 years old, or 3,000 actually, I think. And if people were shown things at that time that they may not have understood entirely, I think they were recording it the best they could. So do I think the Bible is true? Yes. Do I think the Bible is literal? Not all of it. I think some of it is literal, but I don't think all of it is literal. And Genesis is super interesting. If you were saying something,
So I was asking you about Genesis 1 and 2 almost specifically, because I asked if you believe in the 6-day creation and Adam.
So the 6-day,
as the first humans.
So the 6-day creation, I do think that that could be literal. That was millions of years ago, right? But you're probably talking about like how old is the Earth? No, I don't think the Earth is literally. I think 5,000 years old if you go through the genealogy of the Old Testament. I think that part is metaphorical, and Adam, I think, lived to 900 years, or a few people in the Old Testament lived super long times, which isn't possible. And so I think, I see the 7-day creation thing. I was thinking that when you said it, but it's okay. But I think time in the Old Testament wasn't. I don't think the time scales in the Old Testament are meant to be literal. If that makes any sense. I think the 6 or 7 days, I think they represent something else.
You think they represent something else? What do they represent?
So that part, that's why I said it's really interesting. I don't have an exact answer, but there's a lot of people that have studied the Bible a whole lot more than me, that have kind of gone back and forth on what that might exactly mean. but I don't think it necessarily means 7 days, right? Because in the first day he creates the heavens and the earth, and then he creates light. So if light comes second, how can there be days before, right?
Light is on the first day.
Right. But how are there days if there's no light, I guess is what I'm saying.
That's a good question.
Right.
But it does say light is on the first day, and it does raise the question of how there's light on the first day and sun on the fourth.
Right. How is there a day if there's no light? Exactly.
So you're not seeing it as a literal created these things in this order then?
I kind of am, but I think science can explain a lot of what the Bible is trying to tell us. I think, like I said, I think it was somebody's account of maybe a vision. It was somebody's account of what they were shown.
You can interpret science to make it fit the description in the Bible.
I'm saying that sounds, the way you said that sounds a little trickery. I think science could eventually help us understand the Bible.
To help us understand the Bible.
Right.
Do you think that understanding could lead toward the Bible being understood to be false or mythic?
Sort of. I think there's a lot of different religions in the world, and I think every single one of them probably has a little bit of truth, like the flood myth, right? Like Noah's Ark. The flood myth exists all across the world in multiple different cultures. What's that?
Are you sure the flood myth? You say the flood myth. Are you sure?
A flood. I'll say a flood myth. Sure.
Unique flood myths with different reasonings, different time periods, different results, different gods, different stories.
Right. So
regions known for flooding.
Right. So a flood myth exists across multiple different regions, and it shares similar traits. So
a flood myth exists. You're saying a singular myth about a particular.
No, I'm saying multiple different cultures have a unique flood myth that shares common traits.
You say they share common traits in that they are myths about floods.
Yes, there's more. There's obviously more details than just the flood.
Is there a detail that they all share?
Flooding would be the major detail, but they do share more than that. But
is there a detail they all share besides flooding, since that is the...
Yes.
Can you give me what that detail is that exists amongst all these cultures that have flood myths?
Not right at this time. I'm not an expert on the Bible. Like I said, the Bible is vast. There's a lot of stuff in it. But to answer your previous question, I was saying there's a lot of stuff in the Bible that, or you were talking about science and how that can explain the Bible, and I was saying there might be a lot of things, or whether the Bible's myth or fact. And I was saying I think it might blend the two. So while there's a lot of cultures that have different stories about a flood, that's kind of the flood
you're
myth.
Backing away from questioning.
No, you're saying is it myth? You're saying is it myth or fact? And I'm saying it's a little bit of both.
Yeah. So you're saying it's a little bit of both, but the question was about how it could be both. You brought up the global flood, which you said was in all these different myths.
So there's records of a global flood across the entire Earth that existed, that happened about 12,000 years ago.
Yeah, can you give me somewhere else besides the Indus Valley or this region where there was a flood myth 12,000 years ago, you say?
Atlantis has a flood myth 12,000 years ago. Different Native cultures have flood myths dating to
Atlantis. Stop! I don't need a list. I needed one.
Okay.
So you said Atlantis.
Mm-hmm.
And that's from 12,000 years ago.
If you're going off of
When
yeah,
is the Atlantis story?
it could be dated to about 12,000 years ago.
How?
What Plato and Aristotle said.
When did Plato and Aristotle talk about Atlantis?
They were like Greek times. They were BC, I think. I don't think too far, but I think they were relatively about 2,000 years ago.
And when did they say the Atlantis flood happened?
About 10,000 years before themselves.
Where did you get that?
There's a book called Fingerprints of the Gods that talks about kind of these different cultures around the world that share common, just common themes.
So somebody made a book to highlight what they saw as commonalities between these myths.
Well, they did a lot of research. They talked to a lot
Did you
of...
verify their research?
Well, they talked to a lot of people, and
Did
no,
you verify any of their research?
No, I didn't fly to Greece or South America and talk to the native populations there, but that's what books are for.
So he flew to Greece, talked to the native population there, and they confirmed that the Atlantis myth was from 12,000 years ago. I'm trying to understand how you confirmed the date of Atlantis.
It's in the... I can't explain a whole book. There's a whole book, man, about the...
Did you read the book? Or you just
did read the
like,
book.
there's
About
a book?
200 pages. I can't summarize the whole thing for you. And you got to read it yourself. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not asking for you to summarize the whole book. I'm asking to see if you can question your belief in it. Seems as though you're as
So the book,
to
so
this as you might
Fingerprints of a...
So
Sorry.
I'm curious. Did you come up here to question your beliefs or just to kind of argue? And
No, I'm here. So I think Fingerprints of the Gods are these books.
you just came to promote a book, okay?
No, I'm obviously not promoting a book that came out in the 90s.
What was the question I just asked?
I was just going to say, you asked if I'm questioning my beliefs, but I'm saying this is how I'm questioning. Like I said, I came up here and told you I'm Catholic, but I'm very open to like different interpretations and what the Bible might mean. That is how I'm questioning. I'm very open to other ideas.
So this is how you're questioning Catholicism, is by looking into other myths that confirm the ones you grew up with.
No, I like I told you, I have my own interpretation of the Bible from reading it, and then I'm very open to other people's interpretations of the Bible or other religious documents, physical documents, archaeological records. You know, I'm open to it all, and I think they could all intertwine or help explain each other.
You think? Do you begin with the presumption though that the Bible is true or mostly true, or will be verified in some way?
Yeah, like I said, I think a lot of the Bible is metaphorical, but a lot of it is also
Why do
factual.
you begin with the presupposition that it is true, mostly true, or will be verified in some way?
Why do I believe that it's true?
You're ignoring me just to ask. Does anybody else want to try to ask him questions? Because he's not listening to me.
I'm trying. I'm sorry.
No, I'm so sorry. I don't think I have any questions for you.
That's okay. I guess if I don't know if you're Catholic or not, but everything I'm saying is very anti-Catholicism so far.
It's what I believe, or what anybody up here believes, doesn't make any difference. We're trying to see if you can question your beliefs. And
Totally.
so far, yeah, you say that, but you're somewhere not in Catholicism, which is where you were. So it sounds like you could question that belief. But now you're presenting things that still confirm a belief in some kind of scriptural consensus, some kind of bearing out of the truth of it because you believe it to be true. And that's the belief I'm questioning, whether or not it's Catholic, Protestant, or just your own, Will's version of the Bible. It still seems as though you were under the assumption that the Bible is true, and you don't seem capable of questioning that at all.
No, I think one of the specifically the New Testament. The Old Testament's a little bit a little metal. There's a lot going on in there, but I think the New Testament specifically, and specifically Jesus's message, I don't necessarily think it even needs to be true to have the same impact. Like there is evidence that Jesus was a real person and stuff, but I think his message doesn't necessarily need to be true to have the same impact. Now, whether or not it's true, that's I think that's the whole point of being a religious person, right? I don't think nobody knows for sure if your beliefs are true. If you say they're true, I think you're lying, because there is no way to know, right? Yep.
So you're not saying that it must be true and that you know that it is true, but you lean towards the divinity claim of the Bible.
For sure. I think so I definitely don't think there's nothing, right? Whether or not the Bible is a perfect...
What is nothing?
Nothing would be... I don't think the earth, people, animals, life, grass, trees, I don't think is random.
What is random?
I don't think life exists for no reason. I don't think I don't believe that life is just, chemicals hitting each other and boom, bam, you've got cells, and then you've got bacteria, then you've got life and whatnot. I don't think it's that. Now, do I believe in that process? Yeah, I think that's how life came to be. Do I believe it came from nowhere? No.
What do you mean from nowhere?
Like, I don't think the right amount of chemicals touched each other and all of a sudden life was formed on Earth. I think there was something that gave birth to all of this.
Why?
Can I ask how that would logically make sense?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. How can one couple create all of humankind?
Oh, I guess I wasn't really talking about one couple. I was talking about more like, so we know life on Earth started as like single cell organisms, and then it evolved into larger organisms and things like that. And we kind of, that is a theory, but we kind of know that to be mostly true.
You believe in the process of evolution, but you don't believe that abiogenesis occurred. Or do you just not believe that it was... You believe it must have been guided if it did?
So I think and this kind of goes back to the Genesis that we were talking about. So I think evolution that you were saying, yes, I think it's clear that life kind of evolved in a linear form, but we don't know what started whatever the first cell was. We don't know how we don't know how life started.
So if we knew how life started, and it didn't require a God, would you still insert God to answer why?
So that's actually something I've thought about. If we truly knew, so I'll put it to something more modern. So people talk about doctors a lot, and I used to see, it was a joke probably in like 2010 where a doctor does surgery and the patient says, "Oh, like God bless, like God saved me," and the surgeon's like, "I saved you." But I still think God has a hand in guiding that person, even if they're not religious or anything, but guiding that person to training, getting that the whole process. I guess I think God is.
I didn't ask you if surgeons don't deserve credit for their work. What was the question I asked you? How do we go so far down these rabbit holes that the question gets left so far in the dust?
I'm sorry, I was trying to make a metaphor, but you can repeat the question. I did get a little lost.
I'm actually not going to repeat any more questions, Will. If anybody else has a question, this is their chance. I'm ready to move on.
No thanks.
That's okay. You guys got really chill voices, so you guys seem pretty cool.
Appreciate you, Will. Maybe another time, perhaps we'll have more questions for you. But
sure.
Yeah, I think I'm ready to move on. He might be very genuine, and maybe in there he's capable of questioning his beliefs, but I think after the night I've had, he might just be a little too circuitous for me at the moment. Could be me. See? It's my fault.
Language is tough and limiting.
Could be language. I don't know if language was the problem. He might be
speaking in metaphor.
Well, yeah, the metaphor
Like
and parable, yeah, metaphor and parable to answer every question. A simple yes or no gets a metaphor or a parable so that we lose what the question even is. I think is yeah, it's a good sign that there should be some pausing and thinking on what the question is before giving a prepared youth group pastor answer.
Very much so, yeah.
Did
Deep breaths.
Nobody asked me what a vibe was.
What's the vibe, Thrayle?
A wiggle.
A little jig.
Yep, a little jig.
Do your bones rattle when you wiggle? Do the vibrations go forth?
Do the vibrations go forth?
Down to the tip of your toes. I'm not sure I should continue.
Probably not. Do my bones rattle when I wiggle? Sometimes there is an audible noise. I might be getting old. Let's see, can we see all three or just two? So
I
there are
unfortunately may have to flop.
Oh no. Well, of course, we appreciate you as always, Noctis. Thank you so much for being here.
I appreciate you all too. And I'm sure everyone in the comments will behave. Morgan's been doing a fine job at reminding them to keep in line, and so has Philly.
Hell yeah. W mods. Well, thank you, Noctis. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Thrayle. Love you all.
Love you, Noctis. Bye.
Take care. And we have Bill. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in Anubis.
Do you believe in the entire Egyptian pantheon or just Anubis?
Just Anubis.
Who is Anubis?
He's the god of rebirth.
Are you sure about that?
And I also believe in my dick in my ass.
I thought you might be that kind of ridiculous, so don't worry, we won't see you again.
Go, like, touch some grass or something, please. Like, what the fuck? Like,
I just weighed his heart against a feather, and it came up lacking.
Mouth.
He was found wanting.
Azure's got it right. The guests have been very tedious. I feel like we're pulling teeth tonight. Azure's gonna.
Well, that's because a lot of the ones that have come up haven't wanted to question, they've wanted to preach, they've wanted to teach, they've wanted reassurance and some kind of vindication. They've wanted to win, or they've wanted maybe just to be heard.
I don't think a lot of people get heard. And that's part of the problem.
I try to hear people who need to be heard, who want to be heard, who are not meandering too far from
I agree.
the topic, but there is a topic. Maybe the previous guest, you know, the one with his own parts and his own parts. Maybe he just wanted to be heard.
Very possibly. Looks like we have a new guest.
Hello, Mastermind. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
45.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes. Yes, I do. I believe in the God of the Bible.
I see. And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I think I have. Might be missing some sections.
Do you believe the stories to be true and literal?
Not all of them. They're not all literal. To be true, yes.
Are any of them not true?
Could be. I don't know, but they could be. They could be questionable.
Do you believe in the 6-day creation?
The archetype, yes, it's an archetype language. It's not a literal sense.
It's archetype language in the first chapter.
Yes.
What do you mean by archetype language?
It's like human beings trying to understand something that happens, and I guess if you want to use this language, a different frame of work or a different dimension or a different scenario. So you just got to make sense of it the best you can.
So you've made sense of Genesis 1 in some
I didn't.
way.
The writer.
Have you been able to make sense of it?
No, not really, because I know that in 6 days nothing could be, according to my understanding, could be created, right, with so much complexity. And I'm okay with that.
Do you believe the order of creation is true? If the days are archetypes or is
I
the
don't think
order
it's meant to
somehow
be.
symbolic?
I don't think it's supposed to be like the science guy type of book reading. It's more like a challenge thing to see beyond and dare to think.
A challenge to see beyond and dare to think.
Yeah, because it's at this level of conscious and logic thinking, we understand that nothing this complex could be created in 6 days.
You see, nothing this complex can be created in 6 days. The book describes it being created in 6 days in a given order.
Yeah, according to their teachings and according to their commentators, that's what God showed Moses, and that's what Moses wrote.
So God showed Moses this, and you believe Moses wrote chapter 1 of Genesis?
Could be. He said it. Why would I not believe it? I accept that to be his writing.
Why?
Because he said it.
When did he say it?
In the book.
He said that I, Moses, am writing this.
Well, according to some of the writers and some of the rabbis, they affirmed that he was the one that claimed to write it.
They affirmed that he claimed to be writing Genesis.
Yes, and there's some other questions to if he was really the writer or somebody else in history, depending who you choose to accept.
Do you think that... I'm sorry, so Moses wrote Genesis according to what God showed him, but you don't know if it was 6 days, because that doesn't seem like something that could happen.
Yeah, in my mind, in my frame of mind, it will be very challenging.
Does it still seem like Moses wrote the rest of Genesis, like he wrote chapter 2 as well?
Well, they attribute all 5 first books of the Torah to him.
Interesting. I will have a question about that in a moment, but also, what if there's a contradiction between...
Oh, there's always, I think there's room for that. There needs to be. There always has to be a contradiction.
I haven't quite finished asking the question. So if there's contradictions in the text, in things that supposedly were written by Moses, chapter 1 and chapter 2, if there was a contradiction in the order given, does that mean that, like, that contradiction is there for a reason, or is there any possibility that these were different stories by different people?
Well, that's hard to say, right? Because this is such an ancient book, and so many things get tampered and get played with. So that could be a possibility. I think it's a fair judgment.
If it's possible that it's been tampered with and played with, that it could have been written by other people than who it's said to be written by, then why would you believe that it's written by Moses at all?
Because that's what I choose to accept. That's my.
Have you read the first 5 books?
Yes, I read them.
Did you read the end of the 5th book?
Yes. He said that he died.
How did he write about his own death?
Well, like I said, these are language that human logic would not be able to make reason out of it. But it's there.
So it makes more sense that he wrote his own death and we can't logic it than that the stories could have been written by another person or even made up.
Well, you're making some good points, and from what I could tell you, from what I understand, and from what I choose to believe from the book, that's what I believe, that he's claimed to be the writer. He saw his own death, right? Like he's looking from a different dimension, looking down at his reality.
Can you question that?
I have. There's nothing really to be afraid of. It's good stuff. Makes you think.
If Moses did not write the Torah, if the possibility... I'm sorry, what?
Could have been Job.
Why would Job have written the Torah?
There's some scholars who believe that he was one of the first, right, persons who claimed to know this unnamed God.
How do you know that Job existed?
Well, from the story that I read. That's how I know he existed in the story, so I'm taking the story.
Have you ever read another story besides the Bible?
Yeah, there's a lot of stories that I have read. Don Quixote.
That's a great example. Do you believe Don Quixote existed?
Do I believe Don Quixote existed? I never looked in to see if he was a real person or he was just a person. I really don't know, so I cannot answer that. I was very young when I read that.
Why didn't you look in to see if that was a real person or not?
I was never interested in that. It never caught my attention. It was something that it was in school and they introduced it.
They didn't go over that in the lesson?
Very 45, I don't remember much of those days.
I just figured since you brought up Don Quixote.
Well, because he asks, if I've read anything else.
Right,
It was
no,
a
I'm
great
just saying.
example.
It was a great example, and because you brought it up, I thought that there would have been more because that was the example you brought up. But that was my fault, I assumed.
No, understand. Was he a real person?
As far as I'm aware, there's no real person ever to be attributed to even inspiring him, let alone being a real person.
Okay, cool. So now it's up to me to believe if what you're saying is true, or I can go search it out.
Absolutely, and I would highly encourage that you do look it up.
Yes, please.
Oh, I will. Trust me. Hey, Don Quixote is not that important in my life, so I understand.
Right.
It's not that serious.
Is Moses that important in your life?
Is Moses? Good question, because remember, I've been raised around this practice and this faith. So, I don't think Moses is important in my life. No, to be honest.
Is Job important?
No, they're great characters of the history of the Jewish people.
But if they didn't exist, would it change your belief in Christianity?
Not at all. Their existence does not prove or show right my choice of belief in Christian and the God of the Bible.
If Jesus was dependent on them existing, if he believed they existed and used their messages to say he was of that God, and it turned out that they did not exist, would that call into question?
That would bring more questions, and definitely still got to look into it, and see, why, right? It still got to be a process, This is not just magically acceptance of belief just because.
Does it matter to you if Jesus had never existed?
Yes.
Would it change your life and the way that you live it, the way you treat people?
I think, yeah, to some degree, yes. I will definitely will be a little different how I see life and I see people and interact with people, yes.
Can you think of what way you would react?
Don't have an idea, but I have seen some people that don't have them and behave very horribly.
Do you think?
Sorry.
That's all right. Do you think having Jesus is really what's making the difference between people acting horribly and not acting horribly?
I don't think Jesus is the problem, having him or not having him. But in my personal experience, I could speak in what has seen his role models, seen the stories, and seen some of this, faith has made me be more conscious of my daily life.
Do you leave room for the possibility that Jesus did not exist, at least not in the way
it
he's
could have been a myth.
described?
Yeah, it could have been a myth. I'm okay with that. That doesn't.
Would you still want to be a Christian?
Oh yeah, I love it. This is what I know. This is what I've been living. This is what I've been researching for all my, young years and my adulthood. So I'm pretty comfortable in it. And there's room for growth, and there's room for more knowledge.
And for you, you would still want to be that, even if Jesus were a myth and the whole story were made up.
I don't know about made up, but yeah.
What if there was reason to believe there was no God? Would you still want to remain? Would you want to remain Christian?
So far, yeah, I've been through life. I've been through some stuff. It's not like I haven't been living. So the question of God is real or not in my life has been a thing that I have pondered and had, put some thought to it. So I'm pretty solid and pretty, founded in what I have come to accept.
Does a God need to exist for it, the God, to be meaningful?
No, gods don't exist. Gods are made.
Fascinating. So even the God that you believe in is not a God you believe exists, but a God you believe.
The God that revealed himself to Israel is a different God from the other gods that
I see.
The people of Israel will call not to either make idols or image or whatever.
Does that God need to exist for it to matter?
No, he doesn't exist because, in order to exist, you need to have a frame of time, and he don't possess time, right? He's out of time, according to their teachings. That's why he never had a name.
So you don't consider what God does existing?
The things that are created, yeah. Not the being, the essence, or the force, depending how you understand it, right? This energy or this vast universe.
Does everything need to have been created by a God?
No, I think everything was created according to his kind.
What do you mean by that?
Well, evolution.
I see. So you're using kind to point out that evolution occurred. And that's a different way to take kind instead of replacing species.
Okay. Still learning.
No, that's fine. I'm just your view is. I think it's unique, unless I'm misunderstanding. So
No, you're right.
you're saying you believe in evolution, that,
Yes, I
that
came to
things do
understand.
change
Yep.
from species to species. It's not that each according to its kind is about the kind of change.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
When you say kind, is that a kind of change? Like, what is each according to its kind? How does that
Right.
fit with evolution?
I think that there has to be some property, right? You cannot make an apple, become an orange, right? And it's a fruit, but there has its own property of what makes a citrus and what makes something, apple style. So, just like dirt produces some elements and water and the skies,
So each according to its kind means to you things coming to be their own kinds.
Correct.
That's interesting.
You get from H2O, you get water. From water, you get vapor. From vapor, you get snow. You get rain.
It's interesting you took it not just to evolution, but to the water cycle. Oh, we hit the goal. Real quickly, I'm gonna just make sure that I thank Heather's Descent, Philly Red, Miss Carew. I see you changed your name back. Shell, Anki Bubs, Claire, and KD. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. I appreciate all of you so much. So, if I'm hearing you correctly, even if there was some reason to believe that there was no God, no Jesus, that none of these characters existed, that everything came about naturally without the help of a creator being, that you would still follow Christianity because of the teachings, and it's what you've always known.
Well, I can. It's very hard to unknown what you know. Like once you understand things and you see them from the truth. Do I believe Christianity has its fragile and errors and mistake? Yes, I think everything that is in this planet comes with all those. So I don't think there's any perfect way of believing or knowing if everything is what it is. But as my journey in life and what I have experienced and what I've come to, I pretty solid in acceptance to that, right? Now, if tomorrow, let's say we wake up with a full reset that I have to start all over, I'll be more than glad to start learning new things and seeing other stuff. But as of right now, this is the faith that I have proclaimed and I have believed, and there's
Do you feel
history
like
for it.
believing Do you feel like believing in Jesus and Christianity is a choice?
For me, yes. I don't know for everybody else. Some people were groomed into it. Some people were forced to it. Some people were. So there's a lot of other possibilities. But for me, yes, it was a choice. I don't think everybody's supposed to be a Christian. I don't believe that.
Do you think that those people that don't believe in Christianity face some kind of torment, hell, or punishment?
Not at all.
Do you?
And I know it's not the typical theological belief, right? Because it depends what group of Christians you tend to assimilate to or branch to that will believe that type of approach.
Mm-hmm. Does it matter if it's in the book?
Well, the book is open to interpretation.
So anything that you would find objectionable in the book can be interpreted in a way that you might not in the book.
I think there's things that the book is. There's nowhere in the book that says you have to.
Can be interpreted.
I think there's things that the book is. Was written in this book.
Does it not say to lean not on your own understanding?
Well, yeah, but it's not talking reference to the book.
I see.
Because the book was not around in the first century, so it was not around for many years. So to allude it to the book, I think, like, I need to read the Bible in order to understand if it's true or not. I think it's a poor mindset and thinking.
Does it matter to you if it's true or not?
What's true?
God created all and sent his only begotten Son to die on a cross for your sins.
I think the story has nothing to do with the bigger picture. I don't believe that the whole creation and the whole life is narrowed down to a story that happened in the land of Jerusalem.
What is the whole of it then? If not the sacrifice of Jesus?
I think there's still more to know, and we're still living it, we're still understanding it. And these conversations and these little groups play a part in that.
Well, Mastermind, I hope that whatever part we play, that you keep asking questions. It sounds to me like you have a unique view and an open mind, and that you're willing to even consider the possibilities that you were wrong on every level, and still the thing that leaves me questioning any of it for you is why hold to it.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Can you be wrong?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So if it was the shoes on the other side, if I was you and you was me, how you think that will unfold?
I don't know what you mean.
If you was the one in my shoes believing and I was in your shoes not believing, how would that make you feel? Or what you think about that?
I honestly don't know, because I've never believed in a God like that. I have no idea how it feels to talk to someone who doesn't believe, especially since everybody has their own unique view on what it means to believe and not believe as well. So,
did you choose not to believe, or you just don't want to believe?
see the way you framed that. Did I choose not to, or do I just not want to? kind of limits me to, in both cases, having chosen not to. I don't know that that's a choice. I don't think, from my experience, that believing in something is something I can internally just turn on like a switch. Say, oh yes, now I believe it. So I don't know how to choose to believe.
So, are we all born knowing what we know?
No.
So somebody gave us information and we accept whatever we choose to accept. Right? If I
How do
want
you
to
know
believe
that you choose to accept information?
well, if you come and be like, yo, my man, I believe in aliens. I'll be like, word, that's what's up. Tell me about it. You know what? I think that sounds cool. I want to believe in them. Right?
But
You don't say it, but you, I think, subconsciously accept that to be this.
Is
are answers to questions always binary?
Oops. You got a little
That was
drowned
so
out there,
loud.
Morgan. I know, but it was very welcome for toroid time, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely thank Heather's Descent, Cat to Witch, and Shell for that one. Thank you, guys.
So, do answers to questions are they only ever binary? Is it only ever yes or no? It is or it isn't?
You asking me or?
Yeah, that was for you.
Oh, because you were the one talking, so that's why I thought it was for you to answer the question.
No, I'm asking you.
What does that mean? That word binary, I heard it, but I really don't know what that word means.
So, what I asked was, do the answers to questions, are they always binary? So is it always yes or no?
No,
It
I
is
don't
or it
think so.
isn't?
According to what I understand, no. Answers are very complex. Everything is complex.
What's the logical next step if you can't say yes or no?
That I'm me?
Yeah, it's still on you. You're doing great, though.
I could say yes to that. Are you yes on me?
I'm confused. That doesn't.
If you're given a yes or no choice, and you don't know the right direction to go, I think Morgan's asking what the logical answer is.
Well, like I said, everything is complex, so I have to see, right? I cannot just give I could try to give a yes and answer, but I could be wrong. To yes
So
or to
if
no.
would you try to give a yes or no answer?
It's hard at times.
Is there any other step you could take to be able to give an answer?
I could take a step back and continue, right? If it's something that is challenging me, you know, morally or, you know, any other type of form, I would really have to ponder on it and see.
You're trying so hard
I
to
won't
get him
answer
there.
right away.
I know.
Morgan's trying so hard to get him there, but the funny thing is, you might have missed it. Right before you started, he did it.
I know. That's why. That's why I'm trying so hard, because he's already done it.
Oh, so you're trying to trick me into falling into some
No,
yes or no?
not
No,
trick
no
you.
tricks. Not at all.
She's asking you if you have an option between yes and no on something, and you have no reason to believe yes and no reason to believe no. What is the logical answer? Is there a third answer between yes and no, or something else? And you had already said the phrase earlier, and I in the last time I asked it, even kind of like shoehorned it into the way I questioned it. But I avoided it this time. if it feels like we're just kind of dancing around an answer we expected to hear, it's not. It's not that we expected it. It's she's kind of.
So you want me to
She's
think
kind
and all
of
that?
giving it to you.
So you want me to believe in all that that's not a trick question?
It's not really a trick question, even though there was a correct answer in her mind, which is I don't know. That was the answer she was going for. Was to see if you have a yes or no question presented and you don't know the answer, what's the correct answer? I don't know, because you don't know.
Well, it was different with your because we had a conversation to what we were talking about. She just come out of nowhere with that. It could make me think a lot of things. So
It was
definitely I
trying
would
to
put
get you
it
to.
out.
It was just trying to get you to think from a different perspective. And
I think I
I
did.
can appreciate it. I think you've done very well, Mastermind.
Guys, this was good. You know.
Yeah, I hope.
Even though she
keep
came to
asking.
save you though, because you was going somewhere with my question.
She thought I was. No, I don't
She
think it
saved
was
you though.
to
She was your
save me.
savior.
Do you remember your question? I'll
Oh,
maybe
very
answer
clear.
it. Yeah, go ahead and ask it again.
About you being a believer, I'm being you, you being me.
Yeah, so if we were to swap positions, I don't know how I would know what your feelings in the situation would be.
Oh, how yours? What about yours?
That's what I mean. I don't.
Yes, that's why I brought that up. Is the answer? His answer is I don't know.
Yeah.
There is no yes or no to his he.
Okay, I
Does that
understand your
make
point now.
sense?
Oh yeah, now it does because I'm not a mind reader, so I don't know what's happening.
I don't know again. W's Mastermind. Appreciate you being here.
All right, I gotta go eat breakfast.
asking
I gotta go to work.
questions. Yeah, we'll let you go.
Thank you, bro. Have a good one.
Take care.
Oh man.
You can lead a horse to water. You can even throw it in their face.
And even put their face in the water.
Sometimes you should make sure that you're actually leading a horse to water and not pulling a fish out.
Yeah.
He's questioning, but he's also got a sort of frightening as usual, but it's also kind of still
unsettling.
Yeah, there's an unsettling conviction there that I think needs questioning, but it's it's still. It doesn't seem that he's afraid of questioning. It seems
not at
as though
all.
he's choosing a faith practice out of comfort and familiarity.
And that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
But that is not to diminish that he probably has a deep conviction for his belief that he just didn't elaborate on. So I'm not trying to diminish that.
Not at all. Oop. I've been summoned to open the door. Excuse me a moment.
You are excused. I wonder if we're going to have more believers or if we are nearing the poem time.
Surely with 138 people in this live.
We're going to have well over 162. Like
162,000.
Yeah.
Words are so good. They're so easy. all the time.
Surely there's a believer. Oh, look at that.
Hello, I have a question. How come there's 140 people watching and like nothing's happening?
That's fascinating. You say nothing's happening. We were waiting for somebody to come up with a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that.
Yeah, that's quite interesting that there's just like 140 people just
So,
waiting for
Kenny,
that.
do you have, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 21.
Okay. And what year were you born?
04.
Interesting.
Okay, I have a question. So, what's like Batcolyte? Is that like a belief system?
So, what month were you born in? 04.
Oh my goodness. You're gonna. Okay.
Am I gonna what?
No, I already know what you're gonna do, but like, I'm just curious. What is like Batcolyte? Is that a religion?
No. So when it says question the questioner, you're welcome to come up and start just rattling off questions. But if you actually want to participate, next time answer the questions.
Yeah. My sister was born in 2003. There's no way.
He said he was 21.
Mm-hmm. My sister's going to be 23 this year.
Mm-hmm.
No. Yes? Yes.
Yeah.
I can math.
You
Math
can
good.
math. There is a way. That's why I asked which month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But being disingenuous just, kind of makes itself out eventually.
And what's the implication? There's 134 of us in the room right now, which I think is awesome. Don't know how many are sleeping, but I would venture to guess at least probably 40 or 50 of them are probably asleep. Who knows, maybe more. But the rest of them, I'll tap that screen, share that live, show them that we're really here. We're at 164,000 likes. That's pretty awesome, but I bet we could, I don't know, we could probably get a little further than that in just a few seconds if we really tried. Also, if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I am going to step away for just a second while you say hello to whoever pops up.
Oh, wonderful. I'm so excited. Tap that screen, Southern style. So how is everyone? Good? Good. Thank you, Claire. Very kind. Keep tapping that screen. If you'd like to support even more, make sure you send your daily heart me. Support the live through gifts. There's also a link in the link tree in Batcolyte. I think it's, I'm not sure if it's, I can't remember if it's Thrayle or Batcolyte's bio, and that's my own damn fault for not remembering.
I'm just up here to gift you while he's gone.
Oh, well, thank you.
Okay.
May I have your age for TikTok TOS, please?
35.
Thank you. And what do you believe in a god, God's higher power, or something else like that?
Yeah, I do.
Would you like to elaborate?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. It's late. I was sleeping too. Just give y'all some easy people, I guess.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, like at first I was like really skeptical too, like coming in and stuff. But last time I was here, it was like really open, fucking awesome. And it's not a bad thing to question your beliefs, but I believe in God, like which Bible, Catholicism, that stuff. But then I had narrowed down last time I was here that I only liked Catholicism due to the ritual sense.
I think I remember you being up here, now that you say that.
Yeah. But I mean, I feel like there's something bigger than me, right? And I contemplated and thought about it over the weeks, or I think it was 2 weeks ago or something like that. But I don't know. I mean, I can never pinpoint. When I read the Bible and I've even picked it up and read it, I'm like, can I pinpoint that's it? No. I don't know what it is, but I still go to Mass. It doesn't change. Mass hasn't changed for me. The people around me do. That's for sure. But yeah, no, it's sad, like seeing like people not trying to open their minds. Like it's okay to not believe fully or question your belief and all that jazz, and even look into other things. But I was talking to somebody else about it the other day, and they're like, dude, you're going to hell. I'm like, fuck, dude, are you serious? I was like, okay, that's a whole can of worms too, but like, when do I get to go to hell?
Aren't we already there?
Yeah,
Wait.
like is purgatory, are we not here? Like a proving ground, and I don't know, there's so many things I don't understand, and I will never, and that's why I choose not to read too much into a whole lot of shit anymore.
Do you think it's okay to be comfortable with
not knowing?
uncertainty?
Wait, say that again.
With uncertainty, not knowing, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's one thing I've gained through y'all. Like, I don't have to search and search and search and search and search. I question my beliefs. I understand that there's something bigger or not, and I will never know until I do. You know,
Isn't that the worst?
not really. Like, it's like a no fucks thing now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, it's a no fucks, I think. It's not that I don't care, you know? Like, if I died today and then was at Heaven's Gates, you know, I'd own it and hold myself accountable for everything I've done for what he says, hey, you know, Judgment Day. I'll do that. But if he's not there and it's somebody else and I don't know, then how could I be going through those gates, you know? So,
Do you think we can ever know?
I don't know, that I guess that's way beyond. I mean, people take, you know, rugs and DMT and all that stuff and say they found. I'll ever know.
Maybe if not in your lifetime, do you think there will ever be a time that humanity will understand it?
I would like to think we could, or I could. But I can't guarantee it, and I couldn't put my, you know, I couldn't hang my hat on it.
Would it be disappointing if you quite literally never find out, even after unaliving?
Well, of course, like you think of something your whole life, right? And you put put this standard on yourself so high, and then you never meet that standard, right? It's, of course, yeah, that's disappointing. But that's the state I'm getting to, is like, no fucks, like, okay, whatever happens, happens. I mean, I'm here
So
talking to y'all.
you agree that there is there consciousness after unaliving?
I don't know.
I love that.
I'm
I
alive.
love that answer. You're so good.
No, that I think of. But like, yeah, I'm alive right now, so that's what I can do in the moment.
Absolutely.
I mean, I've never been unalived, so.
Me either.
So it's just crazy for the argument for that, you know? People argue that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's just kind of bullshit, petty, like pushing beliefs and brainwashing in a way. So it's weird.
So now that you're you're in the perspective, or that you're seeing through the lens that you're looking through now, have the ritual aspects of Catholicism changed for you at all, or how?
No.
How does the way that you hold your belief now affect?
I think it's a
your
respect thing.
practice? Mm-hmm.
After reading the book, you know, and not all the way through, and just parts and things that touched me through that book, like, I respect that. So, you know, I keep that in mind, and I respect it, just like, you know, Lucifer or the devil, whatever you want to call him. Like, he was the most beautiful angel, and he had reasons, right? So, like, it was like, I don't know, there's respect for everything. And so when I go into something, I give it respect. Even this, like, ton of respect for Chad or anybody. Just give it respect. And I think that's more like my belief system is respect, I guess. I don't know if I diverted a little bit on that, but
No, not at all. At least I don't think so. But I also have a much different understanding of belief than Thrayle does.
yeah, and everybody does, right? But then if you can't respect it, you know, that's the cool thing. We can all sit up here and have different beliefs, and you would just respect what that person believes, like, whatever. That's the fucking point of arguing.
I mean, and that's the kind of environment that we try to foster here, is that we don't want your proof necessarily. We don't want your, you know, we don't want our questions refuted. Like, it's an exploration exercise for internal reflection of yourself. That's it. If your mind changes, you did that work, my friend.
Yeah.
We just asked you questions.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And I guess I go back on a feeling thought, like, what is a feeling? And the feelings I get when I go to mass and do all that stuff, like, I feel euphoric, like I'm on drugs, you know, but if I never had done drugs before, would I ever feel that feeling, you know? But, man, completely sober now, thank God. But in your aspect, thank myself, right? Because I did that. But I don't know. I think I crave that, like, little high every now and then. That once a week peace, I guess.
What about it brings you peace? Like, what aspect of it?
I think it's quietness and, like, comfort of, like, I'm safe.
Familiarity.
That and by the way, some context. I became Catholic when I was 28. I'm 35 now, so it's still fairly new to me, the whole thing. And there's so much to it that I just gave up on. Why dive into it so much? Like, there's such a more than a lifetime thing there. But yeah, I guess it's the comfort of, like, having a routine it feels right. But then I can probably go do the same thing somewhere else and not know if it's right or wrong and feel the same way. I mean, it's like jumping in a hot tub when your back hurts, I guess.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. I will never know, I guess.
What were you before you became Catholic? I'm sure you said last time, but my memory is failing me at the moment.
I don't really vaguely remember, like, honestly. Like, I think just like a ball of hate. Hating everything that was to do with organized religion, and I see why, like, because I do not believe with organized religion, like, at all. But I believe in a lot of context and respect towards Jesus or God or whoever in chat. I'm not trying to trigger y'all, but whatever.
There are beliefs that don't deserve respect.
Say again?
Are there beliefs that don't deserve respect?
No. I think everything deserves respect.
So there's no belief at all that warrants, maybe not disrespect, but absence of respect.
Well, if you don't know it, it would be absence, and you won't give it respect if you don't know it. But yeah, I mean, I don't think if you're just gonna go disrespect something or not give the respect to somebody else because they believe a certain thing, because you've been brainwashed a certain way, like I think that's wrong. That's a right and wrong system.
Is it?
Does that make sense?
It does, to a degree, but
Switch the roles of the believer and the indoctrinated.
And don't forget, I'm simple here, so
right. If somebody's indoctrinated into a belief that is harmful in some outward way, a supremacist or a bigoted ideology, do those beliefs necessarily deserve respect because they're beliefs?
Yeah, 100% respect, because did I do my due diligence? Do I know that there's a for sure fact that goes in play? There's everything that just flies in of, like, there's facts for over feelings. And I mean, I'm not saying everybody should, be unalived if you join here, blah, 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 like, and I should support that. No, I'm not going to support it, but I don't know too much about it, so I'm not going to say anything about it. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense.
So are you equating support with respect?
I guess I was on that. I mean, I guess respect, it could be a healthy distance.
So these harmful beliefs should be supported? Is that what I'm understanding you're saying?
Can you pinpoint? Because I'm not going to support something I don't know what we're talking about. You know what I mean?
Right. I had mentioned bigoted or supremacist ideologies. So
I don't think I heard that. Sorry.
So if an ideology is saying that there's a right group to be in, or some kind of wrong that someone is committing just by existing as who they are those kinds of beliefs meant to be respected as well?
Okay, I'm thinking of like a whole group aspect. Like a group aspect, probably no, I wouldn't be a part of that and keep myself away from it. But each person as a whole, I would respect because I would try to give myself as much love to them as possible. And if that's me loving them, being the fuck away from that, yeah. But I'm not gonna like go blog it and shit on it and disrespect it, even though I know it's wrong, and then put myself in a line of crossfire of it. Does that make sense? I don't know. Maybe I'm just...
To a degree, yeah. No, I understand. Do you think that, and I'm not saying that you should, but do you think that by not blogging about it, as you put it, or speaking out against it, that you are in some ways supporting it, if it is within your experience, if it's something that you come across?
I mean, I guess that's opinion, right, to other people. So if I feel right by not supporting it, by keeping a healthy distance, not saying anything about it, and that's doing good for me, and that's making me feel good and keeping my peace at bay, then I'm chilling. And you could think that, oh, since I'm not saying anything, I'm a piece of shit, right? I don't care what you gotta say. I'm keeping my peace at bay, and I'm not gonna sweat over things I can't control. Because we're gonna do it either way. In any group, you can talk about all that.
So you're saying that you still give respect to those things, but in some cases, respect means a healthy distance or an avoidance of.
Individual as a whole, not the things I would give respect to. How about that?
So you give a standard, a different kind of respect to individuals. They get sort of a personable respect, even if they hold a belief of a harmful ideology and impose it upon you. Or is that?
In respect, meaning like not like, hey, I'm at your knees and I agree with you. You know what I mean? Respect, like, hey, you know, if you're broken down on the side of the fucking highway and you don't have a tire wrench, I'm gonna help you regardless what you believe in and what you've done. Not your group, not what your label is. Like I guess that's where I'm trying to get at. A little bit more simpler term of it. I don't know. I don't know. This is still way above my head, and I don't know a whole lot about this shit, but all I know is individual respect is what I would give. Doesn't mean I love you, you know, or love you forever. Or, yeah, bro, yeah, whatever you're doing, do it. My respect could be a healthy distance, could be a handshake, could be, I don't know. It's a case by case.
Fair enough, Christopher. I don't know if I have very many more questions for you right now, but I do appreciate you coming up.
Yeah.
And
I was getting over my head and I was getting stressed out. There you go. Fuck y'all. Love y'all. Bye.
I don't want to force you into a crash out.
No.
I can definitely see how a few more questions on that line might make you feel cornered. So I appreciate you. I'm going to go ahead and set you down and move on.
Yeah. Y'all have a good night.
You too,
Later.
Christopher.
Poor thing.
It's an ugly corner to get backed into. I didn't want him to feel like I was pushing him there.
Right. Absolutely Southern style. Respect is given and in return earned.
Let's see who else we've got in queue. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, that is what we're doing here. Not here just want to know, really, if you can question, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? We'll start here. I think this might have been the first one. Oh, that one doesn't exist anymore.
Oh.
Ghosts. Be ghosting around in the queue. That
Or
one might still
poltergeists.
exist. The poltergeists. Hello, Mad Mage. Can I get your age for TikTok?
Good morning. I am 35 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything
Yes,
like that?
I do.
And which god do you believe in?
Actually, I believe in Satan.
You believe in Satan as a existent entity?
Yes.
Can you tell me what Satan is?
Well, the way Christians describe Satan is more of a title that they've given to an ancient god. That ancient god would be Enki. And Enki means Lord of the Earth, which is precisely how Christians would describe Satan, as Lord of the Earth. And in the Sumerian tablets, Satan, or Enki, I should say, is our true creator, not God. So therefore, we are not created in God's image. We are more like a science experiment.
So what is it that gives you the idea that Enki is Satan?
Well, title. You see, Enki is the actual name. Satan is just a title for the enemy. And Enki would be described as an enemy of God, or the Judeo-Christian God, Yahweh. You see, some people aren't specific. I like specifics. And I like etymology. And if you look into etymology, you go down this rabbit hole. And I've been pretty far down that rabbit hole into the Sumerian tablets, which predate.
Which Sumerian tablets did you?
I mean, these Sumerian tablets, I didn't know that there are classifications or different types of Sumerian tablets. Do you know something I don't?
There are different Sumerian tablets. There's all different stories, different collections.
Are you familiar with the story of Enki and Enlil?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and they say that Enki is our true creator. What do you think about that?
Do you believe
Enki is a god of water, and we are mostly made up of water? That makes sense to me. Logically,
How does that mean a god would exist?
Well, you gotta have a level of faith. I mean, I myself, it's a belief, right? It's not like I know for sure. You know, I'm choosing to believe. That's the whole point of belief. You know, I didn't say I know for sure. I believe it though, because it's older and it predates Judeo-Christian literature by 5,000 years.
So you believe it because it's older?
Right, because I think of religion as a tree, and over the years, this tree has developed branches, and I prefer to look at the roots rather than the branches. I think looking at the roots of all religion is probably going to give you a better idea what our ancestors.
What makes you think that this is the root of all religions?
I mean, you can Google it. It's that simple. Ancient Mesopotamia is the root of all religion. If you were curious,
you're saying it's the root.
Their belief system prior to that.
Right. Yeah. It was the prototype.
You're saying no other belief anywhere else in the world existed.
I'm saying Mesopotamia is the root. All right, and after things have spread out over time, we have what we have today, a conglomeration of different cultures and beliefs. But if we all stem from ancient Egypt,
Why would you think we all stem from ancient Egypt?
science,
Where in science does it say we all stem from ancient Egypt?
well, wasn't the first human African American?
What was it? I don't think
Does
anyone
Yeah.
knows that.
I'm sorry, why would the first human be African American?
That's what science tells us.
What does that even...
And I happen to be a fan of science.
I'm sorry.
But these are beliefs. I wouldn't take them so personally, you
How
know.
could they be American?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, I could just say, you know what that term means.
Are you trying to say African?
Well, yeah.
Like, why would they be American at all?
Well, I'm just, I could just say black, but I didn't want to be racist.
Not racist.
You can just
to
say African, though.
Word, though.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna. That's semantics. I'm not gonna get hung up on
But
semantics.
now,
You know what I'm saying, right?
I honestly, when you say American, the whole thing didn't make much sense anymore. Why would you say?
Well, maybe I could have picked a better term.
Africa.
I could have picked a better term, but I'm not gonna get butthurt over it.
Okay, so because science says the first human came from Africa, according to your understanding, then therefore that means we all came from Egypt.
Well, I mean, it's a better option than because Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. Wouldn't you agree?
Does science say we came from Egypt specifically?
Well, it says that the first person would have most likely been black.
What does that have to do with Egypt?
Africa. I mean, I'm not an expert in this field, as you can tell.
So,
and I'm not claiming to be either. These are beliefs, after all.
They are beliefs, after all. Can you question them?
Well, yeah, I question everything. What are your beliefs? Let's question you. Now let's turn the tables. What do you believe?
My beliefs don't matter to the exercise.
Oh, so you don't have the courage to admit what you believe.
So, the live is, can you question your beliefs?
Yeah, I do question my beliefs.
Sure, I do turn the tables from time to time.
Questioning beliefs is what led me to what I believe in now.
Am I still speaking? I'm sure that I was still
speaking.
Yeah,
and I don't give a fuck, quite frankly.
Well, then I don't give a fuck if you're even
You think I care if you're speaking. That's cute.
I don't care if you're in the room. Fuck off.
No one. What the fuck? What just happened? What the fuck? This is why I don't like talking to people. This is exactly why I don't like talking to people. I don't like talking.
I think he might have been drunk. Maybe he'll find the live. I think he can question his beliefs without being drunk.
Or pretentious.
On another day.
Or pretend. Pick an us word. But with almost 150 in here, surely there's another believer that actually can question their beliefs. I don't believe that was a demon Kumba. I believe that was just someone who needs attention from something. I don't know what.
That was a demon, by the way. Don't call the guests demons. Call me one if you really have to, but I get called that every night. I don't think the guest was a demon. But Kumba, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
32.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And which god do you believe in?
Ask me a different question.
What is God?
I believe that God resonates in a higher level of consciousness.
What is consciousness?
Consciousness is a state of awareness and enlightenment that
So
soul
God
goes through.
resonates in a higher level of awareness. You said something about soul. What is that?
It's when your soul has done the work it needs to do to grow into consciousness and become aware. I think that everybody has their own belief system when it comes to a God and what they want to believe in.
Yep, they
So it's
do. I
not.
talk to them all night, but I'm
Mhm.
questioning you about yours. What is a soul?
What is a soul?
Yep, that's what I asked you a moment ago, and you said something about it, soul rising higher, but you didn't say what it was. What's a soul?
A soul is it's energy.
What is energy?
Are you trying to get technical with me?
I'm just trying to see what it is you actually believe, if you even know.
Okay.
If you can even question it, I should say.
Okay. Let me think of a educating way to say it.
It doesn't have to be an educated way, just a way that makes sense to you.
We'll ask questions.
It's like the essence or the core. It's like the essence of a living being.
The essence of a living being.
Mhm.
When you say essence of a living being, and that is soul, what are you actually saying is the essence?
Well, that depends on what their energy is made out of. Is it light? Is it dark?
So
Is it
energy can be made out of light and dark.
darkness? Yes, it can form into darkness.
What
Yeah.
is energy again?
Um, it really depends on where your soul was reincarnated before it came
What
up.
is energy?
Energy is everything.
Energy is everything.
Energy is in everything.
It's in everything.
Yes.
Okay, so if energy is in everything, what is it that is in everything?
So, like, if it's an object, it's in an object. If it's kinetic energy, then it's shapeable. Stored energy is like a position or configuration, for example, like gravitational energy near the Earth's surface would be more connected to the Earth, animals and plants and insects. Soul's energy, I feel like it depends on where that soul reincarnated from. So there's different types of energies. So, you can't just label an energy. Because it's very
energy is.
Can you say what energy is without saying the word energy? Let's say, like, energy is, and then don't use it again in the what it is.
Okay.
And it's fair to take a few minutes to think about it, Kumba. I'll give you just a minute. You don't have to listen to me. I'm going to talk past you. And thank everybody for tapping the screen. Thank you, everybody, for sharing the live. We're at 176,000 likes. And, oh, well, I can't quite see that number on the shares. Is it 63? I bet we could share out a few more times and maybe get a few more people in here who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
A great word. I would say that's a great word. Frequency. Energy is basically a frequency. There's different frequencies of energy.
Energy is frequency. There's different frequencies of energy.
Yeah.
Do you see what you did? You almost did it. You said energy is frequency. You didn't use energy there.
Oh.
But
You
then
want me to use
there's
the word?
but then there's different frequencies of energy. And so now it's not that energy is frequency, but now this is a descriptor of energy. So there's types of energy that are in different
There's different frequencies.
And so then I'm forced, of course, to ask,
Yeah.
what is frequency?
It could be seen as a code. It's like it sort of measures the frequency, so there's different frequencies, so there's different measures of the different frequencies that there are.
There's different measures of frequency. So what does frequency mean? It's like saying there's different energies, there's different types of energies when I asked what is energy, right? So what is frequency?
It's like the measure of how often an event occurs in a specific time or so.
Nice.
Yeah.
That sounds like a definition. So the measurement of a recurrence of something in a specified time. That's frequency. So how is that energy? The measurement of the measurement of the repetition of something. Is that what energy is?
It's like the rate at what the energy vibrates at.
So the rate at which energy vibrates is now frequency, or is that energy? How is it?
What? Say that again.
Why did you say it's the rate at which energy vibrates at?
Because it's a measurement.
So frequency is the rate at which energy is vibrating. What's doing the vibrating?
I don't know how you would say it, the frequency or the energy. I mean, I don't know.
The energy does the vibrating.
Yeah.
So energy is vibrating, but we don't really know what the energy is, because it was frequency, but now.
I mean, you can definitely feel those energies.
What are we feeling?
What are we feeling? I mean,
Yeah,
that
when you say we feel energies,
that
what do we
depends
feel?
on if you're capable of feeling. That depends on if you're aware. That depends on if you can see what others can't. If you could feel what others can't. You know, some people are.
Kumba, are you saying that you can see what other people can't? That you can see energy? Or are you saying that you feel things, feel emotions, and that you consider that to be energy?
I feel like everything, including your body, is seen as energy vibrating at different rates.
Seen as energy vibrating at different rates.
Mhm.
What does that mean? Energy vibrating. We still don't know what that is. What is energy?
It's the speed of a vibration.
Energy is the speed of
Well,
the vibration. I
the
thought
frequency
frequency
is the
was.
speed of the vibration, but
So what's
energy,
the energy?
I don't know how to explain it.
I accept your definition of frequency, that rate at, I wouldn't say vibration, but the rate at which something repeats, you said over time. Frequency. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I have questions about why that's related to energy, what that has to do with energy in the way you're describing it, at least as a soul.
I guess it matters on your state of awareness.
Your state of awareness.
Mm-hmm.
What does that have to do with energy?
Because your energy vibrates, and it's generally like more limited if you are not conscious of it, you know, so you don't, some people have
It's
control of
limited if you're not conscious
some people
of
have
the.
control of their energy, and some people do not. So there's high levels, there's anger, there's you know,
High levels of energy. Are you talking about what
actually I would say that
determines
would be pretty low. Anger would be pretty
Oh.
low.
What determines what's a high or low level emotion? Since it seems when you say energy now, you're talking about emotion.
Yeah, I would say just like.
Are you just now applying the word energy to emotion and making that soul?
No, I just feel like positive emotions are associated with higher frequencies of energy. And
I'm sorry, higher emotions.
positive emotions.
Positive according to who?
Mm-hmm. According to what your soul resonates with.
According to what your soul, which was energy, resonates with. So we're back in a circle.
Yes.
Was that the exit ramp? Are you dizzy, Kumba?
Are you trying to make me dizzy?
No, I'm trying to see if you can question your beliefs. It sounds like you're kind of hardline, that you're that there is a soul that is made of.
Do you feel like you're aware of your soul?
What is a soul?
Thank you for answering that. That's all I needed to know.
I see. So because I asked
So you're
what a
saying
soul
that you don't
is,
have one?
Nobody said that. I said, what
Do
is
you
a
have
soul?
one?
What is a soul?
You don't know what a soul is? Do you genuinely not know what a soul is? Or
When you say soul, what do you mean by soul?
when you say soul, what do you mean?
I don't know what a soul is. So I hear these people say this word. They all
So
use it
you're
very
just empty?
differently. You're not hearing me speak. Are you just empty?
No.
If you'd stop
I'm
talking
not.
over me, you'd hear what I say, and maybe you'd understand if I'm empty or not. But I hear these people use this word. They all say it in different ways. Not all of them mean the same thing. And so how can I know what you mean?
I guess you wouldn't know what I mean if you're an empty vessel.
So I'm asking you, I see how you're getting condescending and trying to turn this into something. But Kumba, I'm simply trying to see if you can question your beliefs. And so far, it seems like you can't, and you get defensive. We had a pleasant conversation up to this point, but I think I'm going to go ahead and move on to somebody who's actually capable of questioning their beliefs instead of turning it
being
into an
soulless.
attack.
Okay.
I see.
What?
Now I'm soulless.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
When they get defensive, they just start getting gross. So I'd rather move on to somebody who's not going to be gross.
I just like how do you like that was a genuinely good conversation up to that point. And I don't
know if it was genuinely good. It was calm, and she was seeming to go along with the questions and question her approach. But I think it was, we maybe struck a nerve. And maybe she needs to think about it. Good morning, Bats. How are you?
Good morning, and if you're in a shortage of souls, apparently I have about 20 of them, so take your pick.
Oh yeah.
I've been told that, so yeah.
That's amazing.
I don't
so
believe
sorry.
to be clear, I don't believe that, but just for the record.
That's a good clarification.
But yeah, if you have a belief in souls or deities, higher powers, here's the place to question them and verify or what would be the opposite of verify?
Trust.
No.
Well, whatever the opposite is may happen to your beliefs after we're done talking. So just if you're curious to either reiterate or at least understand your beliefs better, this is the place to do it. And there's an invite button right below us. There's 2 boxes. Oh, hello, Freddie. Sorry, I didn't sneak him up here.
Hey.
Hello, Freddie boy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
44, just about to hit 45, February 14th.
Happy birthday.
Pretty soon.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I just wanted to say I love what you do here. Challenging people's belief as we continue to evolve psychologically and sociologically as a species. You're part of that change. I don't have a belief in a god, so I can't be really useful in this conversation, and I don't want to waste your time. You know what I mean? So,
do you mind if I ask you just a couple of quick questions?
Sure, buddy, go ahead.
So why don't you believe in a god?
Well, I've studied, I'm a bit of a information vacuum. I've studied the sociological and psychological evolution of humanity. Where we started basically with animal worship. Like a good example is 70,000 years ago with anaconda worship. We can see the archaeology, we can see the anthropological evidence, the sociological evidence. I study many fields. It encompasses many fields. But and then we can see the polytheistic beliefs, and it was dotted. Animal worship was dotted, here and there, with different forms of belief of snake gods in the sky and stuff. And we study this in detail scientifically. And then you've got the polytheistic beliefs, which were not necessarily human at first, and then monotheistic, which is the more recent one, which is obviously one God, human God. We had polytheistic. We still have polytheistic beliefs when it comes to India, stuff like that, Hindu religion, which is a mix of animal/human beliefs. But you can see that clear evolution where we created gods. And that's there's an abundant amount of evidence that shows this evolution, right? So that's not a belief. I mean, just following the evidence. And then when we're talking about where consciousness came about, I mean, we do have mitochondrial Eve, which genetically shows us 100% fact that we all came from Africa. That's 100% fact genetically, So we can't question that. That's 100% fact,
Is it
Go ahead.
100% fact, or is it to like a near absolute certainty?
No, it's 100% certainty. We can follow the X chromosome to a woman, mitochondrial Eve in Africa, that we're all descended from. We're all black. We're all from Africa. We all descended from her. Not just her specifically, but you'd have to do the research. Just look it up yourself. It's not, Adam and Eve there of the Bible there. I'm talking about mitochondrial Eve, which is genetic fact, 100%. So there's no questioning it.
Are you, you say there's no questioning it?
No, 100%. Scientific fact.
Do you think that that's how science approaches
No, of course not. If nuclear information comes along, we change, we evolve. Science evolves as well.
So then why do you say 100%?
Because it's been studied. Because it's been studied. It's been studied in detail, and it's 100% fact that we all genetically came from Africa. Genetics doesn't lie because that's information, right?
I'm not trying to argue a point. What I'm questioning, and what I find most fascinating is that.
Oh, it's not only that. We also have the archaeology as well as the bones and stuff like that. But I'm talking. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
I was still talking, and you're debating me,
Apologize.
but I'm not debating you at all. In no way am I trying to argue an oppositional point. I'm questioning and why you hold anything with absolute dogmatic certainty. I understand, like if you said, I'm 99% or even 99.99 to exaggerate % sure that this is the case. But when you say 100% absolute,
no, I agree. That's not how science
unquestionable
works.
fact on a panel called "Can You Question Your Beliefs?" It kind of rings with the same absolute certainty when someone comes up here and says there is a God and you believe it and you know it and you're lying. It has that exact same ring. So I'm like, are you sure that's the level of
I agree with you.
You want to hold?
Well, first I want to apologize because my ADHD sometimes takes over a little bit. I have autism as well as photographic memory. I use these skills, if you want to call them skills, to study specific subjects. So when I said I study the sociological and psychological evolution of humanity, we can go as far as when we came out of the jungles of Africa. No, I'm not 100% certain. Obviously, science doesn't work that way. We have studied genetics, though, and the X chromosome being passed down from daughter to daughter is not something that you can really, it's just fact. I mean, I'm not trying to say that I'm absolutely correct in everything I study, but the studies I have come across, this is one of the things that, it's just research. You can go ahead and look at it yourself. If you decide to understand that we all came from Africa genetically,
Freddie, again, you're debating something that nobody's debating.
No.
The question is, why do you hold absolute dogmatic certainty over anything?
No, I don't. The only thing I do hold let's say if you want to call it a belief in, is that sociologically and psychologically humanity has evolved and will continue evolving, right? So that's about it. And where consciousness arose, I've studied that as well. I mean, if you want me to discuss that quite just quickly.
I don't know. No, I don't.
Nope.
Nope, I don't. Because it so far sounds like you want to present information and not be questioned on it. And
No,
that's not what this panel is.
It's not 100%.
I appreciate you coming up. I'm ready to move on to see if there's a believer who believes in something that they can question.
And I appreciate what you do here, man. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
Freddie.
Yeah, have a good day, man.
And if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable
appreciate what you do.
Anything like that, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to argue or debate. I just want to know if you can question it. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And while we have a lull, let me make sure that I thank Heather's Descent, Shell, Claire, KD, Seven Lemons, Polly, and Cat DeWitch. Appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. And of course, thank you all for being here and tapping the screen 182,000 times. That's amazing. You guys are incredible.
I bet we could get it to maybe 200 before poem time, maybe?
Maybe. Poem time may be fast approaching. I've got a severe weather condition to prepare for.
Oh yes, safety is primary. So if you need to step away, we'll understand.
Well, I mean, I'll have to do some prep before I go to bed, is what I'm saying. So we're gonna probably not go to noon today, but we can go a few more hours, maybe an hour, if we get a believer who can question their belief. I bet we could hit 200K before then.
So hear that comments? You got a limited amount of time to get to 200K. You have to get it before the weather hits Thrayle. Let's beat the weather. To beat God, I guess.
I'm not touching that one.
Well, if you believe that the weather's controlled by God, like I don't, but I can outrace a cloud with the right tools. I don't know. I need a jet, maybe. Has it really been that many people interrupting you throughout this evening, Thrayle? Because earlier when I got in here, it feels like non-stop guests just can't get past the belief part and then get to the gods part.
Mm-hmm.
It's been all night. We've had maybe 2 guests, 3 tops that were cordial in question. No, maybe 4. Okay, I can think of at
I would
least.
say probably 4. Because I think before I came in, you had said there was 1. And then there was 1 when I first came in, and there's been a couple since then. Thrayle, when did you become my master?
What?
Uh-huh.
What?
Scroll up.
Oh, wow. I thought we ended that conversation as cordially as we could.
I guess not.
Apparently, others need to be protected against us. Because we are spreading bad energy, and Thrayle is the master of all this. And the what? Okay, please, everybody, take your meds, drink your water, get some great vitamin D, eat your vegetables.
Get some sleep.
Lots of sleep.
Like, probably a full 8 hours at this point.
Sleep is important. Oh, there's the rat.
Oh, man.
Wait.
Oh, man.
No, I'm not late. It's early.
Oh, Kumba, I actually have drank holy water before. It's stale. Very stale.
It is. It's kind of gross.
Because apparently we're vampires, so.
Did you know that it only takes 1 drop of holy water to make the rest of something holy water? Like that's what the belief is, or at least my understanding of it.
I'm gonna dump a bucket
Holy
in.
water is homeopathic.
Homeopathic. I'm gonna dump a bucket in the ocean and baptize all the mermaids.
Hell yeah.
I don't know if Philly knows how Philly will feel about that. Philly might be a little asleep.
Great, now she's gonna dream of
I haven't had a word from
mermaids, poor thing. Is she gonna be the one baptizing the mermaids?
I mean, somebody's got to do it.
That's exactly what it's gonna be. Is, well, somebody's got to baptize all these mermaids.
Baptize them to what? What is the baptism?
I suppose it would be up to Philly to decide what she'd be willing to baptize them into, if at all.
Well, at least we got Kumba back to laughing, so better in the comments now. But if you do believe in the possibility of baptizing mermaids, or that mermaids exist, or that gods exist, or any form of entity or higher power or supernatural being, now'd be a good time to request that. We have several boxes opened and lots of questions for your beliefs.
I thought that's what that button did.
For a second, I was like, wait a minute, that's not a what?
I just wanted to check.
It's a good sound.
Those are real.
Yeah, that one was real. Yeah.
That's wild.
Mhm. I have lots of crows and cats in my neighborhood.
My most common visitor are deer and foxes.
Oh, I would love foxes. Or deer too. I love watching in the springtime when all the little frogs follow the does around.
I have taxidermy of one that tried to get into my chicken coop.
Ooh, nice.
Mm.
We have a bunch of old thrift stores out here. I think I get a taxidermy raccoon, but I don't know if I believe in. I want it ethically sourced, so it's always hard to get.
Mm-hmm.
Ethically sourced taxidermy.
Wow. If you're an animate.
How do you ethically source a deity?
Well, there's not very many deities you can ethically source. Most of them have committed heinous crimes involving family members and children and animals and all kinds of stuff.
Women and
Yeah.
no, just people. It's just not a good time for the most part.
Shit, Magnus. That's heavy. I hope it all goes well. Keep us posted.
It is my hope that your surgical instruments are as clean as they can possibly be. And if they're not, I'll come beat them up.
Hope you have the absolute best doctor you possibly can find and the best, easiest recovery process. I'm just going to be manifesting good things for Magnus all day now.
Mm-hmm.
He says the deep state can't keep him down for long, but
That's what I was giggling at.
Will they be returning your shins?
Ooh, that's a good point.
Ooh, I'm Bella? Sorry, I'm a Hufflepuff. I can't remember. I think Bella's a Hufflepuff. No, she's not.
Mm-mm.
She's a Slytherin, isn't she?
Bellatrix is a Slytherin.
Yeah. Sorry, wrong house. Maybe we could be cousins.
Yeah, but she'd never talk to you if you weren't in Slytherin.
Yeah, I couldn't unalive Sirius Black. I kind of have a crush on him. Sorry. It'd be a conflict of interest.
Direct conflict of interest.
Ew, gross. Fraser. No. Growing up, I wasn't allowed to participate in any read any books or movies or anything that had to do with magic. So no Harry Potter growing up, because it had magic in it, which is obviously of the devil. Much like Cinderella's fairy godmother.
Are you serious? Even Cinderella?
Because there's magic, and magic is of the devil.
Interesting.
Which they could never clearly define to me who the devil was. Something about an angel in charge of music, but you couldn't find that verse in the Bible anywhere.
Thank you, Philly.
Good morning, Philly.
Hi, Bats. It's lovely to see you.
How's your rest?
What? I wasn't sleeping. You were sleeping.
Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, entirely my bad. I rested well, thank you. I hope you did too.
Philly, I have a question for you. If you were in a situation where you had to baptize mermaids, and you were the only person who could do it, would you do it? And what would you be willing to baptize them into?
Okay, so the mermaids want to be baptized, and what?
Some coffee might be needed before that question.
No, earlier it was a whole conversation, but you were asleep, and so we were positing that the conversation was likely directing your dreams.
It would have been so weird if you'd been like, oh, I had a dream about this.
Right?
That would be funny.
That's kind of why I asked immediately, so that maybe it would still be fresh in your brain if it happened.
What was the conclusion of the conversation?
The exact question that I asked you. We couldn't come to a conclusion because we didn't have your input.
Is this question concerned with the ethics or the
I mean, if you have no other example, I would say ethics probably would be the closest match.
Tony says that being here is making them dumber, but it's chill. Or maybe they're dumb.
Tony, is that a belief you're willing to question up here?
They ended it with an I don't know, so I guess W. Tony.
Oh,
W. Tony.
Well, if you do have a belief in or opinion on whether mermaids should be baptized and the ethical reasons why or why not, or belief in supernatural, we'd love to hear your beliefs. You could come up and we could discuss them, and we'd appreciate respectfulness and listening to the questions. But we would love to hear your beliefs and maybe get an actual believer in here. We have 116 people, 188 likes, 80 shares. Maybe we can get those up a little bit and get some believers in here.
I think I need to... Let's see if this works. If it changes, it should change. There it goes.
I like all of them, but I like that one.
I need to change it. I need to make the text pop better, and I think it needs to say bruh.
Bruh. You even question, bruh.
Bruh.
Well, howdy there, Hammy. How's it going for you, bruh?
I thought we didn't have souls, Kumba.
Now we're lost souls?
Mm.
Oh, what are we lost from? We're supposed to find something?
I'm very confused at this point.
Kumba doesn't understand, and so they're lashing out.
Mm.
It's all right.
It's okay.
This is still a safe space for you to sit and question or listen, or maybe we could learn from each other if we spend time in the comments, or if you in the future have different beliefs to question. I know how it was to gain brain cells hanging out here. No. Even if it's about myself.
You should learn something new every day.
Almost every day when I send my child to school, I tell him to make sure not to learn everything today, but to save something for tomorrow.
Aw, that's really sweet.
Oh, 7-Elevens. Her eldest passed the driving test.
Just teenagers on the road.
Trying to cause confusion.
You're the only one doing that, honey. Because I'm not. You're contradicting yourself, and I'm not really able to track where you're going.
Oh no, we lost Thrayle.
I know, and I can't even find Thrayle to invite him back up.
Got it.
Have we spoken with Theocritus before?
I am unsure. That doesn't sound familiar. Hi, Theo. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS, please? Have a nice day.
Okay.
Welcome back, Thrayle.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, please don't do that. It's scary when you go.
Didn't even mean to. I don't know
Yeah.
where I went.
I know it's out of your control. I was just, yeah. It's just so scary.
It's only scary when there isn't someone who can handle things. Because like earlier, when Thrayle left, and I was questioning, and I was like, uh-oh, this is a conversation that needs to stop. Uh-oh, I don't...
You were doing a great job, though, Morgan. I was here for that. You were doing a great job.
Yeah. I was trying real hard.
I was there the whole time.
Oh, you jerk. Not really. I actually kind of knew that. I honestly suspected you were still there. It's like the an object in motion thing.
Well, or if not in my chair, at least listening.
Walking your dog.
Mm-hmm.
As skeletons are prone to do.
Well, hellhound's gotta get walked regardless of who owns it.
Oh no, now she's doing a spell in the comments.
Aw, we don't consent to that. Thanks. Have a good day. I don't. No. We don't do that here.
Was that a sealed separation I just witnessed?
It's painful, honey, if you don't know.
Womp womp.
Someone was feeling fluffy. Sorry, I couldn't get that out without laughing. Do you feel fluffy? Well, do ya?
Well, my hair's kind of fluffy. I just combed it, but not really. Fluffy. When I hear fluffy, I just think of Fluffy the comedian.
I can see his face, but I cannot remember his name.
Gabriel Iglesias?
Is
that the name? Yeah.
Gabriel Iglesias, yeah. It's not bad spelling. You only miss. It should be an E instead of an A. There you go. Yeah, Hammy got it. What is that supposed to mean, Cat? Cat to which, what is that supposed to mean?
Are we going back to raw marshmallows again?
I'm not. No, why?
I think if they're cooked, they're not raw. I mean, as soon as you make it marshmallow, is it really raw?
No, it's not. Like, it is a finished cooked confection.
Chocolate chips, are those raw?
No, those are also a finished.
Bean would have to be its raw form or cocoa powder.
Perhaps not even the powder because that's processed.
I really am gonna have to make a what the fuck is raw.
Perhaps not one that is seen on TikTok. Oh god, I couldn't even imagine what that background would
I'll be interesting to screen record that on Saturday nights. If you put the word raw up there on Saturday night, yeah.
Oh, good lord. No, please.
You know TikTok is way too immature for that.
Oh yeah, big time.
I've been cooking my child eggs, and I definitely missed something.
I mean, at least they were cooked, right? I didn't say it.
Stop this planet. I want to get off.
Can I come to Morgan?
Absolutely.
Maybe aliens have better healthcare.
And if you believe in aliens, whether they have healthcare or not, gods or a god or maybe a goddess or some kind of combination thereof, if you have a belief and you're capable of questioning it, go ahead and request on up. It's really the only way you're going to save us from whatever this is devolving into. I still didn't say it.
I'm so proud of you. You're doing great. You know, I've heard this music in my dreams, even when I'm not on stream.
Should I change this song?
No, you don't have to. I know. I honestly, I find it's very like centering and calming. But no, I realized because like I knew I wasn't even like listening to the live that night or whatever, but I could still hear it, and I was very confused. And then when I woke up, I finally realized, oh, so it's implanted in my brain forever. Got it.
Yeah, I think it might be stuck in my brain too.
I mean, it's varied enough that it doesn't necessarily sound like it's repeating, even though it does, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, it's definitely shorter than it feels like, but it's varied.
Yeah.
How long ago was there a believer on panel?
It's been that long. It might be that time. It's been about 30 minutes, 25 minutes.
77 years ago. Aaron, I'll settle for either.
Honestly, yeah.
If you're a raw believer, and no, I can't.
That's awful.
No.
You gave in, Thrayle. Oh my god.
No. God damn it.
This is where I plug my ears and go, la.
That was so bad. Do it again. Oh, man.
If you don't prefer your beliefs raw and uncooked, don't.
No, come on, you had it, you had it.
I still don't like it.
Nope, I can't do anything with it.
Yeah, Michael, I think I'm becoming vegan as we're talking.
My only wish to have a fish so juicy sweet.
If you can question your beliefs without it getting too raw, then go ahead and request on it.
There you go. That yeah. That was almost probably the closest we're gonna get. Like I said, probably the closest we're gonna get.
We're not looking to debate or argue or make you look a fool. We just want to know, can you question your beliefs? And if so, what are they? If you don't have a belief in a God, God's higher power, anything like that, or you don't have the courage or the curiosity to request up today, would you help us by liking the live, sharing the live, reposting the live, giving towards Thrayle's gift goal, continuing to comment and engage, doing all the things that helps us get the live out to the algorithm so that a believer who is curious enough or courageous enough might request up for a respectful conversation. Thank you for being the best audience on TikTok.
Hell yeah.
Yes, Bridget, sushi is a sandwich.
Yeah, it's on the chart.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the 8 major sandwiches. Well, 7.
I have not been converted. I am still anti-sandwich.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the point. That's why it's 8.
Mm-hmm. So is the Earth a sandwich?
Sure.
It's a calzone.
Calzone.
Which is also a sandwich.
It's hard for my brain to picture that because when I think of a sandwich, I think of a flat surface.
That was a bold choice of words.
It's gonna ruin my belief that the Earth is a donut.
That's an interesting comment. Yeah, toroidal Earth.
Toaster. The suit sheet.
Go to bed. Go to bed right now. Go to your room. I will tell you when you can come out. Holy fuck.
Hello, Kraskov. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay.
Have a nice day.
It's because you said their name wrong. It's Kraskov.
Yeah, there was an extra R in there, but I also read it the way you said it first, so.
If you are secure enough that you won't run away as soon as we mispronounce your name unintentionally, and you have that's so assumptive of me, anything like that, and can question that belief, please request up.
I think a little bitty part of me wanted to say Kreshkov.
Even in God, please
to say Kreshkov.
Ooh.
Yes. That's a better pronunciation. That's a way better. Yeah, that's not. I think I'd like my name pronounced like in an accent. I think everybody's names sound better pronounced in accents.
I wonder if any of the 102 people in here believe in a God.
Or is it just something they say to impress others?
Oh, you're gonna bait them up with that kind of talk.
True believers. So rare.
Although right now, it does not say anything except for WTF are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, if you can question your beliefs, that is WTF we are talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds weird when I say it that way.
Hammy, why are you wrong? Weekend project that got abandoned.
That's wild.
I love it. That's amazing.
Are you like proud of yourself? Like what the Oh, this is why I left the military.
Why did you leave the military, Morgan?
Dogmatic belief.
Shh, they're watching.
Oh, they know.
Yeah.
I said it to them at my disciplinary review board.
Oh, they know.
But that was unrelated. It was just a clerical error.
Well, if anyone else has cojones to stand up to a board and state their beliefs, like Morgan did, I'm sure we'd love to have you come on up. And I guarantee we're way less intimidating than a disciplinary board. We're not going to belittle you. We're not going to court-martial you or whatever. We just want to understand your beliefs.
Bro, finalized paperwork that's already been finalized? The fuck?
Thank you, Philly Red Cat DeWitch, so much. Now, if only we had a believer in here, believing that they believably can question whatever belief they believe they have. I believe that would be, well, believable.
There are multiple requests. What is going to happen next? It is like a choose your own adventure.
One is a ghost.
Ah.
The other is pasta. An impasta, I mean.
Tony
Hello.
Hawk.
I'm not Tony Hawk.
All hail Tony Hawk.
There you go. Can you guys hear me okay?
And the skateboard, yes.
No. Can you guys hear me? Is my audio okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
It's a little early 2000s kind of Nokia phone, but it's alright.
You got a problem with the early 2000s?
Should we?
No, it's where all of the best music comes from. Objectively.
Ooh. Interesting. Why do you hold that belief?
Because I have ears, I can feel it.
Okay, so blind faith. Okay.
Got it.
Got it.
Clarified.
Have you actually listened to Blink-182? The rest of my case?
You rested your case on Blink-182.
Well, no, the question was why do I believe that the early 2000s has the best music? Or like where the objectively best music comes from.
And you rested your case on Blink-182. That's the only example.
I could go on.
So before or after Stay Together for the Kids?
After. That I saw them live last year, and that when they played that, and everybody cried. You ever seen a stadium full of people crying? If that's not God, I don't know what is.
Yeah, but it was a Justin Bieber concert, and I don't think qualify that.
Right. Does it? If you quantified the tears between a Justin Bieber concert, a Creed concert, and a Blink-182 concert, and it turned out that it ranked from Justin Bieber to Creed to Blink-182 from highest to lowest amount of tears produced. Would that sway your belief that Blink-182 is a prime example of great early 2000s music? Because I think it definitely deserves questioning.
I would say no. I think you're trivializing the question. You're just wondering about quantity.
No, I'm just trivializing early 2000s music in general.
Just because there are more tears doesn't mean they're better tears. Crying for Justin Bieber and crying for Stay Together for the Kids are totally different things.
I think it's still saline from the eyes.
I mean, if you just want to reduce it to all tears are the same, then sure, I guess Justin Bieber is goated, but
tears have a quality level.
Yes, they were best in the early 2000s.
Measured?
I would say vibes, but I don't have a vibometer.
Is it based then on what you assume most relates to you?
Yeah, I'd say it's what's most important to me. Think about it like taste. Like some people drink warm Coke. That's the thing. Is people drink like hot Coca-Cola. Some people like their Coca-Cola cold. Some people like Mountain Dew. Some people just drink water because they're nihilists. But is Coca-Cola tangibly?
So at the end of the day,
hot? Obviously.
Right. So at the end of the day, we've narrowed down this objective framework to being your feeling about vibes and shit, right?
No. Mine's best.
Oh. Yours is best. That's what's objective. Anything you say is best.
Objectively?
Is that what you're saying is objective?
Seems to have backed me into a corner here.
Did I back you into a corner, or are you wearing a corner-shaped costume?
Fine. Objectively, music is what it means to the people that hear it. Subjectively, the soundtrack for Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 is the best composition of music ever created. And is holy.
I hope that you can come to question that. Since some of the better songs are on the soundtrack for 2.
I will continue looking at the evidence, certainly. There's always room for perhaps a new iteration of the text.
But I do think we have a new guest coming up, and you've demonstrated an absolute stubbornness against question. I appreciate you, and may the divine noodly appendage rapture you in your sleep and remind you that meatballs are really an uninclusive description of anything.
Thank you.
Ramen. I was really hoping I could get through all that before the other person abandoned ship, but they heard all of that and they were like, fuck this, I'm out. He's about to turn his attention on me. Hello, pentagram 666 pentagram. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
31, and I just want to say no homo, but your voice sounds hot as hell. Sorry, I'm just going to say it. Use it. And that's why I joined.
That's why you joined, just to tell me that.
Yeah, and give you some props.
No homo. I haven't heard that in a sec.
Why you joined. Appreciate
No homo. I haven't heard that in a sec.
But Adir is back.
Oh.
Hello, Adir.
Hey.
Can
Hey,
I get
hello,
your
how are
age
you?
for TikTok TOS?
I'm 31 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
Which god is that?
Well, I've had a long way until I reached that, actually. I've been also a Satanist for many years. And through Satanism, actually, I reached the God I wanted to talk about today, or maybe just shed a light or on other meanings of things, you know? Because all of the debates that I see here in TikTok are always about one thing, and it is fact. When the bigger picture also have more aspects for the meaning of, for example, religion, of belief. Do you agree?
Because you keep moving the microphone around or covering it and uncovering it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
while
have
you
a
speak.
problem. I have a technical problem. It's my phone. Hello.
No, I can hear you. I didn't catch everything you said. The audio problem was a bit distracting. You asked if I agreed with something, but I didn't quite hear what you were asking me to agree to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I'm
I
going to
will- I
tell
will-
you up front that I'm probably not going to agree. Not because I do disagree, but because I'm not here to agree or disagree. I'm here to see if you can question your beliefs.
Look, you just made a statement that I'm trying to get with everyone else on live streams here in TikTok, and you just made it clear. And I'm not here to make you to make you or to affect your beliefs or to make you believe me. You
Nobody
can
said
stay
you were.
wherever you are, and I will stay whenever I am. But I'm just trying to put light on other realms, other aspects of the
What
belief,
is a realm?
of what we believe. So what I was what I was saying, and you didn't hear me because of my microphone, is that all of the debates here on TikTok based on facts and history and whether if it's right or wrong. But there's also other aspects of the meaning. When you ask for meaning, when you search for
Okay,
meaning,
but did I
there's
ask you
more
about meaning? What was the question I had asked you that you gave this long answer to?
So that I will tell you. And here there's a short story, and I really appreciate if you just bear with me, okay?
No, I don't need a short story for you to tell me what question I asked you. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, a celestial skeletal bat goddess unfurled her wings and expanded the universe. which is, of course, one of the membranes between her bony appendages, in accordance with the lambda-CDM model of physics. And because she did this in a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, there was an expansion of other galaxies, and they all, so it wasn't far away, because really it was just like right here, and we're in it. And because of that, there's a planet, and we could call it Earth, because from our perspective we do. And on that planet, there's this skeletal dude who likes to ask questions about what people believe and why they believe it. And he started a live stream like a year ago, a little more than that. And he said he's going to ask people what they believe and why, but really just to see if they can question it. So he made that kind of the focus. And so he asks, instead of kind of cheekily, instead of what's on the screen, he asks if they believe in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. And I asked you if what's on the story, though, I could have just said that was the question I asked. The story.
Okay, I do understand where you come from, but a short answer to your question is, of course, I've been all the time questioning my beliefs, and that's also the same reason I've came to today's beliefs and today's facts that I have for my own truth, seeking the meaning of things. Do you feel what I'm saying? So I questioned my beliefs for mostly all of my life. And I've been also in different parts of it.
You question your beliefs for most of your life, and you've been in different parts of it. What part are you in now? Believing in a god or not?
I am in. Right now, I am 100% believing in God.
Right now, you're 100% believing in which god?
And the same God that everyone share the same core inside and do feel the presence of the higher entity, we can call it, or God, or...
What? What did you just say? Okay. I guess you didn't like that last question. I'll make sure not to ask like that again. What? It's a powerful question.
Mm-hmm. Clarifying question.
Oh, the question, Cat, to which was, what? I even said it like that. Like, I know, it's a genius question. I've never come up with one better before. The military says, go back to your cave. I'm in the cave. Oh, it's kind of a cave. That might have been an acceptable answer. No, it was that guy. If I'd have said what and he'd have just said shred, I probably would have not known what to do with it, at least.
But if you can clarify when you're asked what, while questioning your beliefs in a God's higher power or something like that, request up. Let's have a conversation and question your beliefs.
The rain is coming again. I may have to wind us down sooner than later if we don't get a believer soon. Should check if I even have a poem prepared.
Almost 100 people in here and not a single believer
check it
that thinks they can question their bit of courage, I promise. What level, Nancy? $3D is a level?
At this level, it's impossible to know what God is. What level?
She answered 3D.
3D is a level.
That was my question.
What does level mean?
I'm hoping it gets clarified, to be honest.
Could you drop me, Thrayle?
I could, Philly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye, Philly.
Have a good day, Philly. See you later in Discord. Link in bio. Is the link on YouTube? Oh, yes.
The link should be in the YouTube bio. If that was what you were about to ask.
Is the link on...
As far as I know.
Nancy said, "This is the prison planet. They reduced us." It says she typed. Nancy said "told," but I assume it's supposed to be mentally. Who's they?
That's a great question.
Reptilians. I see.
It always goes that way, doesn't it?
Certainly a pattern.
Hi, how are y'all doing today?
Doing great, Danielle. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 34.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do actually, but my question is, so I had almost died back in February, and I was having tonic chronic seizures, and it was in cardiac arrest. I wasn't aware that I was passing, but I saw my cousin who had passed away, and he was talking to me. I was seeing like people that were gone, and I also saw a horse, which the horse does not make sense to me. So, like, was that just my brain creating stuff, or was I actually seeing something? I just wanted somebody else's opinion on it, like maybe science.
Yeah, it's a great question, Danielle. I'm not a scientist. Nobody up here is a scientist or doctor, as far as I know. But I would question why you would assume it is anything but your brain doing that.
I just grew up really religious, and my mom told me my brain can't create images. Like my cousin that passed, he had spina bifida. He was very disabled, couldn't talk. But in the image that I seen him, he didn't have a twisted spine. He didn't have he wasn't sick basically, and he had a voice, and he never could speak. And like people tell me like, oh, your brain can't create that. Like the brain can't create new faces. The brain can't create new voices. And I was just wanting to know, does anybody know if that's true or not? Like,
AI.
You may attempt, especially if you can do it through questioning.
Not like.
Do I have to question, or can I go for it? What am I?
Okay. Let's see. We'll see where it takes you.
So your brain cannot create new images, but it can retain things you have seen and compile them.
Oh, okay, that makes sense, I guess.
So could it be possible that these things that you saw are a coping mechanism? An automatic, defense against something?
Maybe it was an automatic defense of me dying. Or am I allowed to say that word? I know TikTok has banned words.
Unalive is preferred.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But, overall, it was just a weird experience, and, I'm going to have to research because I'm reading the comments, DMT in the brain and stuff. But thank you all for having me, and you all have a good day.
I hope you keep asking questions, Danielle.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Sorry, I felt like I felt like that one could be cleared up with just a quick a mini education.
Is it true that the brain cannot create new images?
You can't generate an original image without already having a reference point.
I wonder how we could test that.
Well, the compiling makes sense because I've seen things in my dreams that don't match up to what I've seen in reality, like green gorillas and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
I've never actually seen a green gorilla, even in Photoshop.
I mean, Magilla Gorilla was purple, so...
There's no images of Muhammad, and I dreamt of him once.
Yeah, you've never dreamed a color you haven't seen before.
You give me a challenge.
Absolutely.
I'll try to do it.
Okay.
And since dreams are mostly subjective, and I might even venture to guess likely in some ways reconstructed as we wake up and try to remember them, I could just say that I did, and now you can't prove me wrong.
I bet I could. Objection, hearsay.
That's arguing. I don't know if it's proving.
I'm very happy. Hi, Thrayle. Be happy. Please, be happy. Be happy, Thrayle. Thrayle, I want you to be happy.
Yes, Thrayle, be happy.
Well, actively brushing teeth, I guess.
Here's a little poem I wrote. I did it on my Samsung Note. What the fuck?
Oh, fuck.
What the fuck?
I thought for a second you were going to go into, here's a little song I wrote. You might want to sing it note by note. Don't worry, be happy.
That's what he was going for.
Oh, okay. I was like, what?
And that's called a parody.
Ah. Thanks for explaining it to me. I'm glad I caught up.
Apparently, Freddy, I'm not happy if I question.
Questioning is probably the only joy I derive out of life. Hold on, wait.
Maybe if I smile really big while I question, it won't sound creepy at all.
Oh God, no.
It won't sound like I'm...
It doesn't sound at all like you're trying to harvest my fluids and organs at all. Nope.
Not even remotely.
Hello?
Hey, Liam, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, I'm 24 years old.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power?
Oh, I'm Christian, but right now I'm just in the shower brushing my teeth.
Are dentists coming after us now?
I don't know.
I guarantee questioning your beliefs is sugar-free and not detrimental to your dental hygiene.
Unless I question like this. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
You gotta go
Press
for the
1
Alistair.
for yes. Press 2 for no. Press 3 for I don't know. Press 4
Para
for
español.
what the fuck.
Para español, oprima el número 8.
Para el diablo, primero número 666.
That's exactly the vibe I was getting, Quigley. Very Alistair from Has Been Hotel vibes.
But since there isn't a hotline to get the answers from, perhaps you'd be willing to request on up and we can question your beliefs and discover answers the good old-fashioned way through Socratic questioning.
Kilted Heathen says, for all other deities, please remain on the line and a priest will be with you momentarily.
Unless you're ringing Yahweh, that dude left me on hold for 26 years.
Rude.
Very rude. At least Loki sent me a spider. Oh, you love Freddy? Oh, you love Loki, Freddy? Do you perhaps have a belief in any of the mythology or a partial belief in, or is it just a love for the fan fiction?
Hello, Kilted Heathen. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
38.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
That I do.
And before I ask you which god that is, I've got to thank Kung Pao for hitting that goal for us. Thank you, Kung Pao. Appreciate you as always. Kilted Heathen, which god or gods do you believe in?
So, I'm Norse pagan. Primarily venerate at times the Norse pantheon. But yes, have questioned the structure of Norse paganism so much that the deities of the faith aren't really my main focus anymore. Still there, just not everything, if that makes sense.
In what way are they there?
Well, Norse paganism at its roots is animistic. So it's venerating the natural world, natural occurrences such as storms, seasons, bodies of water, forests, things of that nature. So for Norse pagans who are more on an animistic wavelength rather than theological, it's recognizing these things, appreciating these things, and offering up simple worship while you're there. Does that make sense, that track?
So you were saying that it's animistic in nature, but in what way are the gods there?
So, for example, Thor would be in a thunderstorm. Skati in the essence of winter.
I'm sorry.
Ran
in what way is Thor in a thunderstorm?
In the essence that he is the thunderstorm. It's much less the imagining of a figure in the clouds or a bearded person in the clouds. That's dramatic personification for the sake of stories and narrations. At its core, the animistic core, the deity of Thor is the thunderstorm.
The deity of Thor is the storm. But how is that Thor? Like, how do you... You're just saying because...
I mean, can you explain it further, I guess? It's
I'm trying to think of a way to, yes. So it does sound a little bit, I recognize it does sound a little bit of just because. The name of Thor and any derivations thereof, Donar, Ukko in Finnish, it's all describing the spiritual essence of this occurrence. And we're focusing on Thor, but
right. What is spiritual essence?
Aside from that. Yeah. How to define spiritual essence. The occurrence simply being there and being experienced by people occurring in this manner, you view in a higher way, something that you recognize as more powerful than you, not so much in that, for some there are much more atheistic elements where it's not so much viewing an intelligence in these things, but simply that this thing, this thunderstorm, is bigger and greater than you as a human, and you recognize that. Recognize that you're not going to be able to go toe-to-toe with a thunderstorm or a tornado. You will lose. And recognizing that it has a presence and a force in your environment that affects you and everything around you. We can see this with a thunderstorm, both from a meteorological sense and in a mythological sense, in that it balances our environment. What causes a thunderstorm is this imbalance in high pressure, low pressure fields, and the thunderstorm is kind of that neutralizing agent between it. It's the result of those, but it neutralizes everything and gets the atmosphere back balanced. So from a spiritual sense, this is viewing this as more than just meteorological, but necessary to our environment, necessary to our survival, and just something that is greater than us. So we recognize that and celebrate it.
But it is... You're saying that this thing that is the result of these conditions is somehow a deity, not responsible for the condition, but is the condition.
Correct.
In what way is it a deity, then?
So animistic faiths, this is going to go into a little bit of defining the word. They view animistic and polytheistic more often tend to view God, the word God, as just a title for anything that is worshipped, anything that is venerated. This can be considered deities, which are theologically classified as higher spirits, forces of nature and creation, or it can even be something as mundane as your ancestors, both in a distant sense and direct family. That's where ancestor worship comes from. Technically, they are worshipped as gods. So, I'm sorry, I kind of rambled there. What was your question deriving from that?
Well, I had asked what makes it a deity. You're just saying that a deity is anything that is venerated. So are you just saying
Yes.
because you venerate the storm and call it Thor, it is Thor, but it doesn't exist in a way where Thor, character with this story from the Eddas and sagas, is actually in control of the storm and will respond in ways and character.
Correct. Yeah, it's not so much a presence that is necessarily in control or commanding. I'm not going to say one way or the other that that's the case, because frankly, I don't know. But deity and God, those words are assigned in a polytheistic faith to anything that you worship or venerate. It could be a local forest, it could be your ancestors, it could be a higher power of creation.
Right. Keep in mind, we are asking you about your beliefs.
Yes, and this does track in with what I assign as deity. Would be forces of nature. It is my ancestors. I do actively worship my fallen family members as familial deities, and as well just local areas around here that I recognize as having a sense of familiarity. It is just a feeling, or it is a feeling that I have, but it is something that I assign the title and recognition of deity.
Why?
Why name the thunderstorm Thor instead of just calling it a thunderstorm?
It adds a sense of personalization. It adds a personal sense of it being more than just a meteorological occurrence, and the meaning of the name Thor is the Thunderer. So it's
Why
an
would
apt
that be
title.
important? Why would that be important to people? Give it that title?
Comfort, preference, or just enjoyment of it. Not so much a must, but more of a want, I would say.
You said that you venerate Thor, yes?
Not so much. It's just a common example.
Are there any deities in your practice that you venerate?
Skadi and Thrayle, mostly. I recognize Skadi as kind of an embodiment. Yes, heretical, I did say Thunderer. Skadi as an embodiment not only of the winter, which I do recognize for its hazards, but also as an embodiment of non-binary myself, just based off of the mythology, and Freya as elements of femininity.
What does venerating those deities do for you?
Lends confidence, honestly. Those specifically, the stories that we have for them, and just that cold non-binary presence specifically.
Can I ask?
Venerating those, yeah.
Confidence in what?
In my own being. Venerating those deities gives me confidence to live in my society as a non-binary individual. It's kind of an anchor point for my own personal confidence.
Do you need mythologies and ancient deities to validate your own identity?
Not mythologies, no. Those I do view as just stories, and that's where I've questioned a lot of the practices that we have in Norse paganism, to the point that I don't hold them as like rote scripture. But to be 100% honest, in today's society, living where I do, it does mentally help a lot to have some sort of outside anchor point to look to and keep going, and not buckle to the way that I present, the way other people perceive me, but kind of staying true to myself. It helps when depression sets in, honestly.
So, would you say your belief in these deities gives you comfort that you need?
I would, yeah.
Which would you prefer, a comfortable lie or an uncomfortable truth?
I would say that depends on context. In what way related to my experience would you mean that specifically? And I don't mind the questions. I really don't.
No, I just mean more or less in general. Would you prefer to believe something that is comfortable for you and that helps you, but ultimately find out that what you believed in wasn't 100% accurate? Or would you rather be told something that is maybe uncomfortable, but verifiable truth? Like this, be told, okay, this is what happened. I know it's uncomfortable, but this is the reality. Would you rather have that, or would you rather have like the comfort and security of blissful ignorance, I guess?
Yeah. I do think, and I don't mean this as a cop-out, I really don't. I do think it does depend on context. There are some things that I don't want to know. Particularly with, events that happen, that actually happen that don't actually affect me, or that I just can't control. I would rather not know. But in the sense of, like deity and theology, I do like to know as much as I do, or as much as I can. So if there is an uncomfortable truth that comes out for something, it is very good to know. Yes.
It's perfectly
Did
valid.
that somewhat answer your question?
Yes, and I kind of want to reiterate, as a gender fluid person in a red town, I understand the need for sometimes going for what is safer and more comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get you there. I'm not faulting you for that at all.
I'll say, for what it's worth, I also venerate Scotty.
Yay. Now, Morgan, what does veneration of Scotty look like for you?
I got a statue.
Valid.
No, but really, though, unfortunately, my practice is not going to help you explore and question your own beliefs. So perhaps in another setting, I can answer that.
Yeah, for sure. I'm more just asking out of curiosity. But if it needs to be later, that's fine.
It can definitely be later.
Well, if you did wake up tomorrow and find that, like, irrefutable evidence that what you believed in previously wasn't accurate to the best of your knowledge, would it change how you lived your life? Would it change how you interacted with people? Or maybe would you change?
In some way, shape, or form, I couldn't say how. It wouldn't really affect how I live currently, because most of my active spiritual practice is geared towards the places that I live and my family. So every morning I put out a small offering of coffee for my ancestors. And what that means by my ancestors is my family. So my grandmother, who passed a couple of years ago, is a part of that. And that practice for me is more just remembering my family that I came from and that raised me, and that I am everything from them. Like everything that I am is from my family. So it's a recognition of that. And then also just kind of cleaning up the area around me, taking care of a forest that my wife and I walk through frequently, making sure that it's clean and whatnot. Just that act of upkeep and care for that forest, because it's something that is important to us.
Yes, but if all your beliefs fell away, would you still probably go out and pick up the trash out the forest and remember your family fondly?
Oh, for sure.
So, what could you not venerate these rituals without the beliefs?
Essentially, I do. Yeah. They are a part of Norse paganism because ancestry and environment are just as important as the gods. So if I woke up tomorrow and found out that, we've got empirical evidence that the Norse gods didn't actually exist, it wouldn't change much on a personal level.
So maybe that inherent need to do good is within you and not within any particular deity or belief system?
Absolutely. Yeah. More often than not for polytheistic faiths, and this is true for myself as well, our sense of morality and justice is not derived from mythology or theology. That's not something that's God-given. It's something that we set and upkeep.
If that's true, then why are there so many Norse pagans with different belief systems and how to worship and how to do things and how to be moral, and those who do derive their morality from the Eddas?
The people who derive their morality from the Eddas have to do a lot of mental gymnastics, but there's so much difference primarily because, and to be blunt, people are shit and we're not a structured religion. There's not one set of rules for everybody. You have various different camps. There are some people who find your genetics to be important, which that gets very touchy. And then there are other people who just go with a pure cultural view and the people around you regardless of race or ethnicity. There's so much difference, so that causes a lot of differing opinions, just like with every community across the world.
So then my question would be, which one is the one that is the truest at that point? Because you said that they derive the morality not from the Eddas or a book, but they derive it from themselves. So that means the religion is morality.
I guess I'm a little bit unclear as to what exactly the question would be as to, in the terms of, which is the truest. What do you mean by that?
So which one is the path to follow? If you're saying that, Norse paganism's morality comes from more within and as the person itself, whose morality should we be following and whose morality should we be looking towards? Because you're saying it's within yourself, but if my sense of morality is different than your sense of morality, then which one of us is correct in this path?
Well, we'd have to look at, I guess, if we're trying to apply this on a larger scale, which one is more beneficial to society and which one is more harmful.
We're going to go into what the fuck territory if I keep asking that kind of a question. But what I only came up here for part of the conversation. What is the title that you would call yourself?
Title in what sense?
In Norse paganism.
Just what I refer to myself as a practitioner, or?
Sure. Yeah. What would you call yourself?
Norse pagan or heathen.
why those terms?
It describes my faith. They're reconstructed terms, so they're kind of a little bit reclaimed. Pagan being derived from the Latin paganus, which meant like a country dweller, a person who wasn't a citizen of Rome, and became adopted, in the Middle Ages for non-Christian. Norse, because that is the pantheon that I most closely align with or follow, the culture that I align with the most. So that's kind of the subsect of paganism. Heathenry is kind of the same there, where it's derived from the English for people who dwelt on the country, non-Christians, and it's been readopted and appropriated for Norse paganism specifically.
And so why Norse paganism? What drew you to Norse paganism? What was the cute thing that you found out about it that you liked the best?
It just felt the most comfortable, to be honest.
So you have a Norse pagan security blanket.
The most comfortable, to be honest. I'd be fine. How the world makes me feel, both on an emotional and a spiritual level, it's just the one that aligned most closely with that in terms of how the world is seen through the mythological lens and the Eddas and the sagas, how some of the cultural ideals were reflected, and just some of the values that were held throughout many different ages. And I'm not saying all values throughout those, but a great majority of them. I found more to agree with in Norse paganism and Scandinavian cultures than I did through Greek or Egyptian or Roman, which isn't to say that I don't see some value in them. It just didn't quite feel applicable to my worldview.
And then you mentioned something about venerating Skadi. I think I heard part of the conversation, but I only got like a little bit of it because my phone was glitching in and out. So what was it about Skadi? You said that she's one of your, I guess, favorite.
Mm-hmm. So there are 2 points of veneration for that. The first would be practical, just through the stories of Skadi and my impression. I view them as a non-binary deity, so that becomes that one is a little bit more of a security blanket. It's a point of personal comfort. I view them as an anchor for my own non-binary existence. It becomes kind of a focal point for me to recenter myself whenever my society and my culture around me and the city that I live just gets to be a little bit too much, because like with bats, it's a very red state that I live in. So it does become a bit much. Theologically, mythologically, 2 hours we're going to be in a severe winter storm, which I would view as a presence of Skadi, and my veneration would be recognizing that it's going to be -14 and not going outside.
I do want to touch on that, and I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable. But why that personal look at Skadi to be non-binary? And again, I don't want to get too personal into it. If nobody is comfortable, I will retract that.
So this is just my take on it. It's how I view Skadi. I've seen a few people that also view it the same, but it's not something that you're going to find, universally necessarily. But in the myths, after Skadi's father Thjazi was slain, she, as they're presented in the myth, she donned armor and marched to war against the Aesir, which was seen as a very masculine action, to be a warrior and to march to war. Sorry, my cat's trying to get in the cabinet, so I gotta open the door for him. That was seen as kind of a masculine action. So Skadi went from a feminine presence, being just the daughter of Thjazi, to a warrior in their own regard, which was a very masculine action. So there was a binary of gender presentation and gender presence So I take that to be more a non-binary deity, one that can be more feminine and one that can be masculine.
Wait, so sort of fight for your own is masculine?
In a Norse cultural sense, yes, it was a masculine action, and it is important to note that in Old Norse society, gender was not the same as we present now. It was viewed differently. It's not the same to what it is today, where we have male and female societal structures.
I have a question, because you said the other god that you involve in your practice is Freya, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She's a goddess of war.
Structure.
So, at your perspective on going to battle being masculine.
From what I understand, Freya's dominion with war is more from afar through magic. That's just my understanding. It could be incorrect.
She gets to choose,
but it's not
for Odin.
Yes, she does. And I don't know exactly what that means. Again, I do take the mythology with a huge grain of salt. A lot of that goes into how the culture viewed it, and a lot of that is lost, as it was prior to Christianity. So there are some things there that we're just not going to get. But it's not the act of donning armor. Whenever Freya is viewed going to war, it's never wearing armor. And it's never being in direct conflict, sword to sword, if that makes sense.
So if she's not portraying feminine attributes, she's not being masculine. But if she dons armor, suddenly she's masculine. Well, I'm sorry. That it kind of gives the appearance that it's a little bit gender conforming here, and I don't think at that time, at least from my understanding, that the Norse were all that oppressive. Yeah.
It's not so much oppressive. It's fluid. It's something that your actions are more what determine the societal gender presentation, and that's where pre-Christian Norse society would have had a very different view on gender and gender identity and gender presentation. So it's not going to be a one-to-one comparison of how we do things, where they're all based off of your actions.
As a member of the rainbow community, do we sometimes forget not to assume people's genders when they haven't necessarily stated them, especially when they're biased off of gender conforming ideologies? I'm wondering if maybe it's best for people like us who aren't women to not say maybe what a woman is. I'm wondering if we're sorely maybe putting our feet in some muddy waters here.
Possibly so, yeah. I don't mean to
I'm not saying you said anything
I don't mean
wrong.
to make
I'm just saying.
statements. Yeah.
No, I'm saying you said anything wrong. I'm just saying we're starting to get into iffy territory because neither one of us can say what a woman is. We only
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to make that kind of statement. It's just a difference on how gender was presented, and that helps to inform how I personally view Scotty. Does that make a little bit more sense?
But what if your view of Scotty is just, we'll pretend for the sake of the argument, Scotty exists. Would she be okay with you representing her in a way that she may or may not agree with?
I would say when I get feedback on that, I'll adjust properly. But as of right now, I haven't gotten like an ick vibe from that kind of view of Scotty.
I don't think any one of us can say for certain whether she was or she wasn't, whether she existed or not. Probably she could say whether she was or they weren't, or but regardless of that, is this what brings you comfort, like having a deity that you can relate more with?
I wouldn't say it so much brings me comfort. Again, it more brings me a center point, like a focal point for me to reinforce my own views of myself. But it's like having an icon or an idol to focus on that deity, to kind of draw your mind to it. For me, Scotty, the function of Scotty in my worship, my daily worship, is that focal point for my own identity, to keep going, essentially, to kind of ignore all of the people around me. That is a very obscene way to look at that guy. Master. Yeah.
If you do.
I do just want to point out one thing though with the chat there, Freddy boy. It's not a sexual orientation. Non-binary is a personality identity. It's not sexuality. Okay.
Yeah, it's, not everybody apparently gets the difference between identity and sexuality.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kira's down there. Kira will handle that.
Yeah, but if these beliefs stabilize you, and do you care if they're 100% legitimate, or do you just kind of need kind of an emotional aid, or like something like to balance you, or
half and half, honestly. It's not something that I need to be 100% factual and accurate, because the way that I view the difference between these, theology, spirituality, that all speaks more to the human experience, which is very personal and not accurate. Whereas something that I would want to be 100% accurate and valid would be more scientific things, things that would affect the physical world around me, and things that I can actually tangibly apply, if that makes a little bit more sense.
I'm sorry, Thrayle, I am having children awake and arise from their gremlin caverns. Perhaps it'd be best to let me drift off into the comments.
Sure thing. Appreciate your bats.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone here.
Nice chatting with you.
Have a great day. Nice chatting with you too.
Also, hi, Kira. I see you down there.
You're surrounded. I wondered if you would pop up symbolically on the other side of you.
The shield's raised, brother.
Enemies all around, what do? Yeah, not enemies. I actually follow the ones above and below me.
Is that why their questions are so gentle?
I don't know. Morgan had a few stingers there.
I have a stinger.
I pull no punches. What do you mean?
Let's hear it.
What's your stinger, Fenrir-san?
All right. Align yourself with the Aesir, the oppressive and orderly, tyrannical part of the Norse pantheon instead of oppressive and orderly, tyrannical part of the Norse pantheon instead. But she aligned herself with the
Say
that again?
If you look into it, it gets so wishy-washy.
I'm not so sure that she ended up staying there after the divorce.
Yeah, because after she married,
I thought she still visited.
They did.
Probably
She did still
visited,
visit, but visited
yeah,
him.
she wasn't really happy there. She ended up leaving. She missed the mountains.
Sorry, that's
and
my,
also
that's,
I
that's
am
my, that's my.
I am super critical of Odin.
Yeah, me too.
Like when it comes to mythological arguments, I will be the first to say that Ragnarok is Odin's fault.
True.
Odin sacrificed an eye for knowledge, and he still couldn't even stop Ragnarok.
And he took mine for whatever reason.
I have a theory about that, but it's not for this space. It's for a different one.
Yeah, but I do it in jest.
Oh yeah, for sure. The music is very chill, very tavern.
I tried to do chill music on my live last night, and I was getting put to sleep by it. I can't do the chill music, Thrayle. I have to have something with a beat.
I think that would put me to sleep.
Depends on what kind of beat I'm playing, I think.
I think the chill music is perfect. It keeps us relaxed, but I'm still focused. It's still there to keep whatever that busy part of everyone's mind is calm.
Well, I'm still relatively an open book. Some pages might be missing, but
What would it mean for you to be wrong in your beliefs?
I would say for what is most applicable, what I mostly use, me being wrong would be how a very imperfect person. And a lot of those imperfections are remembered. So if I was wrong about something like that, if a family member was worse than I thought they were, I would still venerate them, but the nature of the veneration would be a little bit more different. Every story needs a villain, and that goes for lessons that we teach our children.
Why does every story need a villain?
Well, I mean, everything can't be rainbows, rainbows and butterflies, because that sadly doesn't reflect life. There will always be villains, so we need to be aware of those, how to recognize them and how to properly deal with them. Sometimes the villains are just hurt people, so compassion and understanding is needed. Other times they're monsters that need to be dealt with accordingly, dragons and the like.
Are those the only kinds of villains that are characters or beings?
How do you mean?
Is that the only kind of villain? It has to be like a person or a creature or an animal.
I think it makes digesting the lesson through a story a lot easier for them to be something physical and something that can be imagined, but they can reflect an ideology or um, an idea. So, like, dragons in mythology, there's something very tangible in the stories, something that can be defeated, and hoarding wealth and preying on the innocent. So they represent ideologies and actions that are embodied in this physical entity.
So, in going back to how Skadi's story involves winter and her domain of winter, what's the villain there?
The story where she marches on Asgard.
Not necessarily marches on Asgard, but just like her general demeanor.
Mm-hmm.
Like why would she be described that way? Like what is the villain in her story? Does that make sense?
Not
what
really,
is the
to
lesson?
be honest.
What is the
I'm
lesson
sorry.
being taught? What is the lesson being taught? Or the warning being given? Or like anything?
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say that story in particular is one that tells a lesson. That would just be more in the lines of a story of entertainment, pure entertainment. There are some myths that do follow in that vein where there isn't a lesson. They're just meant to be a story. Some of them, do frame a cultural world view, like creation myths. Some of them do have lessons, but others are just fun. Like the Lokasena, that's not meant to teach anything. It's literally just an entertaining story. It's comedy.
Interesting.
Which really makes it funny for me when so many people use that as a frame point for how they view other deities.
So there's nothing to be learned from the story of Skadi.
I wouldn't say that there's nothing to be learned from it. Obviously, even entertaining stories can inspire you on a personal level. For me, that story is an inspiration for family loyalty, for extending some amount of grace and understanding, and potentially even coming to peace with rivals through a common understanding. That may not necessarily be the lesson that was being taught there. I think it would be a little bit of a stretch to assign villain to some of the elements there, like misunderstanding or crimes and actions. Maybe a little bit of an overstep for Thiazi to be slain. But it's something where you as a person can learn from the stories, even if there wasn't anything intended to be taught there. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't. Because what season is Skadi associated with?
More commonly, winter. Deep winter.
Why do you think that is?
Honestly, I have no clue.
I might look into that.
Rabbit hole to fall down. Might come up with a lot of theories. That may be something that was lost, just with the loss of knowledge. But I'm actually not certain why she is more commonly associated with winter. I know she does hold association.
Frost?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, just checking. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't exactly know where Jack Frost comes from either. was Jack kind of a spirit term in Celtic culture? Because we get Jack-o'-lantern and Jack Frost. Do you know if there's something there?
I do. However, this is not the live to have that conversation.
ADHD go burr.
Apparently, Jack Frost originated from Anglo-Saxon and Norse winter customs.
Huh. Well, there's that.
He's just a representation of Grandfather Frost, or Old Man Winter.
Gotcha.
My question would be, why Scotty though? Because there's obviously people and sagas and stories, but why this association with Scotty?
For me personally, or how do you mean?
Yeah, for you personally, yeah.
It's a story that resonated with me on a personal level, just stepping outside of one's norms. When I really started to come to terms with my own identity, there was a lot of stepping outside of my norm and what was comfortable to me. So in essence, for myself, I had to put on armor and march to war against that order. So it's something that I take personal inspiration from, and that continues to inspire me to go against structures of order. And I might come to terms with some of them. I might come to accept, that some semblance of order is necessary. But I always try to stand against any sort of wrongdoing, as was done in the story. So it's more just a point of personal inspiration, and my veneration is derived from that, just recognition that it continues to inspire me to behave as I behave.
Would there not be a better story to possibly learn from? Because this is a great story. I love Scotty's story. I tell her story too. The stories of maybe learning or doing about the same thing.
Why would there need to be, though? I mean, there very likely are, but I would just question, why I would necessarily need to drop or abandon the story of Scotty in favor of another. Wouldn't that be replacing one dependency with another?
I wouldn't say dropping one for the other, but also including other stories of similar styles and similar outcomes, or similar, I guess, storylines to also go with.
And I do. There are other figures that I do look to for inspiration in that same vein. Scotty just more falls in line with the theological one, which would be more in line with what's being interrogated here. Did that answer your question, though?
I mean, yeah, for now, I guess.
Oh, it just got restructured. Okay. I was like, something shifted. What changed?
Yeah, it does that from time to time. What does your belief actually do for you? What is the benefit of this belief system?
Various elements of it, but the ones that are more applicable to what they do for me is holding me accountable to myself and to my society and the people around me. A big part of Norse paganism. So yeah, apologies, I was getting there. A big part of Norse paganism in practice, not so much in the mythology, is that we are accountable for our actions and we are responsible for them. One of the big things that you'll find to everyone else. One of the big things that you'll find is that one thing that lives on past your death is how you are remembered, whether by your community, your family, but the people that you leave behind. So the big goal of that, and where we get, inspiration and lessons from the stories and from our family, is to live your life in such a way that you are going to be remembered well. Maybe not grand and heroic, but the overall goal is to not be remembered as a terrible person. I'm not going to engage with chat.
Oh yeah, they can be ruthless. Sometimes, I'm sure they're just being kind, aren't they? Aren't you, chat?
Be nice down there.
So I'm not down there, so all the nice should have taken back over.
Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
Matter in what way?
I mean, if they aren't real, if the gods are just, even if the beliefs are in their current form, a poor restructuring of a lost myth turned into a weak facsimile of what once was, and no gods existed, no stories were even carried over faithfully. Would you still want to practice it the way that you do because of how you understand it?
If I understood your question correctly, it wouldn't matter. If I were to find out that what we have structured today was nothing like it was in the Viking Age, it wouldn't change me today. One of the big things that I preach on pretty consistently is that we live in the Common Age, not the year 900. And beliefs, even within those Scandinavian cultures, changed drastically over time. And they did change over areas. So what was believed to be true in Denmark was different than what was held to be true in Norway, etc. So the beliefs that I have now derived from those stories, even if I found out that it was all completely made up and there's not actually any deities that inspired any of this, the stories and lessons themselves and the structure of cultural community still affect me on a tangible level, so it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if there's aspect of that personification and that character is still tangible.
What if that community also would be taken away from you? Then what would you have left?
Well, that would suck. If the community were to be taken away, To be 100% frank, I am a solitary, pretty much. There are not a lot of pagans in my area, so on a daily level, I do kind of practice alone. Most of my community tends to be online, communing with other Norse pagans, or in the off chance that I meet some in the wild. So my community is kind of a mixed bag. It's a bunch of Christians, non-Christians, even some Muslims, people that I share space with, and that I still view as my community. So my beliefs dictate how I view them and how I interact with them, even if they're a differing peoples than me.
Does the community mean more than the faith or the path that you walk?
It absolutely does, yeah.
So would you abandon the faith in order to stay with the community?
Trying to narrow down exactly what that would mean here. What would you mean by abandoning the faith?
Would you just
like
much,
as an example for it?
Would you just pretty much say, yeah, this is all hogwash, that none of this makes any sense, this is all just a bunch of stories, and they can be stories, but there's never any truth to them at all, ever, foreversies, no take-backsies, but that you get to keep the community?
To be 100% honest, that's a difficult hypothetical, and I am not certain how to answer it.
Checkmate. I'm leaving.
Get a W, I don't know, in the chat.
How often do you get a don't know?
Don't know. I don't know is kind of a goal. So we try to get them a lot, sometimes more than one per guest. Shouldn't be that hard, right? To get people that don't know.
I do
everything
agree
to
with what
admit
Kira
there's something
does
they
say.
don't know.
I do agree with what Kira said down there, that if I was going to be locked away due to my faith, I would 100% pretend not to have it. It's not so important to me that I would become a martyr. I am much more useful to my community alive than I am dead for whatever. So if it came to a point where my faith would endanger me and my community, I wouldn't necessarily abandon it, because, you know, certain government agencies can't infiltrate my heart and mind, but I would certainly not be as open about it.
That's interesting, because as an atheopagan, I take the opposite view. Like, to be fair, if it was just me, if it's people I care about, then yeah, I would be less likely to do it. But if it was just me, I would definitely be out there.
Yeah,
and that's what just like a cultural, stance rather than a theological one.
Yeah, and I mean, if it was just me, it'd be a little bit easier to be like, come and take it. I'll see you in Valhalla, fucker. But the fact of the matter is, it's not just me. And if something does happen to me, then I have my spouse to think about. I have our cats. I have my entire family, whether I'm estranged from them or not. There are people that would miss me, people that depend upon me. So if anything does happen to me, I have to think about them before I think about, my own spiritual comfort.
100%.
That is a deep question.
My next question isn't as deep. You mentioned that there are government people that cannot look into your heart and your mind, but are you insinuating that there are some that can do that?
Hold on.
No. What I more meant by that is, You know, you can take my iconography, you can take my books, but you can't take my thoughts.
Not yet. I can.
Oh, God.